Stay tuned, part 2 starting now.
I'm Rod Serling. You're listening to The Zero Hour. Rest your eyes. Exercise your imagination. This week, Tony Hillerman's haunting tour of terror. The Blessing Way. Starring Ed Nelson, Barbara Anderson, and Tig Andrews. In Elliot Lewis's production of The Zero Hour.
Mutual Broadcasting System presents The Zero Hour. Sponsored in part by the Ford Motor Company and Metropolitan Life Insurance Company. This is The Zero Hour on Mutual Radio.
Superstition. Any belief or attitude that is inconsistent with the known laws of science or with what is generally considered in a particular society as true and rational, or so says Webster's Unabridged Dictionary. But who is to say what is true and rational? You decide for yourself. This week, a story of science versus superstition. Dr. Bergen McKee, a scientist of the non-laboratory variety, a cultural anthropologist, a Ph.D., a published scholar on the subject of Navajo Indian witchcraft, but someone who doubts himself as a man. Dr. Bergen McKee is about to set out into the field to complete some unfinished research. Death is something that is embodied in all societies. Murder is quite something else. And for Dr. Bergen McKee, all the textbooks in the world won't be able to wake him from the terrible nightmare that is waiting for him. Our story, The Blessing Way, will begin after this word.
Hosea had a delicate ear operation. Maria gave birth to a premature infant. Raphael had a tooth pulled. And Angelica underwent cataract surgery. Each one came to the SS Hope, the famous white hospital ship, for care and treatment. Each left healthier, happier. But Hope does more than treat patients. At the side of Project Hope's professional medical personnel, there was a counterpart physician, nurse, dentist, or medical assistant from the patient's country who was working and learning. These medical trainees and professionals will continue to treat other Hoseas and Marias in their own country as Project Hope's living legacy. Help Hope live on. Write Project Hope, Room A, Washington, D.C.
Picture this. A moonlit night above the vast plateau region of northeastern Arizona, Navajo country. Rugged terrain, sandstone laced with granite, cut into hundreds of deep canyons and mazes of arroyos, a crazy quilt of erosion. The valley bordered on the east by the Lucachucay Mountains, rising still and stoic from the depths of what the Navajo call Many Ruins Canyon. Along the western slope, a faint flickering light, practically invisible. It is a small fire, built in the extreme corner of a natural enclosure, giving the face of Louis Horseman a reddish cast. It is a young face, thin and sensitive, with large black eyes and a sullen mouth. Louis Horseman hears nothing but the fire and the wind. It is only when he raises his eyes that he sees the towering shadow of the two-legged wolf who's watching him from behind. Suddenly, he turns and gapes in stark terror at the big man with wolfskin draped across his shoulders. the forepaws hanging down the front of his huge chest, the beast's empty skull pushed back on his forehead, its snout pointing upward.
I won't kill. I won't
Miles to the east, in Albuquerque, New Mexico, Dr. Bergen McKee, age 38, university professor, Department of Anthropology, sits in his apartment at his desk, grading final examination papers.
That's a very good point, Miss Ferguson. I agree wholeheartedly, but you really should quote your source. Dr. Bergen McKee, Social and Psychotherapeutic Utility of Navajo Wolf and Frenzy Superstitions. Albuquerque, University Press, 1967, pages 71 through 73. You'll never get the graduate degree plagiarizing this way. It happens this way every term. Papers come in. I wait until the very last moment before grades are due, then I sit up late and curse my students' ineptitude, slash away with my red pencil, and then wish them all a happy summer vacation on the bottom of the last page. Always the same predictable Dr. McKee, ogre in tweeds, the monster slayer and proponent of the scapegoat theory, re-Navajo primitive superstition. I fell asleep at my desk and woke up the morning of May 26th in the same position, hardly fitting for a man like myself. 2 letters were on my mind. One of them I'd mailed a month ago to Joe Leaphorn, Navajo Tribal Council, Law and Order Division, Window Rock, Arizona, intimating that I might return to his neck of the woods to resume my studies in the field. I had sent such a letter once a year for the past 6 years, but never went. It was 6 years ago that I'd received the other letter that was on my mind. A note, actually. 15 words in blue ink on blue paper. Berg, I am meeting Scotty in Las Vegas tonight. I won't contest the divorce. Sarah. It was late morning by the time I arrived at the university. I took my mail from the faculty box and had just retreated to my office when...
Berg, where would you look on the Navajo reservation for an electrical engineer testing his gadgets?
Who wants to find him?
A daughter of a friend of mine, girl named Ellen Leone. She says this guy drives a light green van and is doing some kind of research that has to be away from electrical transmission lines, telephone wires, stuff like that.
Well, that narrows it down to about 90% of the reservation.
Well, I told her we'd look for him.
Did you now?
Well, now, you don't want to make a liar out of your honorable colleague, do you? We'll look. If we don't find him, we don't find him. Doesn't really matter. She'll be coming out herself in a few days.
Are you kidding? A woman?
Beyond question.
About 5'5", slim, long dark hair, and wearing a checkered pantsuit.
You saw her in the hall?
I saw her in the hall. Very pretty.
Mm-hmm. Well, what's this?
Hey, Dr. Canville, do you mind? We may share an office, but that doesn't give you the right to tamper with my mail.
I see you've heard from your boy in Window Rock.
Yeah, Joe Leaphorn.
Leaphorn. Is that an Indian name?
He's a Navajo, if that's what you're asking.
Well, where do you want to start hunting for witches?
Jeremy.
Bergen.
Look, how about starting over in the West Slope, beyond the Lucachucas, the Many Ruins Canyon?
That's my specialty, ruins. If you've got some witches in there to scrutinize, there'd be plenty of ruins to keep me busy.
Jeremy, what's the fellow's name with the green truck?
Hall. Jimmy W. Hall, Ph.D. The young woman's name is Ellen Leone. Oh, they're not married, if that's what you're asking. I'm glad you decided to go, Bergen. I think maybe I should ask for a guarantee that your witches won't get me.
My Navajo wolves, being strictly psychotherapeutic, are certified harmless. Here, get.
What's this? Looks like a frog.
Reed Clan Totem, one of the holy people. Good for fending off corpse powder. No self-respecting Navajo wolf will bother you now, I guarantee it.
Hello, this is
shoe downs. Recently, I took part in a Ford LTD fuel economy test with 2 professional drivers and 2 housewives. Our individual averages ranged from 16.3 to 20.3 miles per gallon. I averaged 19.7, which underlines one fact about mileage. Cars or drivers are never exactly alike. Driving under controlled conditions on regular gas with standard 351 V8 engines, we traveled from Phoenix to Los Angeles, never exceeding 50 miles an hour. The test was conducted by General Environments Corporation, who have filed a report verifying the results. Of course, mileage depends on driving habits, road and driving conditions, total weight, and maintenance, and you may not get the same results. But if I had an advantage, it was probably that I followed the same driving tips you can get from your Ford dealer. Lots of Americans still need and want a solid, well-made family car, and driving reasonably is one way you can be sure of getting the most a Ford LTD has to offer.
The quiet riding Ford. The closer you look, the better we look.
We'll return to our story in a moment.
Be prepared. Are you ready to get going? Be prepared. Are you ready to take the lead? 'Cause if you ain't, who'll take care of the future of our sons? Well, let me ask you now, who's gonna tell them about the pusher man? Who's gonna show them how to clean the land? Who's gonna tell why they shouldn't drop out? Who's gonna show what it's all about? You know you can if you want to. You can if you want to right now. Well, let me lay it on you.
Well, let me tell them, you know, if you're 18 or older, you can help a lot of guys be prepared by being a leader in scouting. I mean, fella, scouting today's a lot more than you think.
Be prepared. Are you ready to get involved? Be prepared. Are you ready to take the lead? 'Cause if you ain't going out, teach us how to be prepared.
Dr. Green got my graded papers by the noon deadline, and I was on my way to Navajo country inside of 48 hours. We packed most of the gear in the Canfields camper. I drove the pickup on ahead and arranged to stay with Joe Leaphorn and his wife, Emma, for a day or 2, however long it would take Jeremy to reach the reservation. In the morning, Joe and I drove to his office at Window Rock, where we got down to business in hand.
I'm afraid that's about all we've got that might interest you, Bergen. We don't know what's going on yet with that business in the Lukachuka area. We got some fourth-hand story about a cave of Navajo wolves somewhere back in the West Slope Canyon. The witches are supposed to be coming around the summer hogans up there, abusing the animals and the usual. And as usual, the stories vary depending on which rumor you hear.
Well, what's your interest in all this, Joe?
It might have something to do with a man we're looking for up there. Or maybe it's a genuine witch who really does turn himself into a werewolf. Wouldn't that knock hell out of you scientific types?
But who are you looking for up there, Joe?
Well, read it for yourself.
Louis Horseman, age 22, son of Annie Horseman of the Red Forehead clan. Married to Elsie Tso of the Many Goats clan. Residence, Sabito Wash, 27 miles south of Clegg Toe. Arrest record. Drunk and disorderly, assault and battery, driving under the influence. Well, what's this about a knife?
Horseman cut up a Mexican in Gallup last month, stole a car, and headed for the hills.
Well, how can you find him up there? He could stay hidden forever.
I'm going out to Shoemakers and spread the word that the Mexican didn't die, that he's alive. The news will get to Horseman, believe me. You coming?
Now? Oh, sure. It was about a 2-hour drive to Shoemakers, a trading post that had just about everything: food, supplies, clothing. It was also the only post office in that area of the reservation. I spent most of the afternoon sitting in a canvas chair near the door, talking to the few people who came in about any recent witchcraft stories they might have heard. The only name that came up more than once was that of Old Woman Gray Rocks. It seemed she was the source of one of the better rumors. I jotted down her name in my notebook for future reference. Joe Leaphorn was quite thorough in doing what he'd set out to do, spreading the word. He'd repeated the same information over and over, and now he was telling it to the big bareheaded Navajo who was collecting canned goods off the shelves.
He's sort of skinny, about 22 years old, and he wears his hair the old way. Name of Louis Horseman.
I don't know him.
The big Navajo gave Joe a long look and then moved to the clothing racks and tried on a black felt hat with a wide brim.
My head got big since the last time I bought a hat. You got the last one stolen.
The man was big, bigger than most Navajos from this part of the reservation. I was sure Joe noticed this too, and he followed him over to the checkout counter. The big Navajo paid for his groceries and a new, larger hat, then drew from his hip pocket a silver concho band that glistened in the store's filtered light.
This Hartzman fellow cut up a Mexican over in Gallup. Got drunk and did it, but the knack guy didn't die. He's getting better now. They want to talk to Hartzman about it over at Window Rock.
I don't know anything about him.
He's the son of Annie Hartzman. Used to live over in the west slope of the Lukachukas.
And whereabouts on the west slope? Law and order know where he is?
General idea, but it would be better if he came in himself. You know, otherwise we'll have to go and get him. Make it worse for everybody.
Horseman, huh? Does he, come? Let's see. What'd you say this kid looks like?
Slender, hat on denims, and a red sweatband.
Be better if he came in.
We got back to Window Rock and the house in time for a late supper. I thanked Joe and his wife for their hospitality and told them tomorrow I'd be meeting my colleague, Dr. Canfield, and the two of us were going to set up camp over in Many Ruins Canyon. Emma was tired, so she wished me luck and went off to bed.
Good night, Emma. I'll be right in. You look beat, Bergen.
It's been a long day, and I don't have much to show for it.
Well, be patient, my friend. You will see our efforts were not a waste of time.
Well, I didn't say it was a waste of time, Joe.
By morning, Louis Horseman will know he is not a murderer.
Wow. Nobody you talked to knew him.
More than one knew him, or knew of him. Like that joker who bought himself the new hat.
Well, he said he didn't.
He also said somebody stole his hat. Of course, he could have been lying.
Why would that man lie about somebody stealing his hat?
If he wasn't lying, who would steal an old felt hat and leave that fancy silver hat band behind?
There was a brief rainstorm that night. It kept me up for a while. That and what Joe had said about the silver hat band. The next morning, I again accompanied Joe to his office. We both spent the greater part of 2 hours sorting through paperwork. Joe updating the entire file of unsolved misdemeanors, while I sifted through volumes of witchcraft reports.
Law and order, Leaphorn. When did he come in? What? Ganado? How the devil did he get down there? You think so, huh? All right. I'll be there as soon as I can.
Horseman?
Better forget lunch. It's Horseman, all right. He's dead.
The sun is shining. Things are growing. Things are going well with you and me. A future planned together. A rich full life together. And things look bright as they can be. We're helping 40 million people. 40 million people who know the future is now. That's Metropolitan Life. We help to plan your future because the future is now.
The future will be here in a moment. Don't let it take you by surprise. At Metropolitan Life, we've spent over a century helping people prepare for the future. And Metropolitan can do the same for you.
At Metropolitan Life, we help to plan your future because the future is now.
The Zero Hour continues after this.
Hello, I'm Anita Kerr. The Veterans Administration says that if you are a veteran just getting home, you should talk over your future with VA as soon as possible. Find out about GI training and education opportunities. The GI Bill gives you a chance to continue your schooling and get paid while you go. And when you are finished, you will qualify for better employment and make more money than you can now. So, don't take the first job that comes along just because it's the easy thing to do. Think of a career rather than a job and prepare for it with the GI training time you earned while in uniform. you'll wind up with better pay and a happier future. Visit, write or call your nearest VA office today and get started.
It was 45 minutes to Ganado. Joe was strangely silent throughout the drive. Every so often he'd shake his head. What is it, Joe?
It doesn't figure, Berg. The preliminary report listed cause of death as alcohol poisoning.
Well, he could have got hold of a bad bottle.
Could be. We were looking for someone up in the hills making rot gut with his own still a few years back. We never found him. But what's really bugging me is where they found Horseman's body. I was sure he'd be up in the Lukachukas. Ganado's nowhere near there.
Well, he might have got word and was coming in.
No, wrong direction. I was so sure.
Well, don't feel too bad, Joe. You're 35 years old and you just made your first mistake. The late morning sun was hot by the time we arrived at the edge of Ganado's Tishaw Wash. The coroner, Rudolph Bitzy, a short, chubby, middle-aged man, was waiting for us in the shade.
Find anything interesting?
Haven't looked at him yet. Officer Roan the horse went back to town with the man who found the body. Thing of Begay.
This the bottle?
It must be. Hasn't been touched. Begay was pretty upset. Says an owl flew right in front of his truck just before he found the body.
Death omen. Ghosts.
Like I said, he was pretty upset.
Well, let's get to it. Whose blanket?
Begay's says he don't want it back.
Well, here goes.
Oh, my God.
Bitzy closed his eyes.
Looks like he had some sort of seizure.
Now, notice how the legs are stretched out straight?
You could have pushed him out that way after he fell down.
But if you do that while you're lying on the ground, it would push your pants cuffs away from your ankles.
Well, you think he was dead and somebody put him there?
Maybe. And whoever did it didn't know it was going to rain, so they brushed out their tracks with this branch.
Well, why move him here by the road? I mean, in plain sight.
Unless somebody wanted us to find him.
Canfield's camper was parked outside when we arrived back at Joe's office. He was waiting for us inside.
Trick or treat.
Hello, Jeremy. I'd like to have you meet Joe Leaphorn.
Joe, it's a pleasure. I've heard a lot about you.
Joe, this is Dr. Jeremy Canfield.
Doctor?
Well, Berg, when do we start?
I think Joe's got work to do, so why don't we leave now?
Fine with me.
Joe, look, I'll be in touch, huh? We'll be out in Many Ruins Canyon if you want to find me for any reason. I drove the truck, and Jeremy followed with a camper. The afternoon sun shone brightly as we descended the dirt road into the upper canyon. As we dropped deeper into the ravine, the light grew progressively less intense. The cliffs closed in, rising in sheer, almost smooth walls, nearly 400 feet to a narrow slit of sky above. We found a likely camp, a small grotto with enough soil to support an expanse of grass and even a growth of young cottonwoods and willows. We set up the tent and settled in.
There. That's about it.
Well, I should hope so. Was there anything at Shoemaker's that you didn't buy?
As a matter of fact, there was. This letter.
Oh, what letter?
From Ellen Leone. It was sent from Page, Arizona. She's checking the trading posts around Mormon Ridge, and if she doesn't find her man, she'll be here in a day or so. I left her a note at Shoemaker's with a map showing her how to get here.
Well, let's hope she doesn't need it.
Well, I hope she does. You know, not every woman in the world is like Sarah. Sorry, Berg, I shouldn't have said that.
You feel like going for a drive?
No, I'm really bushed. I've been driving all day.
Well, I'll be back in a few hours. I have to see someone about a witch. I found old woman Gray Rocks in her summer hogan in the Lukachuka foothills. She was a squat, wrinkled woman, but ageless. I guess she was anywhere between 60 to 100 years old. She told me a man named Ben Yazzie Sheep had been knifed to death by a wolf.
Oh, too much knife play going on. I have a cousin who has a nephew who stabbed a Nike over in Gallup.
Yeah, I heard something about that. I can't remember his name. Did that guy die?
Oh, they say he got well. The boy should come in and talk to law and order. Be better if he did.
Well, how's he going to know?
I heard one of the boys from the Nez outfit went back up into Lukachuka country and told him about it.
Do you know which boy?
Funny you ask me that. A man up on the ridge asked my sister's husband the same thing. The man was Bill Akani, like you.
Really? When? Was he driving a green van?
Well, it was like a truck they use for delivering bread, with a door in back and a trailer. That was 3-4 weeks ago. I don't know what color.
It was dark by the time I got back to camp, and I was tired and hungry, having not eaten since morning. Jeremy had a half-eaten can of stew waiting on the portable stove. After supper, we each crawled into our sleeping bags and, in silent darkness, watched the moon light the top of the canyon walls.
What was that?
It was a coyote or Sheepherder's lost dog, maybe. Could be one of my witches turned into a wolf for the evening.
I say it's a witch, because this frog rock of yours keeps me safe from witches.
I smiled at myself in the dark. What I'd given Jeremy wasn't really a Navajo charm at all. It was a much older Anasazi fertility token with nothing at all to do with witches. Well, of course, it didn't really matter. Wolves, witchcraft, superstition, and the look on the face of Louis Horseman. Little did I suspect they were all connected, or what terror was all about.
You are listening to Mutual's presentation of The Zero Hour.
If your house needs insulation, and you don't have storm windows and doors and caulking around the doors and windows, you could be spending 50% more than necessary on heating costs this winter. The National Bureau of Standards recommends 3 inches of insulation in the walls and under the floor of your house, and 6 inches in the attic. Weather stripping movable door and window joints and caulking around the frames will stop cold drafts. And storm windows and doors can drastically cut heat loss through glass. While you're thinking about heat loss, hot water pipes lose a lot of their heat going through cool basements, unless they have an insulated wrapping. So think seriously about spending a little money to save quite a bit. You will also save on short fuel supplies. For more information about cutting heating and cooling costs, send for a copy of the fact sheet Home Energy Savers. It's free from Consumer Information, Pueblo, Colorado.
Tomorrow at this time, rest your eyes and listen here to this week's continuing study in suspense, The Blessing Way. I'm Rod Serling, and this is The Zero Hour.
This episode brought to you in part by Ford and Metropolitan Life. This is The Zero Hour on Mutual Radio.
You have been listening to The Zero Hour, a presentation of the Mutual Broadcasting System in association with Hollywood Radio Theater. Heard every weekday at this time. Rod Serling is your host. Zero Hour is produced and directed by Elliott Lewis. The Hollywood Radio Theater theme was played by Ferranti and Teicher and is now available on United Artists Records and Tapes. Hugh Douglas speaking. Tune in tomorrow, and once again,
rest your eyes and listen here
to The Zero Hour.
This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
You are listening to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Brought to you by G3PL.com.
Subscribe for more
Now,
videos.
Roma Wines presents Suspense.
Voyage Through Darkness, starring Olivia de Havilland and Reginald Gardner.
Suspense is presented for your enjoyment by Roma Wines. That's R-O-M-A, Roma Wines. Those excellent California wines that can add so much pleasantness to the way you live, to your happiness in entertaining guests, to your enjoyment of everyday meals. Yes, right now a glassful would be very pleasant as Roma Wines bring you Suspense. This is the Man in Black, here for the Roma Wine Company of Fresno, California. Tonight from Hollywood, we bring you the distinguished American leading lady of the screen, Miss Olivia de Havilland. Miss de Havilland appears as a girl named Judith Webster, who found herself embarked upon a journey into darkness. Traveling with her on this perilous voyage is that suave and debonair actor, Mr. Reginald Gardner. So with the performances of Mr. Havilland and Mr. Gardner in this sea-going adventure play, we again hope to keep you in suspense.
It happened in 1939, shortly before England and Germany were at war. I was in London, serving as traveling companion to Mrs. Edna Prescott, a wealthy, quite elderly American woman. She wasn't a pleasant person, and the city's practiced blackouts were a particular source of annoyance to her. I remember thinking how ironic it was that she should die during one of them. I even thought it the cause, until the doctors assured me her death was due to a common heart ailment. I was very busy for the next few days, arranging passage to America, getting my train ticket down to Southampton, and carrying out the promise I had made so many times to Mrs. Prescott. I didn't relish any part of that.
Miss Webster, oh, yes. The young woman who's escorting the casket. Oh, here's your ticket. Gate 5, please.
Both trains for Southampton! This way, please!
The young woman who's escorting the casket. He said it so matter-of-factly, as if such things occurred every day. I suppose they do. And yet, every minute on that train I felt uncomfortable, on edge. It seemed as if the trip to Southampton and the steamer docks would never end. I remember how glad I was when it did, and how cheerful the steward's voice sounded as he greeted me at the head of the gangway.
Good evening, miss. Welcome aboard. May I show you to your cabin?
Please do, steward. I'm very tired.
12A, B deck. This way, miss.
Tracking down blackout killer! Police hot on train with blackout killer!
I hope they get him all right, miss.
Get who?
Police have new clue on blackout killer!
Boy, that blackout killer. The police have a new clue on him, he says.
Oh, yes. An awful thing.
Ah, here we are, miss. 12A. You have it all to yourself.
Thank you, steward. Oh, I'm sorry. Here you are.
Oh, that's quite all right, miss. Thanks, and good night. Call me if you need me now.
Good night. In my stateroom, perfectly safe, I realized how jittery I'd been, how upset. And now, how relieved. Suddenly I began to laugh right out loud. My fears had been so foolish, so very foolish. An hour later, I went out on deck. I no longer felt tired, and I wanted to watch the lights of the coastline fading away from us. I was standing near the aft rail, quietly looking out across the water, when he first spoke.
Beautiful, isn't it?
Oh.
I'm sorry. Did I frighten you?
Oh, yes. Yes, you did. I didn't realize there was anyone near that lifeboat.
Well, I'm sorry. I was sure you saw me. I never would have...
Well, it's all right, really. I've been nervous tonight anyway. I'm not always so jumpy.
What you need is an ocean voyage.
Maybe that's it.
Were you watching the shore lights?
Yes, and I never did answer your question. They are beautiful.
Very. And the sea alone is beautiful. She has moods, you know, just like a woman. Gentle sometimes and soothing, then suddenly flying into a rage and dashing things to pieces.
And then quieting right down again.
That's right. I see we feel the same about her.
Does she frighten you sometimes?
The same way women frighten me.
Oh?
I mean, when I don't understand them.
Well, I thought it was the general male consensus that we weren't supposed to be understood.
Only loved. Isn't that the rest of it?
Something like that.
Anyway, it's a philosophy I disagree with.
That's refreshing.
Ah, the lady is amused.
Oh, not at all. It's just that the lady detects a bachelor.
Because I have a mind of my own?
Well, that's one good clue. Well, listen to me. I'm lecturing to you as if I believe that bit of triteness ends up as if I'd known you all my life.
Oh, wait a minute. There's another which makes it perfectly all right. It's that shipboard friendships last forever business. However, my name is Alan Bruce. Yours?
Judith Webster.
Miss or?
Miss.
Good. Well, we got through that.
Quite nicely.
You suppose we could get through a dance? There's music in the salon.
Well, there's no longer any view of the shore lights. However, you did say the sea alone was beautiful.
I was so wrong. There's nothing as monotonous as all that water.
It is kind of flat.
Yes, well, let's trade it for champagne, shall we? Be with you in a minute.
Where are you going?
Well, just over here. Wanted to do the skipper a little favor.
What is it? Oh, the lifeboat cover. How did that ever get so loose?
I don't know. I noticed it a while back. There. Well, that should do it.
Strange. It was almost as if... Oh, no.
Well, what were you going to say?
Well, I was going to get melodramatic and suggest that someone might have been hiding there.
You mean a stowaway?
Yes. Well, of course it's silly.
I wouldn't say so.
You're joking.
Not at all. It's quite possible someone could have slipped on board and hid in that boat. That's why I think we shouldn't mention this to anyone.
What?
It would only cause an alarm.
But I don't understand. You really think there might have been someone... I shall never forget that moment and the thoughts which went racing through my mind. My nervousness on the train, those horrible headlines about the blackout killer that newsboy had shouted an hour before, Alan's strange attitude about the lifeboat, the whole unpleasant nature of this voyage, and my promise to Mrs. Prescott. I wanted to turn and run, wanted to cry out, but somehow I couldn't. It was like a dream when you can't move. And then the darkness was swept away, and I was no longer dreaming. I was in Alan's arms dancing. There were laughing, carefree people all about us, and the ship's salon was so bright and friendly. I was ashamed for even thinking there might have been anything wrong.
Had enough? They just brought our champagne.
Well, in that case, yes. I'd about given up.
Well, a fine way to talk about my dancing.
You know perfectly well what I mean.
Oh, all right. Let her go, waiter.
Right you are, sir.
There we are. All right. Thank you, waiter. That'll be all.
Yes, sir.
Oh, that does look good.
And is. Well, what should we toast to? Shipboard friendship?
Shipboard friendship.
You know,
What is it? Something wrong?
No, nothing at all. Just thought I saw some, and will you excuse me a moment?
Well, of course.
I won't be long.
Everything all right, miss? Oh, excuse me, miss, but the gentleman, he dropped this billfold.
Oh, thank you, waiter. I didn't notice. Would you just leave it there on the table?
Very good, miss. There you are.
The billfold fell open as the waiter placed it on the table. I couldn't take my eyes from it. There was an identification card in plain sight. The name on the card was not Alan Bruce. It was Charles Drew.
Sorry to have run off that way. I never should have. didn't know the fellow at all. Say, you haven't touched your champagne. You'll let all the kick go out of it.
I'm afraid all the kick has gone out of it.
Well, we'll soon take care of it. Oh, my billfold. Where did you find it?
It was on the floor. The waiter picked it up.
The waiter, did he look at it?
No.
Well, we found an honest man, eh? Have to remember him.
Hadn't you better look to see if you found an honest woman?
I'll take a chance.
On my honesty, yes. But what about a woman's curiosity?
Oh, I see. Well, now you know. Really? Well, I must be more careful of my things in future. But you know, I'm sure you wouldn't tell anyone anything.
No?
No. I knew from the very first that I could trust you implicitly.
Stop your music. Stop your music. Stop your music. Stop.
Say, what's happening? What's up, Stuart? Why is the music stop? What's the matter here?
Attention, everybody, everybody. The first officer has something to say to us.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sorry to break in on your dancing this way, but I assure you this won't take long. We've just received a radiogram from London, and I must ask your cooperation.
Something important? Maybe it's war with Germany.
No, it isn't war. Nothing nearly as alarming as that. However, the London police suspect that we're carrying a stowaway, and they've asked us to make a thorough search of the ship and report back to them.
Really? Must be a criminal.
A criminal? Oh, no, I don't...
Perhaps it's the blackout killer.
A killer on our ship?
Now, wait a moment, please, ladies and gentlemen. It won't help to get excited. The ship is being searched. He'll never get off. All we ask is that you keep your cabins locked.
I was afraid this might happen.
How long did you expect to keep it from them?
Well, naturally, I was hoping they'd never... Judith. Well, Judith, what's wrong? Where are you going?
Hey, look at him.
Well, what the devil?
Hey, what's the matter, handsome? She run out on you?
Well, please let me through, will you?
Okay, sure. Go to it, mister. Don't let her get away. You know, maybe she thinks that you're the blackout killer.
Tonight, for suspense, Roma Wines are bringing you Olivia de Havilland and Reginald Gardner. You have heard them in the first act of Voyage Through Darkness by Joel Malone, tonight's tale of suspense.
It is a fact that connoisseurs of many foreign lands have discovered the excellence of Roma wines, the greatness of California's wine country from which Roma comes. But millions of Americans also know these things and have made Roma by far the most popular, the largest selling of all America's wines. Here at home, Roma wines are truly inexpensive. For only pennies a glass, your meals, your entertaining, can have the added delight of superb Roma wines. You will find them constant in quality, of unvarying excellent taste and character. Fine products of age-old winemaking skill, perfected by modern knowledge. To start enjoying this really fine wine yourself, simply place on the table with dinner tomorrow a well-chilled bottle of hearty, ruby red Roma California Burgundy. Don't worry about what the meal is or what glasses you have handy. You'll be delightfully surprised at how much extra enjoyment you get from your meal. How Roma wine makes even the simplest meal a feast. Enjoy Roma wines anytime with meals when entertaining. It's the easy, inexpensive way to make a big hit with guests and with the family. Be sure to ask your dealer for R-O-M-A, Roma wines, made in California for enjoyment throughout the world.
And now it is with pleasure that we bring back to our soundstage Miss Olivia de Havilland and Mr. Reginald Gardner as they continue Voyage Through Darkness, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
I'll never know why I left the dining salon without telling them. Certainly there could no longer be any doubt. It was all too clear. That loose canvas covering on the lifeboat, the way he'd been standing there, even the name he had given me, Alan Bruce. I saw it later on the regular passenger list. He must have killed Bruce and thrown him overboard, taking not only his name, but his stateroom and clothes. It was all so fantastic. Worse than anything else, I had almost fallen in love with him. He knew that, I'm certain. It was why he was so confident that I wouldn't tell anyone. And I didn't. Not even when I spoke to the first officer about my promise to Mrs. Prescott. I wanted to tell him, but somehow...
Webster, I'll arrange it for early tomorrow morning. Most of the passengers will be asleep.
Thank you. I suppose it's rather unusual, but then Mrs. Prescott was an unusual woman.
I haven't conducted a burial at sea since the last war. However, I'm not entirely unprepared. The company officials spoke to me about this before sailing, and... Well, now, don't you worry, Miss Webster. The ceremony will be quite in order, I assure you.
Thank you.
I'll bid you good day, ma'am.
I wish you hadn't done that. Oh, I'm sorry. I seem to have a habit of startling you.
What do you want? How long have you been standing there?
Long enough to overhear that conversation.
You had no right. What are you doing in my cabin?
Please, I know what you're going to say. I had no right to be here or to listen. However, it's fortunate that I did.
What do you mean?
I didn't know that it was Mrs. Prescott's desire to be buried at sea.
No one knew it. But it was her last wish. I promised her would be carried out.
And tomorrow morning you're keeping that promise?
Yes. And now, if you'll excuse me, I don't feel very well. I'd like to...
Wait, please, Judith. You've been avoiding me, haven't you?
Yes, I have.
I hope it's only because you've been upset. About Mrs. Prescott, I mean.
That's one reason.
Oh, I'm sorry. I almost thought we were beginning to become very good friends. You know, you're the only person on board whom I can trust.
You're very sure about that, aren't you?
Of course. You know who I am and what I'm doing on this ship, and yet you've told no one.
I've wanted to.
I know. Women were never meant to keep secrets. However, I'm going to ask you to keep one more.
I'd rather not.
Sorry. I must include you this time. You see, it requires a change in your plans so they'll fit in with mine.
I'm afraid I don't understand.
It's very simple. Judith, this may upset you, but I must ask that you tell them that you've changed your mind, that you don't want Mrs. Prescott buried at sea.
What?
You remember what they said? Even if they couldn't find the stowaway, he'd never get off the ship. Well, he could get off. Very easily, if you'd allow him to take Mrs. Prescott's place in that casket.
What, in that casket?
Yes. Clever, eh?
Clever?
Well, not every man would think of it. Simple as it may seem, everyone searching the ship, questioning each passenger, and all the while the man they were seeking would be safe inside the casket. He would only have to wait, patiently, and then be hoisted from the ship's hold, lowered onto the pier, and whisked safely away in a funeral car.
And when he was discovered by the funeral attendants?
Oh, I'm sure they'd be so shocked at the dead coming to life, he'd have little trouble in...
Stop it! Stop it, do you hear? If you haven't any respect for the dead, I'm afraid I have.
Oh, Mrs. Prescott, you mean? I should have told you that part of it. Her last wish has already been carried out. You see, her body was removed from the casket the night we sailed. Mrs. Prescott is already buried at sea.
You've thought of everything, haven't you?
Yes. In my position, one must.
I remained in my cabin all that day and the next. I was afraid to see him again. I can't explain the strange fascination he held over me. I remember how surprised the first officer looked when I told him I had changed my mind about the burial. It was as if he sensed the truth, as if he knew Mrs. Prescott's body wasn't in the casket, that it was empty. But of course it was only my imagination and my sense of guilt for this terrible wrong I was doing. When we sailed into New York York Harbor, I went out on deck. He was standing there near the port rail. I went up to him. He turned and smiled as if he'd been expecting me.
Oh, there you are. I've missed you. Haven't been under the weather?
No, I've been perfectly well.
You had me worried, not showing up at dinner. You know, I've come to depend on you.
Yes, I know.
I've decided not to let you get away from me. After this is all over, we must,
You haven't much time.
Oh, that's right. This may not be easy. Wish me luck?
Haven't I done more than that already?
Yes, of course. Only, like this, Judith.
As suddenly as he had taken me in his arms, he released me, and I remained there by the rail as he hurried away. I watched as the ship moved on into the harbor under the guidance of the tugboats with their shrill, insistent little whistles. I listened to the shouts of the crew and longshoremen. Soon we were alongside the pier. And the steward was shouting from the head of the gangway, and then I saw it. The casket. They were lowering it toward the pier. There was a car waiting, a long black car, and suddenly I realized what I had done, what a fool I had been, what a cowardly, frightened little fool. Wait! Stop them! Don't let them take it! Don't let them! Wait, please! You mustn't touch that casket. There's something wrong.
Huh? Hey, what's the matter with you, lady? Get out of the way, will you?
But there's a man in there alive. He's hiding.
Sure. Hide and go seek he's played in a coffin. Go on, lady. We got work to do. Slam those rear doors tight, Ed.
Please, you must listen to me. If you won't, I'll call the police. Someone has got to stop him.
Did I hear you call for the police?
Oh, yes, these men won't listen to me, but there's a man hiding in this casket.
Of course there is. We put him in there, Judith.
What did you say?
I said we put him in there. Or rather, we let him walk right into our trap.
Wait a minute. Are you trying to tell me there's someone else inside that casket?
Well, surely you're not trying to say that you thought I was in there.
But who else?
Who else? Why, the blackout killer, of course.
Then he's getting away. You're letting him get away.
No, Judith. No. Those men know who's inside that casket. And they know right where to take him.
Take him?
You know, Judith, for someone who helped plan this entire thing, you're acting very strangely.
I'm acting strangely?
It's almost as if you didn't know who I am at all.
I don't.
What?
I said I don't know you. I still don't.
But the night I dropped my billfold, I thought surely you...
All I learned that night was your real name, Charles Drew.
You mean you didn't look at the rest of my papers?
Certainly not.
But that's amazing. Say, you are different.
Yes, and I suppose you're the everyday run-of-the-mill type. Look, what is this?
Oh, it's all very simple, Judith. I thought you'd learned of my affiliation with Scotland Yard when you had my billfold.
You mean you're a detective?
I've even been called a bloodhound.
Then all this time, you've been trailing the killer.
That's right. We had a tip-off he might be on this ship, and when I discovered the loose lifeboat covering, I was certain of it.
Then Alan Bruce, he wasn't murdered at all.
He never existed. Just a name I was using. Good Lord, Judith, you know detectives never travel under their own names. It just isn't done.
No, everything has to be done the hard way. I suppose that's why you just didn't find the killer and arrest him on board.
Oh, no, hardly. You see, I couldn't find him. Searched the ship from top to bottom, and I guess he really would have given me the slip if I hadn't looked in the casket.
He was hiding there all the time?
No, it was empty.
I don't get it.
Well, neither did I at first. And then I began to wonder why he would remove Mrs. Prescott's body from her casket unless it was part of some plan. And I decided that it was. A weird yet thoroughly clever plan. Remember I told you not every man would think of it?
Yes, you did say that.
He had only to wait patiently until the ship docked.
Then, at the last minute, slip into the casket.
And be hoisted out of the hold onto the pier and whisked safely away in the funeral car.
And to think, if it hadn't been for you, he might have gotten away with it.
Oh, you helped plenty. By calling off that burial and leaving the way open for him.
Oh, no, Charles. I nearly wrecked everything. I thought you were the killer.
Well, no wonder you avoided me.
I was so mixed up. I thought I knew so much.
No, it's my fault, darling. I overestimated you. Is it all clear to you now?
Well, No, that is, it's clear about how, well, the killer and the casket, but I don't know whether...
What? You mean about the lifeboat and...
No, about you. I'm not clear whether...
You mean whether or not I'm really Scotland Yard? Well, I am. You can really...
No, I'm just not sure whether...
But, Judith, there's nothing else. Oh, except, of course, that I love you, and...
What was that again?
I said I love you.
How can I be sure?
Judith, darling.
Oh, Charles. That makes it very clear.
And so closes Voyage Through Darkness, starring Olivia de Havilland and Reginald Gardner. Tonight's study in suspense. Suspense is produced and directed by William Spear.
If you are one who does not yet know how much and how delightfully Roma wines add to your meals, well, let me urge you not to miss out any longer on such a treat as this. There's nothing complicated about it. Just get and serve Roma wine with any meal or any time in any kind of glass you wish. Serve it chilled. Try the many different kinds of Roma wine until you find those you like best of all. Try Roma California Sherry with its wonderful nut-like flavor as an appetizer. Or Ruby Red Roma Burgundy, or the deliciously delicate flavored Roma Sauterne. These superb wines cost you only pennies a glassful. Yet they make even the simplest meal taste like $1 million. Get some today. And if your dealer is temporarily out of Roma, please try again soon. Ask for ROMA, Roma Wines, America's largest selling wines, made in California for enjoyment throughout the world.
This is Olivia de Havilland. I have certainly enjoyed appearing here tonight on Suspense, which is a program I've admired for a very long time. Our government has asked us to bring to the attention of women listeners a very important message. In spite of our wonderful victories on all the fighting fronts, you must remember that the war is by no means over or nearly over. Hundreds of thousands of women must get into war work this year. You're desperately needed, both because you are admirably fitted for these jobs and because you represent the only adequate source of labor to replace the men in the armed forces and in the heavy war industries. Make a realistic appraisal of your household duties and your state of health. Talk it over with your family and with friends who are now employed in war work or in one of the branches of the Women's Armed Services. If you are still in doubt after analyzing the situation, go to the United States Employment Service office and ask for information about the kinds of full-time or part-time jobs for which you are best suited. We cannot stress too highly how vitally necessary your immediate action can be. And here is a thought for everyone. 6 million Americans are fighting overseas. Here at home, let us all remember that until final victory everywhere, winning the war still comes first with every last one of us.
Reginald Gardner appeared through the courtesy of 20th Century Fox, producers of Darrell F. Zanuck's Wilson. Next Thursday, same time, Joseph Cotton will be your star of Suspense.
Presented by Roma Wines, ROMA, made in California for enjoyment throughout the world.
You are listening to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Brought to you by G3PL.com.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Welcome Welcome to the exciting world of your own imagination. The lithe body, muscles rippling, seems suspended in air, twisted in its last agony. The goat legs flexed in their last spring. The beautiful boy's face transformed by a snarl of agony as the arrow bites through the back flesh to bury itself deep in the heart. This is a legendary bronze statue called the Dying Fawn. Legendary in more ways than one.
Jameson?
Miss Abbott.
Not any longer. This is my husband, David Cavelli.
How do you do, sir?
I've heard so much about you. It's my pleasure, Jameson.
Congratulations, Miss Abbott. I mean, Mrs.
Time for that afterwards. Are the others here?
Mrs. Abbott and Mr. Pierce arrived this afternoon.
Are they with him now?
No, Miss Sarah. Like you, they were too late.
Oh, no. You mean he's dead?
It was to be expected.
When?
The statue started to bleed the night before last.
Our mystery drama, The Bleeding Statue, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Ian Martin and stars Patricia Elliott and Tony Roberts. It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, brewers of Budweiser. I'll be back shortly with Act One.
Give your hand to a friend. Give your heart to your love, But give your allergy to contact.
Allergy is our business, too. We know pollen. And we know that any of the 12,000 quarts of air you breathe each day may contain enough pollen to make your eyes itch, make you sneeze, and drip. We also know an ingredient that helps block pollen's bad effects. It's the antihistamine most prescribed by allergy specialists. It's an ingredient in contact.
Give your hand to a friend. Give your heart to your love,
The tiny time pills in one contact keep this antihistamine working up to 12 full hours. All day, all night.
Give your allergy to contact.
Take contact only when needed, only as directed.
If you love spaghetti like I love spaghetti, I know what you're looking for. So come on, get ready. Great spaghetti at the spaghetti store. If you want spaghetti, the best spaghetti, you don't have to look no more. Get your taste buds ready for great spaghetti at the spaghetti store.
Here's a riddle for you. What has 6 different kinds of spaghetti? Chicken, mushroom, meat sauce, shrimp, meatballs, or a combination of any of the above?
Oh, that's easy.
And dinner prices from $2.10 to $2.85.
Still easy.
And additional selection from ravioli to steak.
That's not a riddle, that's a cross-examination.
Come on, what's the answer?
The spaghetti store. Now, here's one for you. What has blue eyes and a craving for spaghetti?
Paul Newman's stomach.
No, me, meatball.
When you come in, bring your appetite. There's one thing you know for sure. Great spaghetti we've got, and it don't cost a lot. At the spaghetti store.
9731 West Northwest Highway. Also Arlington and Fort Worth.
What is more mystical than a statue? The wounded fawn. No one is sure that it was not originally chiseled in marble, that the bronze we know today was not taken from a long-lost original. Where it comes from, no one knows. Where it was perhaps best known to the public at large was in its last appearance, or disappearance, on the stage of the Palace Theater as the climax of the farewell tour of Prior Abbott, the Merlin of the magicians.
Thank you. And now, if you ladies and gentlemen will permit, my greatest illusion, the death of the wounded fawn. Park the curtains, please. There he is for the last time on any stage. I beg your pardon, dear audience, the second last time. For if I'm to make him disappear, I would have to make him reappear, and both in front of your very eyes. Observe the dying fawn. 1,440 pounds of cast bronze. I invite any member of the audience who questions this assessment of weight to join me on the stage. I only wish to know that all of you are ready to believe that this statue does have a life and volition of its own, for it is about to disappear before your very eyes. Concentrate, observe, Be aware and beware.
That was back in 1936, David.
15 years before I was born. 18 for you. How do you know about that final performance? You weren't there.
Neither was my mother. She was about 5 then.
Strange.
What?
I can't connect your grandfather. Now, what do I call him? Not what you do.
The Wizard.
It's kind of corny.
Not for me. It was my mother's second marriage. I was 5 years old. Mother was about 28. He was 57. Much as I loved him and as full as life as he was, I never could call him Dad, and Grandpa would have been an insult. So, because of all the marvelous tricks he did, he became the Wizard. Oh, David, you never saw anyone so young as the Wizard, in body as well as in mind. That's why I can't...
Easy does it, baby. You've done your crying for him.
It's awful to think of him lying in that coffin, dead. I can't believe it isn't just another illusion. And when we go down to dinner, that he won't have escaped like Houdini and be sitting waiting for us with a big smile.
I'm afraid even the Wizard can't spring himself loose from this one. Oh, I'd better get my best bib and tie on to greet your relatives.
I wouldn't worry about them.
Well, I don't want to make too bad an impression. Your stepbrother's a pretty important man in my life.
Because he's president of Abbott's Tool and Machine. Oh, yes, it's just a figurehead. Now, there's only one man who could...
Come on now, Sarah.
I just can't believe he's dead. He was... Oh, David, you just had to have known him to understand. He was indestructible.
Darling, he was going on 76.
But he didn't look or act more than 50.
Well, you hadn't seen him in more than 2 years.
Yes, you're right, of course, but even then, even with a heart attack and my mother dying...
You don't have to tell me, Sarah. God knows he was a giant to me. But not as a magician, as an industrialist, an inventor, an innovator. I never knew all that came from being a... Well, it sounds crazy to put it this way, but a plain magician.
Oh, he was no plain magician. I've seen blueprints of some of his illusions, and they're more complicated than splitting the atom.
Hey, it's almost 7:30. Now, look, I've got to have at least a clean shirt.
Yes?
Excuse me, madam, but dinner will be served in half an hour.
We'll be right down, Jamie. He's always so formal.
Well, he kind of gives me the shivers. What was that bit about the statue starting to bleed?
Oh, that's a silly old legend.
You want to tell your silly young husband what?
But I think the Wizard probably made it up for the act.
Well, I'm persistent if nothing else. Made up what?
Well, it's a very old statue, you know. Quite priceless.
Well, since it happens to be my hobby, I know as much about it as you. It's either fired from a mold of a Greek original in marble, or else it was commissioned by Cosimo de' Medici in the early 1600s and is possibly by Benvenuto Cellini himself, right?
Right.
But impossible to authenticate?
That's right. But it did belong at one time or another to the de' Medicis and to some later kings of France, they say.
Whoever they are. And what exactly do they say?
That whenever the head of a household to whom it belongs is marked for death, the statue starts to bleed. I don't want to be late for dinner.
No, we won't be. I just had to see this fabulous statue.
Well, there he is.
Wow. What a setting. He's magnificent, whoever the sculptor was.
He's sad. Poor wounded God.
God?
Come closer. Look at him. He's not just a faun. He has to be Pan himself.
Without the horns.
Ageless, deathless. The spirit of youth and life. Just like the Wizard. I never thought he could really die.
Hush, baby. It's the only thing none of us can sidestep. Hey, where's this blood supposed to come from?
From the air wound, of course.
Right here? It's between the shoulders?
Oh, I suppose. I've never seen it. It's just a story, David. What is it?
It's nothing.
Let me see your hand. You touched the statue.
Look, it's just rust, darling, that's all.
Bronze doesn't rust, David. That's blood.
Are you sure this is sherry, Pierce?
As advertised, and as always, nothing but the best.
It doesn't taste right somehow.
I doubt if anything will until we all find out just where we stand.
It's upsetting that he died so suddenly and unexpectedly. You don't suppose he could have left everything to Sarah? He couldn't do that to us.
Suppose he has.
I'll fight it tooth and nail. I'm his daughter.
Daughter-in-law, to be exact. I'm the last best hope. At least my father, your husband, was his son.
I hope he's recognized that in the will. And how do we handle this new husband Sarah has sprung upon us?
I've no idea. It's too bad the wizard didn't know about him before he kicked off. I doubt if he'd have reacted too well to some European opportunist who wanted to pick up a nice American girl with a lot of money in the family.
Well, he isn't here to react. It's up to us.
Pardon me, madam.
Yes, Jemison, what is it?
Mr. and Mrs. Cavelli have returned from the garden. Dinner is here.
Thank you, Jemison. We'll be right in.
Well, shall we start reacting? Kiss the bride and meet the groom?
Well, since we all seem to have finished dinner, shall we retire to the drawing room for coffee?
And the moment of truth.
You can clear if you wish, Jemison.
Yes, Mrs. Abbott.
Oh, thank you, Jemison. I can pour the coffee, and Pierce will serve the liqueurs. And, Jemison, you can make your arrangements about the tape, whatever they are.
Very good, madam.
Will we have to come to the study to hear it?
No, madam. There are speakers in every room in the house, and I was instructed by the late Mr. Abbott that the tape would activate itself at exactly 9 o'clock this evening.
Activate itself?
Hi, Mr. Cavelli. You see, I don't know where it is.
You never knew my father, Signor Cavelli. In his later years, he was somewhat eccentric. Will you escort me to the drawing room?
Of course, Mrs. Abbott. Nutty as a fruitcake, she means.
Don't talk about the wizard like that.
You know, Sarah, you weren't around in the past few years.
I saw him 2 years ago.
Well,
that was right after his heart attack, and Mother's death right on top of that. Naturally, he was knocked out. But nothing could ever keep him down for long.
that's what you think. He buried himself alive here with Jameson. None of us saw him since the day you went back.
But he wrote me in Italy.
That's more contact than Mother and I had with him. It's a pity you went back to the art school.
Don't make me feel any worse than I already do. He made me go.
I thought you were the apple of his eye.
I also happened to be a carbon copy of my mother.
And the reminder was too poignant.
You think I'd have gone back to Italy otherwise?
There seemed to have been other attractions.
You mean David? I hadn't even met him then.
I wish you never had. I'd always hoped... I think the wizard hoped, too, that you and I...
Why, Pierce, you're my older brother.
Not quite. Not by blood, just by accident of the wizard's many marriages. Older, yes, guilty as charged. Is 16 years or whatever it is all that important?
Oh, come on, Pierce.
Oh, it didn't matter a hoot to the wizard, and your mother was damn near double that with them.
It hadn't anything to do with age or family.
Just choice. Well, all right. Oh, well, let's go in, and on our way, why don't you tell me more of the man you did choose?
I suppose we really should have had espresso for you, Signor Cavelli.
No. Plain American coffee, Mrs. Abbott.
Oh, really? I thought all Italians like...
Mrs. Abbott, I'm not Italian.
Oh? Sarah met you in Rome.
Florence.
Well, Florence. And your name is Cavelli?
Well, that's right, but Italian-American. My father and I were both born in this country.
How nice. But you lived in Italy.
Well, my father was an engineer with United States Motors. 2 years ago, while I was studying to be an engineer at MIT in Boston, the company moved him to their plant in Torino. When I graduated, I went over to join them and met Sarah.
You said in Florence?
Yes, at the Piazza della Signorina, looking at the statues.
You knew, of course, who Sarah's father was.
Well, I knew who Friar Abbott was, but I never guessed that Sarah was his daughter.
Stepdaughter. The wizard actually only had one child.
Your husband, which makes you Friar Abbott's daughter-in-law.
What time is it, David?
It's just about 9.
Well, people, the moment of truth is almost upon us. I don't know about the rest of you, but I think I could do with something to calm the nerves. Brandy for anyone?
I have my coffee. I don't know.
Why don't you, darling? I might join you.
Why not? Signor Cavelli, would you help...
Since we are family, may we make it David?
Very well, David. Help Pierce get the brandies. I'll pour the coffee.
As you wish.
Tell me, Sarah, did the wizard know about this hasty marriage of yours? It wasn't all that hasty. Except at the last moment. You haven't answered my question. No, the answer is no. But let me explain exactly what...
'Tis the witching hour.
Pierce.
Well, the whole thing is a bit spooky, Mother. Within seconds, all of us are going to face our futures, just where each of us is going, and all manipulated like puppets from beyond the grave. I wonder what particular trick the wizard has up his sleeve this time.
We're about to find out.
Pierce Abbott termed it the moment of truth. Are we to hear it from a disembodied voice speaking out of the past? And what will the truth mean for the four people sitting, awaiting that voice? I'll return shortly with Act Two.
When you say Budweiser, when you say Bud, you've said a lot of things nobody else can say. When you say Bud, you've gone as far as you can go to get the very best. When you say Bud, you've said the word that means you like to do it all. When you say Bud, it means you want the beer that's got a taste that's number one. When you say Bud, you tell the world you know what makes it all the way. When you say Bud, you say you care enough to only want the king of beers. There is no other one. There's only something less. Because the king of beers is leading all the rest. When you say Budweiser, you've said it all.
Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis.
Hi, I'm Matt Rayburn, left half for the Celtics. I'd like to invite you to bring the entire family out to see the Dallas Tornadoes play the Philadelphians on May 25th at Texas Stadium. The game is sponsored by Sales and Marketing Executives of Dallas, and the money they raise will go to help young people like me. For ticket information, drop by the booth at Irving Mall or North Park, or call the Dallas Sales Executives at 747-9675. Don't forget now, Dallas Tornado soccer game at Texas Stadium, May 25th. I'll see you there.
For ticket information, call the Dallas Sales Executives at 747-9675. Soccer Spectacular, May 25th, Texas Stadium. Don't miss it.
Built in the late 20s, Abbott House is a Gothic castle perched on a promontory that juts out into the mouth of the Connecticut River. Now bathed in fitful moonlight, its flying buttresses and ornamental gables seem almost as much of an illusion as any of the great ones that made the immortal P.J. Abbott the beginnings of his fabulous fortune on the stage. An illusion of immortality fostered at this moment as his voice speaks from the grave.
Good evening, dear family. It almost seems like the good old days when I stepped out behind the footlights. Of course, in those days, I never dreamed that I would one day exercise my powers from beyond the grave. When you hear this, I shall be dead, my will signed, sealed, attested, and delivered to the hands of my attorney. It leaves everything I have completely and totally to my beloved Sarah, without let nor hindrance, now that she is 21 years of age.
Everything? How dare he?
God, what am I going to do?
No, I don't want it all.
Subject to these provisions, in the event that my daughter-in-law and her son will sign papers prepared by my attorneys waiving all right or claim to my estate, or legal moves to contest it, they will receive jointly an income yearly till their deaths of what I shall call 30 pieces of silver, the equivalent of $30,000. I further make it a condition that until the will is probated, that all three of you shall stay here at Abbott's house, nor shall any of you leave the grounds for any reason whatsoever.
He's crazy.
Don't ever say that about the wizard.
And just in case any of you question my sanity, my will is attested to by 3 objective psychiatrists who have found me sound of mind. And now for a few personal messages.
Can't someone turn that off? I don't want to hear any more.
I've arranged there's no way for you to turn this recording off. I want you all to hear. Sarah, you and your mother were the 2 bright spots in my life. Your mother was taken from me. I don't think it was an accident, but I can't prove otherwise. So the best I can do is what I have done. But please, Sarah, whatever the others do, you stay here. For here, I promise you, you are safe. If ever you need help, run to the statue and ask for it. You will find it. A last good night from the wizard, who trusts you and loves no one but you.
Insane. Absolutely mad as a hatter.
What was all that about Sarah's mother?
He's trying to suggest that we had something to do with her death.
Oh, Sarah, I hope you don't think...
Yes. I don't want to think at all at the moment. I've been traveling for something like 16 hours and my head is splitting.
I'm a bit cross-eyed myself. If you'll excuse us, I think we'll turn in. Yes, we're all a bit rocky. Come on, Sarah.
Yes, David.
Will you excuse us, Mrs. Abbott?
Of course.
We're both really bushed.
But
night, Aunt Rose.
Good night. I'm not going to let him get away with it, Pierce.
Take it easy, Mother.
Not on your life. For that matter, on both our lives. That's what we're going to have to fight for, baby boy.
Oh, would you please stop that?
I'm sorry, Pierce, silly habit, but you're all I've ever had.
Well, let's not start down that road.
No, you're quite right. That isn't what has to concern us at the moment. That little witch, that someone from nowhere, just like her mother. She's not going to take away Abbott's house and the business and everything else from us without a fight. It's ours.
Not if the wizard left the will he said he did.
Wills can be voided.
I wouldn't count on it. I'll take odds his can't be overturned. He's sure to have covered every angle.
Except one.
What's that?
The heir has got to be alive to succeed to the estate.
I think I'm too tired to get ready for bed. David?
What?
What are you staring at out the window?
That damn statue? That haunts me.
Why?
Oh, a lot of reasons. Sarah, I don't like this. I don't like any part of it.
What, David?
It's all so crazy. Statues that bleed and disembodied voices on hidden tape recorders. Your stepsister or whatever relation she is to you. And Pierce, the suggestion that your mother's death was... How did she die, darling?
Well, I was away, so I only know what I was told. The wizard had had a heart attack, and she'd been nursing him. She came downstairs and told them that she wanted a breath of air, and she went out...
Wait a minute. Who is them?
Then Pierce and Rose and Jameson.
Where were they?
Rose and Pierce were in the drawing room. Jameson was in the pantry.
And none of them followed your mother?
Followed her?
How did she die?
I guessed she had a sort of fainting spell. And she fell and hit her head somewhere on the statue. And while she was unconscious, she drowned in that little pool behind the statue.
You're sure of that?
Well, what else could have happened? There was a coroner's inquest, a lot of newspaper stories, of course.
Then what do you make of your father's obvious accusation that they were responsible?
I don't know. Maybe they're right. That the wizard was never really himself again. Oh, David, I wish you could have known him. He was marvelous. The most marvelous person I ever knew. Before you.
Holy smoke.
What is it?
The statue, it isn't there anymore. It's gone.
What do you mean? Where?
Wait a minute. Cloud just drifted across the moon. As soon as it clears, you'll see.
But it couldn't just disappear.
But it did. There's nothing there but the empty pedestal. And the grotto and that little pool rippling in the moonlight. Wait a minute. That cloud's just about to clear and I don't believe it.
Well, you'll have to. There it is, large as life.
But it wasn't there a moment ago.
Oh, darling, there must have been a tree branch in the way. How could it disappear? Oh, David, I'm just wrung out. I've got to go to bed. I just want to sleep away today. Do you mind if I use the bathroom first, dear?
Of course, darling. I want to run downstairs for a moment anyway.
Where are you going?
I won't be a minute. I left something in the car. I want to get it.
Oh, thank you for bringing me upstairs, Pierce.
That's all right.
What are we going to do about Sarah?
What do you mean?
Oh, now, don't play games with me. Are we just going to sit still for her taking over everything?
What else can we do?
We didn't when we thought it was going to be our mother.
Look, we got away with it once. We're not going to get away with it again.
We're going to have to. And within the next few days if we're going to.
Not here.
We don't have any chance anywhere else. The girl has got to die.
What good would that do us? The estate would go to her husband.
Her husband? Oh, now that's very interesting, Pierce. This young upstart, ambitious, carefully marrying a young girl without her family's knowledge, obviously anxious to make profit out of it.
What do you have in mind, Mother?
Why wouldn't he be just as anxious to get rid of Sarah as we are, Pierce?
We'd never be able to get away with convincing anyone of that. No, there's only one way.
How?
Now that Grandfather's dead, and we know the secret of the statue, I can fix it so it will seem to kill them.
Both of them? Was that necessary?
It's the only way.
Nothing there now. Heaven knows it seems solid enough. I wonder... Who's that?
It's Jameson, sir. Miss Sarah was asking for you.
Oh, yeah, sure. I'll be right in. Jameson.
Yes, sir?
You've been with the family a long time.
With Mr. Abbott, I was, sir. Nearly 55 years. I started out with him as an assistant in his magic days.
He was about the grand illusionist the whole time, I guess.
No one better, sir. He was beyond peer.
And this statue was one of his better ones, huh?
Before it got cemented into place here at Abbott House, that's nearly 40 years ago.
But he used to make it disappear right on stage, didn't he?
Well, in a manner of speaking.
Well, what does that mean?
An illusion, don't you see? It never moved. It took 11 tons of mirrors and 14 helpers to make it happen. That was the old days. They won't come again. Magic's all gone.
Well, what about the rigmarole of the statue bleeding?
That's something else again, sir. That's way out of the past.
Well, I don't know. I thought I found blood by the arrow wound earlier tonight. It's dry now. It's been wiped off.
Well, I don't know by whom, sir. What should I tell Miss Sarah, sir?
You don't have to tell her anything. I'll go in with you.
When you're tired, fancy plays strange tricks, Mr. Cavelli. I was thinking of making a toddy for Miss Sarah, if she'd like it. There's nothing better for putting you off to sleep.
I'm sure I don't have to ask her. She'd love it.
And yourself, sir?
No, I'll skip the hot drink.
Maybe you'd like to join me in a nightcap, David.
Where did you spring from, the wall?
No, as a matter of fact, I was headed for the pantry here to ask Jameson to make one of his famous toddies for Mother.
And for you, Mr. Abbott?
Oh, no, thank you. I'm a cigar freak. Oh, Jameson, when you've made the drinks, I'll take them up.
Oh, that's all right, sir. I'm happy to be of service. I'll bring them up when they're ready.
Want to join me in a nightcap while we're waiting, David?
Okay. Just a quickie, though. Then I'll walk you upstairs.
Come on, Mother. I took the rest of the powder out of the sleeping pills for Jane.
It's right here, Pierce, but how are you going...
Sheer luck. Jameson is making a hot toddy for both of you girls. With this, I can fix Sarah's so she'll never wake up.
We can't get away with it.
Leave it to me. David and I just had a good night drink. I only had some chloral hydrate to slip in that. But he's going to wake up with a large headache tomorrow.
Dare we risk it?
We have no choice, Mother. We've got to go for broke. If we don't, I'm dead. And as you well know, I'm just selfish enough to make sure that everyone else goes before me.
David? Oh, thank the Lord it's you. Come here, darling. Quickly.
Sarah. Sorry. I don't know. I gotta get to bed. Where is it?
I just looked out the window again, and you're right. The statue just isn't there. It's completely disappeared.
Statue? Something about statue. Darling, I'm sorry.
What's the matter, David?
I'm down one drink. I guess I've one drink too many. I'm blind drunk.
Oh, I was the one who was sleeping before. Now I'm wide awake, and you're...
Jameson, bring you a nice hot toddy. Put you to sleep, like me.
David? No, David. Don't leave me alone. I'm scared. David, I don't know what I'm scared of, but I'm scared.
And well, she should be scared. For with David's collapse, the forces of evil, real and unreal, swarm about Sarah, threatening her very life. Perhaps most terrifying of all is the absence of the statue. For with it gone, and David drugged in sleep, where can she run to for sanctuary? I'll return shortly with Act 3.
Oh, somebody's been drinking my sugar-free Diet 7-Up, and it's all gone.
Oh, actually, I saved a little.
Oh, a bear!
Hiya, Goldie. What's brewing?
That's Miss Goldilocks to you.
Oh, come on, kid. You mean you don't remember me? The cottage, the 3 chairs, the porridge?
Baby bear!
In the fur. Been a long time, Goldie.
But baby bear...
Just call me BB.
You drank all the sugar-free Diet 7-Up, and I have to conduct another diet drink taste test today.
Well, yeah, I saw the sign on the door, a professional taste tester, huh?
But how can I conduct my taste test now?
Why bother? I tried those other diet drinks, too. You'll notice there's still plenty of them around. Why not ask me?
Well, okay, BB. Tell me, why did you drink all the sugar-free Diet 7-Up?
I like the taste. Light, fresh, natural, sugar-free Diet 7-Up is definitely unbearably delicious.
Mm-hmm.
with friends, with family, with people going places, seeing all there is to see. Where the ride is always sure and smooth, you'll find a trusted friend you've always known. It's Firestone. Firestone, Firestone, Firestone.
It's a super sale on a super tire, the Stratos Creek Super Belt. Your Firestone sale headquarters has the Stratos Creek Super Belt for as little as $20.95. Yes, $20.95 plus a $1.88 federal excise tax exchange for the B78 13 size black wall. What a sale! Money stretching prices on a mileage stretching tire. Low sale prices on other sizes and white walls too. This sale won't last forever, so hurry into Firestone. Convenient terms available. Firestone for great prices on great tires.
Scudding clouds that alternately mask and unmask the moon play a ghostly light across the long, curving staircase as Pierce Abbott descends it. The phial of lethal powder spilled from the sleeping pills hidden in his hand. Silently, he crosses to the swinging door of the pantry, edging it open slowly, disappointed to find Jamie facing him.
Yes, Mr. Abbott.
I was just wondering if the drinks were ready to take up.
You'll just have to add the hot water. Anything I can do for you, sir?
Oh, yes,
Excuse my back, sir.
Oh, that's quite all right.
Just getting the kettle?
That's fine, that's fine. What did you say before?
I wondered what brought you down again, sir.
Oh, yes.
Anything I can help you with?
No, I thought perhaps I might have left my lighter down.
Ah, indeed you did. I put it right here on the tray with a glass for your mother.
Yes, thanks. Jameson, it's all right. I might as well take this tray up with me.
If you wish, sir.
Set, Mother. Here you are.
What is it?
One of Jameson's nice, uncomplicated toddies mixed by his own hand. As of this moment, he's delivering the same to Sarah.
The same?
He couldn't testify otherwise. His back was turned when I salted it.
Is my barbiturates?
Enough to kill a gorilla.
We can't get away with drowning them the way we did her mother.
We won't even try to. No, they'll die quite differently.
How?
I've been experimenting with a statue, and I've made a discovery. It moves on hinges and counterweights and escapes into the pool. Take those hinge pins out, reduce the counterweights, and it will collapse and crush anything in the way of its fall.
The secret room would be exposed.
No, there's a false base which slides into place. The whole thing will seem nothing but a tragic accident. Another chapter to add to its legend.
When will you get them there?
Tonight, when everyone's asleep. Sarah may be dead already. David is dead weight, but I can drag them through the secret tunnel. It's mostly downhill. Come on, drink your toddy, go to sleep, and leave this to me.
I won't draw an easy breath all night.
By tomorrow, you'll be able to. We both will.
Oh, it's you, Jamie.
I thought you might like a little toddy before you turn in, Miss Sarah.
The Scottish panacea?
Not exactly, but it does make for a long, peaceful sleep.
I could use that tonight.
Your new husband didn't want any.
No, he's sound asleep already. Well, see you tomorrow, Jamie.
You'd better, or the old wizard would never forgive me.
I only wish he were here.
So do I, Miss Sarah. But don't you worry. Wherever he is, he's looking out for you. Turn the key in the door after I leave. You'll sleep sounder.
Maybe I'll do that. Good night, Jamie.
Good night, Miss Sarah.
All locked up, Jamie.
Aye, Mr. Abbott.
And off to bed, then.
Aye. Are you off yourself?
Hardly keep my eyes open. You've given Miss Abbott her drink, all right?
Oh, yes.
Did I what?
Did you get your mother's to her?
Oh, yes, indeed.
Well, this is where I leave you.
Up the wooden staircase?
My nightly climb.
Sleep sound, Jamie.
Huh?
Sorry, Jamie, old boy. I just have to make sure.
What? Who is it?
Don't turn on that.
Pierce, what are you doing with that pillow?
What are you doing? Awake.
Keep away from me. Pierce, keep away. I'll scream.
Won't do you any good. There's no one to hear.
David!
You might as well try to waken the dead.
Oh, no. He's not. He's not.
Not yet, just knocked out, but he will be.
You must be crazy.
Only desperate. It's the same thing.
Keep away from me. Keep away.
Sorry, Sarah. I have to.
Help me. Someone. Help me. Wizard. Wizard. Help me. Save me.
quickly down into the vault.
They're alive.
Quickly!
Damn you, grandfather. Can't you stay decently dead?
Damn you, son. Can't you stay decent?
I'll make you stay dead this time. I've gone too far to hang back.
I warn you, I won't hesitate to use the gun.
Then don't, or it will be too late.
Pierce! No,
No, I won't let you trick me again. The last trick is going to be mine.
Wizard, look out! The statue!
Too late! We all go together! There isn't anything I can do, Sarah. I can't budge it. Oh, my head.
Are you all right, darling?
I'm still woozy and my head is splitting, but... Oh, here comes Jameson.
Jamie, did you get the police?
Hi, Miss Sarah. They're on their way on an ambulance.
How's Mrs. Abbott?
I'm afraid she's...
Oh, poor Rose.
I wouldn't spare her much sympathy. She only got the drink that was meant for you. Thanks to Jamie.
I switched him. Is Mr. Abbott?
He's alive. Pierce is dead.
Sarah.
Yes, Wizard? I'm here.
I have a lot. Apologies to make.
Don't worry about that now. Police, doctors, they're coming.
Too late.
No. Look, David, Jamie, if all three of us try, we can...
You couldn't move it an inch. I know it well, this old statue. Once I could move it with the flick of my hand. I make it appear, disappear. The magic's gone. This arrow, the wrong end, buried as deep in me as in the old wounded fawn. Things I have to tell you.
It's better not to try to talk.
Let him, Sarah. He wants to.
Jamie, will you tell the most? Jamie, tell him about the last 2 years. After his mother died, Miss Sarah, he was in a bad way. The heart mended physically, but it was still broken. And then he began to think and brood on it. And he was sure that Mr. Pierce or Mrs. Abbott had killed her.
But why would they want to...
If your father had died, honey, all the money would have gone to your mother.
But Mother, or me for that matter, we'd have been willing to share.
Well, there was no way you could prove them responsible for Sarah's mother's death?
None.
And you dreamed up this crazy masquerade just to bring them out in the open?
No, I tell them, Jamie. A few months ago, Mr. Abbott discovered he had a carcinoma. The prognosis was very bad. So, since I was scheduled to die, I decided to advance the date a little. He was worried about you, Miss Sarah, and he wanted to protect you. He was afraid of Mrs. Abbott and Mr. Pierce after what happened to your mother. In this house, from his secret vault, there's a system of reflecting mirrors that lets you see what's happening in any room. And equipment to hear. He knew he could protect you here and maybe unmask Mr. Pierce and his mother.
Wizard, I didn't need your money.
I couldn't have left it to them.
Rest, dear. Please. The ambulance will be here soon.
Too late. For me, child. This is my real farewell appearance.
Wizard, please.
Sing no sad songs for me. I had it all. I leave it all. And I'm glad that in the final grand illusion, my old partner shares it. Funny. The day before you came, I cut my hand on this arrow buried in my chest.
It was blood.
Signaling the death of the head of the house. Now, Sarah, this statue will never bleed again. We die together, he and I. Now watch. I am about to disappear before your very eyes. Concentrate. Observe. Be aware.
And all the rest is silence.
The statue, of course, did not disappear. Restored, it still occupies the grotto. Abbott House is a curiosity. Its periscope mirror system, its intricate sound wiring, its secret passages and subterranean vault, a mecca for tourists. And the statue doesn't bleed. Enough blood has been let, one hopes, to still the legend forever. I'll be back shortly.
Breakfast in the morning, Kellogg's has that wholesome taste to get you up and grinning.
This is Derek Coffer for Kellogg's Special K. You know, for years we've been talking about the Special K breakfast, a great way to start the day if you have a weight problem. You may have seen or heard our latest commercials, which symbolize the problem of being a few pounds overweight by using this ball and chain. That's the sound effect. But so many people have come to know the Special K breakfast that can help solve weight problems, they sometimes forget that Special K is America's favorite high-protein cereal. It has 8 essential vitamins and iron, and so delicious that lots of folks, kids as well as adults, eat Special K just for the sheer good taste of it. So we don't want you to think that you have to wear a ball and chain to eat Special K. All you need is an appreciation for the finer things of life, a 1-ounce bowl of Special K, 4 ounces of skim milk, tomato juice, coffee, and maybe a little sugar. The Special K breakfast can help you lose weight all by itself, but it really is a good start. I'd like to clear up a little misconception, and to do it, I'm going to take you to a Buick dealership. See, a lot of people are considering the purchase of a small car, but they might not consider coming to a Buick dealer to get it. That's a mistake, because right here are all kinds of small cars, imported and domestic, with 4, 6, and 8-cylinder engines, with 2, 3, or 4 doors. Here's our biggest small car, the midsize Century. It's pretty luxurious in there, but the size makes it practical, too. This one's our next smallest, Buick Apollo. Under this hood, there's a 6. Pretty handy these days. Yet because Apollo is a Buick, it has qualities you don't often find in cars this size. And this little rascal is Opel, 4 cylinders, and the best-selling car in Germany. You'll know why when you drive it. Well, there you have it. An impressive small car variety under one roof. At your Buick Opel dealer.
On sober reflection, one can't be too sure, of course, that a legend will die. They tend to persist. But since the head of the Abbott household is now Sarah, and she has at least 50 years ahead of her, few of us will be around to find out. Still, circa 2025, if you have nothing better to do, you might visit Abbott House. Our cast included Patricia Elliott, Tony Roberts, Grace Matthews, Kurt Benson, and Paul Hecht. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by the Kellogg Company, makers of Kellogg's Special K cereal, View Sugar-Free Diet 7-Up, and Contac, the 12-hour allergy capsule. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
You are listening to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Brought to you by G3PL.com.
Now, from the makers of Cold Water Omo,
the ugly old kitchen clock looked down on the scullery of the house. The room had seen better days. Days when it had been filled with sounds of servants' chatter, the clatter of cooking utensils and trays piled with crockery, the smells of good food, and the heat of the coal stoves and steam boilers. Now it was different. Electrical appliances had replaced the old-fashioned methods, but the room was still dominated by a large, scrubbed wooden table. A shadow fell across it. The shadow of a man. He held a candlestick in one hand, and by the flickering light he gazed at the glossy cover of a magazine. He placed the candle on the table and opened the magazine.
Yes, it's here somewhere.
The man stopped at an article in the magazine and read,
Better Bridge with Applied Mathematics by Mrs. Emma Peel.
There, sure enough, was a photograph of Mrs. Peel. A very lush, full-page colour reproduction. It was an attractive pose, and from the dimpled smile and twinkling eyes, it was clear that Mrs. Peel knew quite a lot more about life than how to play bridge. The man's hands lingered over the page, stroking the glossy surface of Mrs. Peel's face. Then he ripped the page from the magazine, and with a pair of kitchen scissors began to cut the picture into small pieces. When the page lay in fragments on the table, the large, hairy hands reached out and began to reassemble the picture. He chuckled as he worked. Twisting the features, rearranging them, an eye appeared in the center of the forehead, an ear sat on one cheek, and a hank of hair grew from the pink lips. It became a monstrous, sinister, obscene jigsaw. The owner of the hairy hands clenched them until the gnarled knuckles turned white. His laughter grew wilder. He seized a kitchen knife and hacked at the pieces in a frenzy of madness. Someone doesn't like you, Mrs. Peel.
South African housewives are delighted with the sparkling clean wash they get from Coldwater Omo, like Mrs. Connie Goldie of Vereeniging.
Well, I found myself without any hot water one Monday morning. Yes. So I dashed out and I bought a packet of Coldwater Omo, and I've never been without Coldwater Omo since.
Yes, once an Omo user, always an Omo user. Omo cleans best. Over 1 million South African housewives have proved it.
To keep your complexion soft and smooth, choose Lux with its creamy, moisturizing lather and precious perfume. Lux, a beauty treatment as you bathe.
Episode 1 of this story, in which John Steed is forced to sit out the first round of the game, and Emma Peel suspects that somewhere in the background lurks a joker. On a rather misty morning, Emma Peel drove carefully across London to John Steed's Mews apartment. She was dressed in a warm, dark red trouser suit with a gay scarf at the neck. She looked very like the recent photographs of herself that appeared in the glossy magazines. She was in a carefree mood and hummed quite cheerfully as she parked the car outside Steed's home. A few moments later, John Steed, who was upstairs, heard the front doorbell ring.
Coming!
Steed made his way downstairs quite quickly. Too quickly, perhaps. Halfway down the stairs, Steed tripped, lost his balance and fell heavily, dragging a few ornaments with him. He landed painfully on one ankle. It promptly gave way. Mrs. Peel, hearing the crash, tried the door. It opened.
Steve? Steve, what's happened?
Mrs. Peel, you are needed.
What on earth have you done?
Came downstairs to answer the door. Forgot it wasn't locked. I fell. Hurt my ankle.
Well, let's have a look. Ooh, nasty.
Yeah, painful, too.
Come on, let's get you up into a chair.
Bath?
Well, you look clean enough. Oh, I see what you mean. Well, I don't know about a wheelchair, but you must certainly keep off that leg for a while. There. Better?
Thanks.
Lucky you didn't break it. As it is, your tango may be irreparably damaged.
Tango? I'm not as old hat as all that. I'm getting with it.
Well, it's obvious that you got as far as the twist. This ankle's very badly sprained. What do we do about it? Get a doctor?
No, get a drink. Over there, three fingers of scotch.
Right.
What brought you here this misty morning?
Well, I was going to ask you to drive me down to Exmoor. Here, that should kill the pain a bit.
Thanks. Cheers.
Cheers. I suppose I shall have to take myself down then, huh?
Exmoor? Who the devil is an Exmoor?
Sir Cavalier Rausikana.
He sounds like an opera.
He's probably the greatest bridge player in Europe. He read my article that appeared in a magazine lately. Anyway, he wants to meet me.
Oh?
He's invited me down to his house for the weekend.
Oh.
Sir Cavalier is 75.
Oh. Just the same, be careful. You know what a rejuvenating effect you have on people. I mean, look at me. I feel better already. Hardly any pain in the leg at all. Well, almost none.
It's quite a privilege to meet Sir Cavalier. He hardly ever sees anyone.
Well, he could have a very small fan mail. Well, if you're dead set on this jaunt, I suppose you better get going. Oh, don't let me delay you.
Sure you'll be all right?
Quite sure. Now, you run along and enjoy yourself. I only wish I was coming with you, but... Oh, well, it was not to be, thanks to those blasted stairs. Bye, Mrs. Peel.
Goodbye, Steve.
Mrs. Peel left. A short while later, she was driving through the cold English countryside, her scarf catching the breeze, a smile on her face. Could it be that she rather liked going without John Steed? Careful, Mrs. Peel, you may regret this newfound freedom. As for Steed, back in his apartment, he hobbled painfully across the room to the cigar humidor. He selected one, poured himself another brandy, lit the cigar, and was about to enjoy both when the doorbell rang again. Steed limped across the room, down the small passage, and opened the door.
George Fancy.
Hello, Steed.
Oh, come in. Nice to see you. Go ahead. I'll have to hobble up from behind.
Oh, what's happened? You run into counter-espionage? Tangled with the minions of a mastermind?
Oh, something far more sinister. I fell down the stairs.
My word, you weren't...
Certainly not. But speaking of a drink, would you like one?
Well, thanks. Yes, just one.
You wouldn't like to help yourself, would you? Just poured myself one.
Yes, of course. I hope it's not inconvenient calling like this.
Oh, it's a pleasure. As you see, I'm confined to barracks at the moment.
Yes. Well, actually, I only called to warn you. Cheers.
Cheers. Warn me of what?
Remember Max Prendergast?
Remember? It'd be impossible to forget him.
He's out.
Out? Prison?
Broke jail 2 days ago.
2 days ago?
The French authorities didn't think to tell us until they realized he's heading this way. Steed, we're pretty sure he's here in London.
Max Prendergast.
You know the kind of man he is, that mad, warped sense of humor?
Oh, yes, I know. Of all people, I know.
Steed, will you tell Mrs. Peel?
Mrs. Peel?
Well, she was more involved with Prendergast than anyone. She ought to be warned, don't you think?
Yes. Yes, I do. I'll tell her on Monday. She'll be tucked away quite safely in the country for the next couple of days. I'll tell her on Monday. No point in spoiling her weekend. Max Prendergast, eh? I don't like the idea of him on the loose. Not one little bit.
Mrs. Peel had had quite a tiring drive. Her good spirits had begun to wilt as the mist turned into fog. She lost her way a couple of times down the country lanes and was quite relieved when at last she found a sign pointing off the road which read Rausikana Hall. She turned up the drive and minutes later parked the car. The house looked impressive, from what she could see of it. She ran up the steps, carrying her weekend case, and rang the doorbell. While she waited, she glanced around, peering out into the fog. She was quite unaware that in the laurel bushes, not more than a few yards away, a man was peering back at her. 2 large, hairy hands parted the branches, and then the door opened.
Good afternoon. I'm Emma Peel.
Hello.
Sir Cavalier is expecting me.
Yes, he told me. Do come in. That's if you want to.
Well, that was the idea of coming down here. And with this fog.
I love fog. They're cozy. This way.
The interior of the house was dim and shadowy. Heavy antique furniture filled the hall and the main rooms. The strange young lady led Mrs. Peel into a slightly more cheerful-looking drawing room and closed the door.
My name's Ula Monsey Chamberlain. Isn't it a shriek? Monsey was a pirate. I was lying on the bed when you rang the bell.
Oh, sorry. I'm a bit late, I'm afraid. Got lost a couple of times.
Oh, I'm not surprised. This place is the end of the world, isn't it? I'm not surprised you got lost. I like your coat.
Oh, thank you.
I was reading an Italian book. I don't understand Italian, but I love reading it aloud. The words sound so nice. They roll off the tongue. Do you play bridge?
Yes.
I hate bridge. You're not a dentist, are you?
No, why?
I have 2 fillings. It needs seeing to.
Oh, I'm sorry I can't be of any help to you, Miss Chamberlain. Don't you think you should tell Sir Cavalier that I'm here?
Oh, my goodness, didn't I mention it? He isn't here. He was called away this morning, a meeting in town. The IBPC, the,
International Bridge Players Convention.
Yes.
I see. When will he be back?
Sometime tonight, I think. Oh, he apologized. Would you like to see your room now? I hope you like the old homestead.
Oh, it's very impressive.
There you are being kind. It's sinister and old and filled with dead things. Yes, the dead could live here very easily. An ideal place for a murder, I always think. I'm sure you'll agree before you've been here for long. This way.
Pepsodent has Earlium, an amazing discovery that actually polishes teeth so sparkling clean and white, dulling film can't find a hole. Feel the difference with your tongue.
You wonder where the dawn is went when you polish your teeth with Pepsodent.
New Pepsodent, the white toothpaste you can feel working.
Pepsodent, Pepsodent, Pepsodent.
Once an Omo user, always an Omo user. So many housewives like Mrs. Adnall say.
I wash every single thing in cold water, Omo. Anything that's washable come out spotlessly clean.
Yes, Omo cleans best.
Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of gun smoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The story of the violence that moved west with young America. The story of a man who moved with it. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal.
Looks like he's got himself a pretty nice camp there.
I don't care about his camp.
All I want is something to eat.
He's a hunter of some kind. He'll sure have meat around.
He'd better. It's the last we'll eat between here and Dodge.
Why are you in such a hurry to get to Dodge?
Don't like this prairie, Jesse. I like towns.
Say, this fellow's got something cooking in that fire of his.
Good.
Oh, there.
Hello, friend.
Oh, there.
In time for supper. Get down. You get down, Jesse. I'm staying on my horse.
What?
Do like I tell you.
All right, Bill.
We'll have to eat on a trail, mister. We're riding for Dodge.
Why, sure, friend. Got some buffalo ribs roasting here. You can take 'em along.
Got a sack we can carry him in?
Well, I ain't got many sacks, but sure, you can have one right over there by my pack saddle, son.
Thanks, mister.
You alone here?
Oh, I had a partner, but he quit.
That's a shame.
This sack okay, mister?
Sure. Help yourself to the ribs, son. Take all you can eat. I'll roast some more for myself.
Now, this is mighty good of you, mister.
Don't stand there jawing all day, Jesse.
I'm not. I'll just take these 4 here, mister.
Take them all.
Yeah, go ahead, son. You're welcome to 'em.
Yeah, that's enough. And thanks.
Now get mounted, Jesse. We've still got a long ride.
Goodbye.
Bye, son. Good luck.
You hunt buffalo, don't you?
I do. It's kind of hard without a partner.
That's your Sharp's rifle leaning on that pack over there?
Well, of course it is.
Mister, why don't you get a good pistol like mine here, see?
Huh?
No. No. Oh. Bill. What? You killed him.
Sure. He ain't no use to anybody.
You shot him. For nothing, right in the face.
Sure, I shot him.
But he was a nice old fella. Why'd you do it?
Listen, Jesse. You want to be a gunman. I'm learning you how, right?
What's that got to do with this?
You're going to be a gunman. You got to get used to killing people. I was just showing you how easy it is.
No. I'm learning to handle a gun so as I can kill one man when I find him. One man, that's all. I don't like just shooting people down.
Get used to it. Come on, let's ride.
I got another one, Miss Dillon. Look at him.
Yeah, he's a good one, Chester.
Bigger than any you caught, I'll bet you.
I'm sure he is. I haven't caught any.
Not one?
I haven't even wet a line, Chester. You know, sometimes fishing's fun because you don't even have to fish.
You mean I've been doing all the work while you was just sitting here on the bank watching the river?
And enjoying myself. Did you catch enough for supper?
If I throw half of them back, there won't be.
Now, don't be muley, Chester. Next time I'll do the fishing and you can be lazy.
Tomorrow?
All right, tomorrow.
What's that?
Sounds like somebody practicing. Now, let's take a look, huh?
Seems like he's right there behind that little bluster. I wonder who he is.
I don't know. But if he was trying for speed, he needs a lot of practice.
Well, maybe he was concentrating on accuracy, the way you always tell me to do.
Hello?
He looks pretty young.
Yeah. Well, I see your target's still standing.
That's just a whiskey bottle. If it had been a man, he wouldn't be standing.
If it'd been a man, he'd be shooting back, too.
You're a stranger around here, ain't you, fella? Any law against strangers? No, I was just commenting. Got here yesterday.
Well, go ahead, son. We just wanted to watch you practice.
My name ain't Son. It's Jesse.
Oh? Well, go ahead, Jesse.
All right. Watch this draw. That was pretty close. Not close enough. Not fast enough, either.
That's all right for an average man.
I aim to do better than average, mister.
Oh, why?
I'm going to kill a man, that's why.
Who you going to kill?
I don't know yet, but I'll find him.
Why you going to kill him?
That's my business, mister.
Sure. But if you're planning to kill anybody around here, let me show you what might happen.
What do you mean?
You see that little daisy about 30 feet over the top of your bottle there?
Yeah, I see it.
All right. Well?
I never saw anything like that before. Would you teach me, mister?
Not as long as you want to kill somebody, Jesse. Come on, Chester.
I suppose we ought to ask Doc to eat these catfish with us, Mr. Dillon.
You caught them, Chester. It's your party.
I think I will. Say, there's a letter for us, sir.
Oh?
Old Jacks must have brought it over. I plumb forgot to pick up the mail this morning. Is it important, Mr. Dillon?
No, not particularly. Some Luke Short. He's sheriff now down in Amarillo. Says one of Quantrill's old men's headed back to Kansas, maybe to start bushwhacking again. Well, not much I can do about that.
What's his name?
Stapp. I never heard of him.
No, I never heard of him neither. Well, hello, Doc.
Hello, Chester.
Doc.
Do you men want to have a small beer with me?
Well, I better take care of my fish if we're going to have them for supper. You're invited, Doc.
Well, thank you, Chester. I'll be there, sure. Well, how about you, Matt? Want a beer?
Okay, Doc, I'll go with you.
Well, now, don't forget supper.
We won't.
Bye, Chester. Oh, just think, Matt, another couple of months and it'll be nice and cool. Flies will be gone. And there won't be any more trail herds to speak of. Oh, and life can settle down some.
What would you call settling down for this town, Doc?
More broken legs, fewer gunshot wounds.
Well, I like that idea.
Two beers, Sam.
There he is, Bill. That's the man I told you about.
Oh, hello, Jesse.
Oh, he's awful fast, Bill. About the fastest I ever saw.
You're the marshal here, ain't you, mister?
I am.
The marshal? Well, no wonder.
Marshals can be killed just like anybody else, Jesse. Ain't that right, Marshal?
Yeah, that's right.
Here's your beer, man.
Oh, thanks, Doc.
Hey, now. There's a pretty girl just came in.
Sure is. Golly.
Oh, it's Kitty, Matt.
Yeah, I see her.
Jesse, stay right here a minute.
Buy you a drink, Marshal.
No, thanks, Jesse. One beer's my limit this time of day. Some other time, huh?
Okay.
I take it you haven't found the man you were planning to kill.
I'll find him.
Do you know killing's against the law, Jesse?
The law didn't stop him from killing my pa.
Your pa? Who killed your pa?
I don't know. I keep telling you.
Well, then how do you know he was killed?
A couple of fellows who'd been up here said they saw him buried out on that boot hill of yours. Somebody must have killed him.
When was this? Well, what was his name?
Name was Pruitt. Same as mine, of course. And nobody can kill a Pruitt and get by with it. That's what my pa always said.
You always do what your pa said?
I'm doing it now, ain't I?
Well, you haven't killed anyone yet, Jesse. And when you do, you'll probably hang for it.
Who says I will?
The law.
So?
Look, Jesse, remember what your friend said about how marshals can be killed just like anybody else?
Sure I do.
Well, it's true. But there's one thing he didn't mention. It mostly depends on how good the man is who's trying to kill a marshal. You remember that?
Matt.
Hello, Kitty.
Doc. Oh, how are you, Kitty?
Well, what's the trouble?
That friend of yours you sent over.
What?
Here he comes now.
Him? I don't even know him.
He said you told him my name and to come over and buy me a drink.
Well, he's lying.
He's worse than I thought.
No offense, Marshal. Just a way of getting acquainted. Heard you fellas mention her name.
They never heard of you, mister. Not that it'd matter.
Just wanted to buy you a drink, Kitty.
Is that how you offer a lady a drink? You must have been raised in a chicken coop.
Oh, my, the things you run into when you just step out of the sun for a nice cool glass of beer.
You haven't been in the sun for months, Doc, so keep quiet.
Well, you're right, Kitty. I told a lie. I just thought maybe it'd help matters some if I sort of spoke like
Well,
you.
it won't.
Now, look, Kitty, there's no reason to stay mad. Here, then, I'll buy everybody a drink. Will that make it okay?
Oh, men. I'm late.
Well, how about you, Doc?
No.
Marshal.
Look. Why don't you do your drinking somewhere else?
Huh?
You're only making trouble here.
Oh. Too good to drink with me, huh?
Are you calling it, mister?
I offered you a drink, that's all.
And I refused it. Now get out of here.
Seem friendlier town.
Then maybe you better go back to him.
Oh, come on, Stapp.
Shut up, Jesse.
Well, you don't want to fight with him.
Shut up, that's all. Oh, come on, let's go.
I didn't mean nothing.
Knock your ears off.
Oh, that's a charming man. Oh, he's a real gentleman. You shouldn't run a fine man like that out of Dodge, Matt.
I didn't, Doc.
I know. You started to, and then you stopped. Why?
The kid spoke up just in time. I didn't know his name was Stapp. I'd like to keep an eye on him.
Oh, I see. What about that boy, Jesse? You really think his father was killed here?
It happened while you were in St. Louis last winter, Doc. He was killed here, all right.
Is that so? Oh, yes. Then there will be trouble. Who killed him, Matt?
I did, Doc. I killed him.
We will return for the second act of Gunsmoke in just a moment. But first, tomorrow night it's a triple play in mystery and entertainment when Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, private detective, takes on the baseball matter on most of these same CBS radio stations. Yes, you'll want to be listening every minute when Diamond, played by Dick Powell, embarks on a thrilling manhunt for a missing second baseman. It's tomorrow evening at the Star's Address. Don't miss it. Now the second act of Gunsmoke.
Now, next time, I try and catch the fish smaller, Chester. They make better eating.
You know, if I was getting a free meal, Doc, I'd be mighty careful of my manners. I'd figure if I appeared grateful enough for whatever I was fed, I just might get asked back sometime.
Oh, that just shows how cheap some men can be had, Chester.
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you one thing. I've done all the work so far, and I ain't going to clean up this mess.
Well, Doc's a good dishwasher, Chester. You ever seen him wipe his instruments on that old rag he's got?
Oh, Doc's a good dishwasher.
I may be busy, Doc.
Oh, yes, that's right, Matt.
You think there'll be trouble, Mr. Dillon?
Well, there are a lot of men around Dodge who'll remember who killed Jesse Pruitt's father when he starts asking questions.
Maybe it'd be a good idea to get that Stapp out of the way first. Why don't you go arrest him?
I'd only have to turn him loose later.
It'd be a pity for you to shoot a young man like Jesse, Matt. Seems awful somehow.
I don't like the idea any better than you do, Doc.
It looks to me like Stapp's got a lot to do with this. Whatever he's got in mind...
Chester, it's hard to say what's in the mind of a man like Stapp. I figure him for nothing but a killer. Pure and simple. Just a killer.
Yes, but you backed him down this afternoon, Matt.
I didn't say he's a gunman, Doc. A gunman will take his chances. I doubt if Stapp will. Open it, Chester. And stand out of the way.
Yes, sir.
Yes, well, I'm getting out of the way, too.
Oh, Mr. Hightower.
Hello, Chester.
Come in.
Thank you. Sorry to bother you, gentlemen. Oh, well, how are you,
Mr. Hightower, won't you sit down?
No, thanks, Marshal. I'm on my way home, and I'm late now.
just came by to tell you something.
No?
Yes. You see, it's this way. When I close my printing shop of an evening, I generally stop at the Alafraganza for a little drink or two. Never more than two, though.
Oh, I've seen you take more than two.
Never mind, Doc.
That could be, Doc. It could be, but only on a Saturday evening. You see, my wife waits supper a little later on a Saturday evening.
Oh, she sure does.
Doc, why don't you get busy with the dishes, huh? Well, go ahead, Mr. Hightower. What is it you wanted to tell me?
Well, I was in the Alafraganza this evening, and I heard a couple of men, that is, a man and a rather young man, they were next to me at the bar there. I heard them talking.
Well, go on.
Well, the young man, Marshal, his name was Pruitt. I hate to say it, but he's gunning for the man who shot his father last winter.
Yeah, I know all about him, Mr. Hightower. Has you found out that I did it yet?
That's what I came to tell you, Marshal. The other man, I don't know his name, he's in there getting young Pruitt drunk. And he's telling him that he'll back him up when the time comes.
When the time comes?
Well, the way I see it is that as soon as Pruitt gets his courage up on liquor, this other man's going to tell him who shot his father, and then they're both coming after you.
I see. And you think he knows I did it, huh?
Oh, yes, definitely. Yes, I do. I can sense those things, Marshal. It was very clear.
Well, thanks, Mr. Hightower. I appreciate your coming here.
Not at all, Marshal. I'd better get along home now. Sorry to be a bearer of bad tidings, Marshal.
Yeah, that's all right, Mr. Hightower. Don't you worry about it.
Good night, gentlemen.
Good night.
Good night.
What are you going to do, Matt?
Well, there's only one thing I can do, Doc. Go down there and put a stop to this if it isn't too late.
I'm coming with you, Mr. Dillon.
All right, Chester. But stay out of it.
Yes, sir.
Wait here, Chester.
Yes, sir.
Hello, Jesse.
Well, it's the Marshal again. Have a drink, Marshal.
No thanks, Jesse.
Marshal is pretty choosy who he drinks with, kid.
Yeah, I am. But I'll have a drink with you tomorrow, Jesse.
No, not tomorrow. We won't be friends tomorrow.
Why not?
Stapp knows who killed my pa. He's going to tell me pretty soon.
Stapp's no good, Jesse. He just wants to see somebody killed. Either you or me.
You or me?
That's right. I killed your father.
What?
Now, you've seen me, Jesse. You know you can't beat me, so don't try it.
That true, Stapp? He killed my pa?
He's the man you're after, Jesse. That's him. That's him, all right. Go ahead, kid. He's standing right there in front of you.
Don't try it, Jesse. Stapp won't back you up. He's been lying to you.
No, he hadn't. And you can't get both of us.
Yes, I can get both of you, and Stapp knows it.
Go on ahead, Jesse. He killed your pa. This is your chance. Now, go on.
Killed my pa. All right, Marshal.
No, Jesse. All right, don't move, Stapp.
I ain't moved, Marshal.
No, of course you haven't.
Everything all right, Mr. Dillon?
Now, get Jesse's gun, Chester. Then throw him in jail.
Yes, sir.
Stapp, I'll give you 1 hour to leave Dodge.
I ain't done nothing.
And when you leave Dodge, leave Kansas. And don't come back. Ever.
Jesse's feeling better now, Mr. Dillon.
Oh, good. I want to talk to him. Unlock his cell, will you, Chester?
Yes, sir.
How are you, Jesse?
What do you care?
You're lucky I didn't have to shoot you.
You shot my pa.
Yeah, I shot your pa. I want to tell you why. I don't know how you remember your pa, Jesse, but when I ran into him, he wasn't much good.
You can talk like that now.
He was a killer, just like Stapp. A killer and a coward.
That's a lie.
You can ask most anybody in town. There were plenty of witnesses.
Witnesses to what?
Your pa shot a woman, Jesse. He was drunk, and he put a bullet right in her face at the bar of the Longhorn. And he ran out and jumped on a horse. I tried to wing him, but I missed, and I killed him.
That true?
That's true.
I don't believe it.
When did you last see your pa, Jesse?
5, 6 years, I guess.
And what was he like then?
What do you mean?
Was he the kind of a man who'd shoot a woman?
I don't know, Marshal. He wasn't that mean.
How come he left home?
Ma. She made him go.
Why?
He'd get drunk and beat her. She finally drove him off the place.
Well?
It's kind of hard to believe your own pa's no good.
There are a lot of men who are no good, Jesse. Stapp's another one.
Stapp?
Did you ever see Stapp face a man who had an equal chance? He didn't even touch his gun tonight here. He never intended to.
No, I guess he didn't, did he? I hadn't thought about that.
He just wanted to see someone killed. I think Stapp likes killings, Jesse. He likes to see people die.
Yeah. Yeah, he does. He sure does, Marshal. Like that old man, that hunter out on the prairie.
What?
He was a nice old fella. Gave us some meat. And then Stapp just shot him. Right in the face. The way Pa shot that woman.
When was this?
Just before we got to Dodge. About 30 miles up the river.
Did you like his doing that, Jesse?
No. No, I didn't. I hated it.
Well, what do you think of Stapp now?
I guess he's no good, like you say.
He'll be all right, Jesse. Chester?
Yes, sir?
I'm going after Stapp. Wait here.
Yes, sir.
Where did you leave your horses, Jesse?
Okay, Corral.
Hello, Pete.
Are you, Marshal?
I'm looking for a man, Pete. He might be in your stables.
There's a man in there, Marshal.
Do you know him?
Stranger. Been here a couple of days. Rode in with a young fellow.
That's him.
He's saddling up. Last stall on the left. Going to be a fight, Marshal?
I don't know, Pete. But you better take cover.
I sure will. You bet I will.
Who's that?
It's Marshal Dillon, Stapp.
I'm leaving town. What do you want now?
Jesse told me about the hunter you shot on the prairie.
Jesse told you?
Yeah.
Well, he's lying. He's just a kid, Marshal. You ain't gonna believe him.
I believe him, Stapp.
Jesse shot him. That's why he's lying.
No, Jesse didn't shoot him, Stapp. I'm arresting you for murder.
No, I ain't gonna hang, Marshal. No, I can't hang.
Easy, Stapp. You'll get a fair trial.
No, I can't hang. No. No, I'll die here.
Hold it! Well, there's your gun, Jesse.
I don't want it, Marshal.
Wait. You sure?
I'm through with guns.
What'd you pay for it, Jesse?
$10.
$10. All right, I'll buy it. Here.
I could use the money, all right.
Well, take it.
Well, thank you, Marshal. You know where I could get a job?
Yeah, I think so, Jesse. Why don't you go see Frank Snyder out at the L.O.? It's on the Pawnee, straight north of here. Tell him I sent you.
All right, I will. Next time I come to Dodge, Marshal, probably in a few months, could I buy you that drink?
Well, you just look me up, Jesse. Anytime.
Thank you, Marshal.
Gunsmoke, under the direction of Norman Macdonnell, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Tonight's story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Featured in the cast were Sam Edwards, Lawrence Dobkin, Harry Bartell, and John Daner. Harley Bear is Chester, Georgia Ellis is Kitty, and Howard McNear is Doc. Gunsmoke has been selected by the Armed Forces Radio Service to be heard by our troops overseas. Join us again next week as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal, fights to bring law and order out of the wild violence of the West in Gunsmoke.
Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Brought to you by G3PL.com.
The makers of Camel cigarettes present Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, private detective. What cigarette do you smoke, Doctor?
Again, this question has been asked of doctors in every branch of medicine. And again, the brand name most was Camel.
Yes, according to this repeated nationwide survey, more doctors smoke Camels than any other cigarette. Here, transcribed, is Richard Diamond, private detective, starring Dick Powell.
Being a private detective is like ordering stew in a cheap restaurant. You never know what you're getting until it's too late. It was that way the other morning. I was sitting in my office practicing curtain speeches to my creditors when she came in. She was wearing a casual item that must have caused a sharp dip at the mink population. When she reached my desk, she stopped and her perfume kept moving. She probably noticed the glassy look reaching my eyes because she said,
"Does my perfume bother you, Mr. Diamond?"
"Well, no, not at all. My fangs always show like this."
Mm-hmm. Le Joie. It carries a special guarantee.
Well, I won't ask for what. Won't you sit down, Miss...
Not Miss, just Yvonne. It's not my real name, but I find it has a better effect on the trade.
The trade?
Cosmetics. Perfumes, facial creams, mud packs. I manufacture them. Mostly for women, but I have a lot of male customers.
I'll bet you do. Unfortunately, I've just bought a magnum of shaving lotion myself.
Oh, don't be silly, Mr. Diamond. I didn't come here to sell you anything. I'm sure you wouldn't have any need for my products.
We'll save that debate for later.
Well, I'll be brief. I'm a woman who likes to come to the point.
I can see that.
How would a $200 fee sound to you?
Like a mirage, but beautiful.
Well, here you are. 100 now, the rest when you finish the job.
Well, far be it from me to hesitate over money. Especially that nice, luxurious shade of green. But don't you think that...
Of course. You want to know what you have to do.
It would help.
It's very simple. This afternoon, the Ile-de-France docks in New York. On the ship will be a man named Bouchon.
One of your customers? Or is this social?
Monsieur Bouchon has developed a wonderful new face cream. He's arranged for me to have the exclusive American rights.
Well, that's fine. Where do I come in?
Your job starts at 7 tonight. All you do is pick up the sample from Monsieur Bouchon at his hotel and bring it to me.
Oh, I see. Do you mind if I look at your legs?
Why, no. But I thought we were talking business.
We are. Mm-hmm. Well, you've got nice legs, Yvonne.
They take me where I want to go.
What keeps them from taking you to Bouchon's hotel?
You mean pick up the sample myself? I was sure you'd ask that.
Well, I did.
You don't know the cosmetic industry, Mr. Diamond. My competitors would do anything to get hold of that face cream.
They know you expect Bouchon?
Only one of them. A ruthless man.
Does he have a name or just a disposition?
Robert Mockler. He owns the Venus Beauty Enterprises.
And you think he might follow you, take the sample away before you can start to manufacture? So you're paying me $200 to protect it?
Oh, Mr. Diamond, I'm going to like you. You're so understanding.
$100 bills make me that way.
I'll expect you tonight around 7:30.
My job's over when I deliver the sample to you, is that it?
Yes. But don't make any plans for the rest of the evening. There's a new perfume I want to try out.
She gave me her address and the name of Bouchon's hotel. Then she walked to the door with a motion cats spend years trying to learn. I sat there a while, letting my head clear and my temperature sink to a mere galloping fever. I had a bite of lunch, strolled around most of the afternoon doing things people do to kill time in New York. And it was about 4 when I climbed the stairs and walked down the hall to my apartment. Au clair de la lune, mon ami Poirot, prêtez-moi la plume pour écrire. Oh, she was too old for that anyway. Hey, what is this?
Hello, Diamond.
Oh, didn't you knock? Or did you think this was an L station?
I knocked, nobody answered. I came in.
Now you can go out.
How much did she pay you?
Who?
Yvonne. How much did she pay you to get that face cream sample?
I'll bet a mud pack to a permanent your name's Mockler.
Yeah. Venus Beauty Enterprises. I'll double what she paid you.
You want that face cream pretty bad, huh?
Bring it to me, huh, Diamond?
Are you that interested in cosmetics?
It's a business. Do I get that sample?
No.
Be nice, Diamond. So I can be nice.
Well, it'll be a strain for both of us.
Triple. I'll give you 3 times what she paid. And a bonus on the side.
Why don't you get it yourself?
Think I'd be here if I knew where Bouchon was?
That door, Mr. Mockler, leads to the hall. Use it.
I ask you to be nice. Once. The second time, I don't ask.
You hurt me. Ow.
Ow! You take your hands off me!
I'm just being nice.
You dirty...
Get up. And then get out.
All right, Diamond. I'm leaving.
You take a hint nicely.
I won't forget this.
I wouldn't want you to.
You just lost yourself a chunk of cash, Diamond.
I'm not a very good businessman. It's a habit with me.
Well, it's too bad. Might have helped pay the bill.
What bill?
The undertaker. Funerals run high these days.
He stomped to the door, his face twisted with some private rage that had just become public, and left. When face cream got to be that important, it was time for Richard Diamond to start investigating the cosmetic business. I took a shower, dressed neatly in my most continental fashion, and taxied off to visit Monsieur Beauchamp. He was staying at a small hotel in the East 70s, one of those places where the doorman is dressed like an admiral in the Swiss Navy. I ignored the doorman and waded through miles of plush carpet until I found Beauchamp's suite. I pushed the buzzer, and when the door opened, I was standing in front of the biggest female this side of a Ringling Brothers tent.
You want something, gentlemen?
Monsieur Beauchamp, is he in?
Who you been, gentlemen?
Richard Diamond.
Come in.
What's the matter? Is my tie on crooked?
Please.
Well, the way you're looking at me, maybe my nose is shiny.
It's better when you been really Richard Diamond. Because, gentlemen, if you know Ben Richard Diamond, they ben break your bones. One bone by one bone. You see, gentlemen?
I'm afraid I do. But now if you'll just...
Monsieur Diamond.
Monsieur Beauchamp, I hope.
Name of punctuality, Monsieur Diamond. Exactly on time. I kiss you on one cheek. I kissed you on cheek number 2.
We can stop it right there.
Let me regard you. Ah, oui. It is as Yvonne say you will be. So young, so handsome, so viril.
I feel like a midget next to your watchdog here.
Watchdog? Je ne comprends pas. Ah oui, Bertha. She is my masseuse. She makes new muscles as the old.
And vice versa on occasion, I suppose.
Regard her, Monsieur Diamond. Name of a Swedish smorgasbord. Is she not magnifique?
Yeah, spellbinding. Now, about that sample I'm supposed to pick up.
But of course, Bertha.
Please.
In the boudoir, Bertha, there is a jar on the bed, next to my Chartreuse dressing gown. Bring it.
Yeah, gentlemen.
I wish to tell you, Monsieur Diamond, how pleasant it is to be back in your New York once more. What a truly magnifique city she is to visit.
But you wouldn't want to live here.
Name of a fortune teller, but you are psychic. How did you know I would say that?
I've been hanging around the tourist bureau.
I do not understand, but I think you are being droll. You would have a tiny brandy with me. Some logis du Mai, n'est-ce pas?
Well, thanks, but I've got a date with a room full of perfume.
The Yvonne. Naturally, the incomparable Yvonne. Well, I suppose I cannot persuade you to stay. Thank you, Bertha.
Please.
Here, Monsieur Diamond, is the latest Beauchamp creation.
That's all? Just this jar?
I have worked so hard on this sample. Oui. How I have labored. You will take good care of it, yes?
Well, for $200, I'd tuck it in bed and sing it a lullaby.
But no. You must not do that. You must make haste and place the sample in the hands of the lovely Yvonne.
Any message to go with it?
The sample. She will be message enough.
Okay, I'll be seeing you.
Of a certainty you will, Monsieur Diamond. Of a certainty.
I looked back on my way out of the suite. Monsieur Beauchamp had an atomizer in each hand, spraying the room with cologne. The expression on his face reminded me of the python who had just swallowed his week's supply of rabbit on the hoof. I snowshoed my way down to the street and started to look for a taxi. I didn't have to look far.
Hey, Mac!
Huh?
Over here, Mac! You looking for a hack?
That's right.
Hop in.
53 East.
Sit down and be nice, Mr. Diamond, or I'll blow your head off.
Well, you leave me a limited choice, Mr. Muckler.
That's better. Fine work, Willie.
Yeah, pretty neat, huh, Mr. Muckler?
I'll answer that, Willie. It was neat. Now, I'd like to...
Diamond. I thought you were going to be nice. I'll take that gun.
Well, you might give me a gold star for trying.
We're fixing your gold star right now. My place, Willie.
It didn't do any good to tell myself I should have known better. I'd been caught by a trick 10 times older than I was. I took a quick look at Muckler's profile just to make sure it was still there. It was. I didn't have to look at his gun. It had found a home between my 4th and 5th rib. We finally pulled up in front of an apartment just off Park Avenue. Mockler herded me across a foyer that might have been cheerful in McKinley's day. He pushed me toward the elevator.
All right, get in.
Would you mind shifting that gun a bit? My floating ribs run aground.
I'll be nice, Diamond. Suits you better than being funny.
I was just trying to be pleasant. But if you insist,
Don't talk so loud. My neighbors are refined. All right, get out.
Aren't you making a lot of fuss over nothing? After all, it's only a jar of face cream.
You'd be surprised.
No kidding. Any drugstore.
Shut up.
Oh, nice place.
It's a place. All right, give me the sample.
Well, just for the record, suppose I say no.
You say no, you won't have a record. The sample, Diamond.
Get it. My coat pocket.
That's right.
Oh, I thought you'd try that.
Give me that gun. Okay, right between your pretty blue eyes.
His gun caught me a glancing blow on the forehead, and I went down. I couldn't have been out for more than a few seconds, because when I came to, Mockler was still in the room. I tried to get up, but my body had a will of its own. At the moment, what it wanted most was to rest comfortably on the rug. Mockler didn't notice me. He was too busy trying to get the top off the jar. When he finally did...
Before we continue with Richard Diamond, here's an important question.
What's the best way to find out about smoking enjoyment?
Well, you won't find out much from one puff or one sniff. It takes day in, day out smoking. Make the sensible, thorough cigarette test. Smoke only Camels for 30 days. You'll discover how rich and flavorful Camels are pack after pack. You'll find how mild Camels are, how well they agree with your throat week after week.
In a coast-to-coast test of hundreds of people who smoked Camels for 30 days, noted throat specialists reported not one single case of throat irritation due to smoking Camels.
No other cigarette gives you this conclusive proof of mildness.
And no other cigarette has Camel's rich, full flavor, the flavor of costly tobaccos, properly aged and expertly blended.
So make your own Camel 30-day test, the sensible test. You'll enjoy every puff, and you'll see why so many people say, once a Camel smoker, always a Camel smoker.
How mild, how mild, how mild, how mild, how mild can a cigarette be? Take the Camel 30-day test, and you'll see. Smoke Camels and see.
And now back to Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell.
Rick. Rick, come on, boy. Wake up.
Oh. Wow, did they say nice things about me, Walt?
Who?
The preacher. The one who read my funeral service. Oh.
This is a hospital, and you're not dead.
Oh. You mean I've got to go all through that again?
Why you're not dead is something I'll never know. What happened?
You tell me, Walt.
Well, we got a call an hour ago to come to the apartment of a guy named Mockler. There'd been an explosion. You were stretched out on what was left of the floor.
Oh, that potent face cream.
Face cream? You sure you're awake, Rick?
I'm awake, Al. What about Mockler?
Well, he was around the apartment. I might say all around.
Oh, so it was a booby trap.
Booby trap? What's this all about?
Walt, are those my pants on the chair?
Well, what's left of them?
Throw them over, will you?
Now, wait a minute, Rick. Aren't you going to tell me what's going on?
Sure. A Frenchman named Bouchon was trying to blow up a girl named Yvonne with a jar of face cream.
That face cream again. Maybe you better stay here a while, huh?
Look, Walt, nothing makes sense yet.
That's the first sensible thing you've said since you woke up.
Give me time to ask a few people some questions.
How would it be if I asked him?
You wouldn't get the same answers.
All right, Rick. We'll give it a try.
I'll call you as soon as I've made a visit.
Don't wait too long. There's a murder rap crying for a head to fall on.
I checked out of the hospital and walked a few blocks to shake the India rubber out of my legs. I knew it wouldn't do any good, but I ducked into a phone booth and called Bouchon's hotel. And as I expected, he'd pulled out a couple of hours before. Manager had no idea where he'd gone. There was only one place left for me to go, and it was a little after 10 when Yvonne opened her door for me. I could tell by the quiet music on the radio that she didn't know what had happened. The way she greeted me bolstered up my deduction.
Well, hello. Do come in, Mr. Diamond.
Thanks. Aren't you afraid of catching cold in that thing?
You mean this negligee? I wore it specially for you. I've been waiting a long time. Too long.
Well, you just missed waiting a lot longer.
That Monsieur Bouchon, so talkative.
He has a few other qualities.
Come sit down. Here on the chaise longue. Next to me.
Well, I hate to make a detour, but let's get the sad news over with first.
Oh? Something's gone wrong?
Oh, you almost got it. Nothing's gone right.
I should have known. Your clothes,
You ought to see what your face cream did to Mockler's clothes.
Mockler? Did he get that sample?
He had it for a few minutes, if that's what you mean.
Mr. Diamond, if I didn't like you, I'd be very angry.
Well, you shouldn't be. When Mockler opened that sample, he got very dead. It was a bomb.
I don't understand. The face cream Monsieur Bouchon gave you was a bomb?
No, not quite, no. The bomb Monsieur gave me was a bomb.
Just a minute, Mr. Diamond. Let me turn off this radio. You don't know how this upsets me.
I know. I was upset myself this evening, violently.
Oh, you poor boy.
Well, no. That helps.
Hand me that bag, please, there on the coffee table.
Well, if you want a handkerchief.
Now, I have what I'm looking for. Here, Mr. Diamond. $100. The other half of your fee.
No? Does an explanation come of that?
I'm sure you'll excuse me until another time. Won't you?
Well, when you say it like that,
I'm sorry. I was so looking forward to... Good night, Mr. Diamond.
There were a few reasons why I'd like to have hung around, but I could tell this just wasn't my night. So I left Ivan, called Walt, and told him he could forward the bill for Mockler's murder to Monsieur Bouchon if he could find him. Then I crawled into a little bistro on 53rd Street to relax and count my $100 bills. I was on my second cup of coffee and third Campbell's cigarette when it came to me. Like the paraphrase of an old song, Bouchon knew that I knew. If he'd been foolish enough to let me be messenger for his booby trap, it was a cinch he wouldn't be foolish for very long. As long as I was walking around in one piece, Bouchon could never feel safe. I could have dodged him, maybe for a long time, but I decided it would be better to see him when he wanted to see me. I went home and made myself available. At 11:35, the walls of my room started to shudder when somebody pounded on the door. I didn't have any doubts about who it was. Oh, be careful, will you? It's just mahogany.
It's only me, gentlemen. Bertha.
I couldn't possibly have guessed.
Please.
Oh, never mind. What do you want?
Monsieur Bouchon, they have been send me.
It'll be a tight squeeze, but won't you come in?
You come out, gentlemen.
Okay, just as soon as I get my coat.
You know Ben need your coat, gentlemen.
Well, it's right over here.
You come now, gentlemen. They will assist your arm. Please.
Oh, nothing. I always thought my arm bent the other way.
It's better this way. It's healthy for bones. You come now, gentlemen.
Please. She put a little more pressure on my arm and led me down the stairs. She was so clumsy I could have taken her with a few artful motions, but Bouchon had sent her, and I wanted to see Bouchon. When we reached the street, Bertha grabbed my other arm. We made an interesting entrance into a taxi, which took us to a shabby apartment house on Bleecker Street in Greenwich Village. Bertha adjusted her half-Nelson, and we climbed 3 flights of stairs. The end of our little pilgrimage was a pair of termite-ridden rooms which I never would have associated with a fastidious Frenchman. Bouchon was not there, and Berta didn't seem to know what to do with me. Then her eyes lighted up. She angled me across the room, pulled open a door, looked at me brightly, and said,
Is bathroom, gentlemen.
Well, thanks. I brushed my teeth this evening.
Go in.
Where's Bouchon?
It's not good. You been asked questions. Go in.
Oh, we'll wait out here.
It's more comfortable inside. If you know been go inside, I been glad to assist you.
I was ready to argue the point when I looked in the bathroom and saw a table full of bottles and jars. So I let Berta shove me inside and lock the door behind me. Then I walked over to the table. Next to a bottle labeled Valley of Indecision Cologne stood a jar, exactly like the booby trap Bouchon had given me earlier in the evening. I picked it up, decided that forever was a long time to live, and opened it. This time it really was face cream. I poked my fingers around in the jar to see what made it so wonderful. When I pulled them out, things suddenly became a lot clearer. Because just under the top layer of face cream was buried the biggest blue sapphire I had ever seen. I wiped it off and slipped it into my pocket just about the time the outer door opened.
Bertha?
It was Bouchon, and he didn't waste time starting in on Bertha.
Bertha, where is this diamond? You have not brought him.
Been bring him.
But I do not see him.
Been bring him.
Alors, where is he? Where is he?
Lock him in the bathroom.
In the bathroom? Oh, mon Dieu, mon Dieu! Unlock the door!
Get the key.
I had to do something, and I had to do it fast. I looked around. Then in the bathtub, I saw what I wanted. One of those rubber hoses with a shower attachment that can be pointed in any direction. I turned on the hot water full blast and waited.
Monsieur Diamond!
Monsieur Bouchon?
Mon Dieu, the steam I cannot see!
Here I am.
I am scalded! You have burnt me!
Give me that gun!
Oh, mon Dieu!
That's right. Now stand back.
Gentlemen.
All right, Bertha, turn off that water.
I am scalded!
Now you'll live. Oh, that was some face cream.
Mon Dieu! The sapphire! You have taken it!
You won't need it, Bouchon. They'll just take it away from you before they put you in the chair. I persuaded Bouchon with the help of his gun, which I was holding, to tie up Bertha. Then I knotted some bright red French neckties around his hands and feet and surveyed the situation. There was no phone in the apartment, so I locked the two of them in and raced down to a drugstore on the corner. I caught the owner just as he was closing and put in a call to Walt. Then I doubled back to the apartment to keep Bouchon and Bertha company. I thought it was funny that the door was open when I had locked it so carefully. I stopped thinking it was funny when I walked through the door straight into the barrel of an ugly automatic.
Hello, Mr. Diamond.
Well, Yvonne.
You're just in time. We're going to start a treasure hunt.
He has it. He is the one.
Monsieur Bouchon seems to think you picked up a sapphire by mistake, Mr. Diamond. Probably in the excitement of the evening.
It is true. All what I tell, it is true.
You hear what Monsieur Bouchon says. But Monsieur Bouchon tried to kill me tonight. Maybe he also lies.
No, he took it. Name of a thief.
Oh, do be quiet, Monsieur Bouchon. You disturb us. Well, Mr. Diamond?
Oh, come on, Yvonne. You're taking this thing much too seriously.
Mr. Diamond, I've said repeatedly that I like you. But that won't stop me from shooting you, if I have to.
Now, you are intense, aren't you?
I've risked a lot to get that stone. Let's not make it more difficult.
Well, you haven't asked Bertha what she knows.
Bertha?
Sure. Go ahead, ask her.
All right. What do you know about the sapphire, Bertha?
Please.
Mr. Diamond, I believe you're pulling my leg.
Oh, please. I've got a good answer, but I'm afraid this isn't the time.
Do you have the sapphire?
Oh, for want of a better word, yes.
Give it to me.
Oh, Grandma, what a greedy voice you've developed.
You're wasting time.
Only in a manner of speaking.
Come on, Diamond, I'm not...
Hold it where you are. Drop the gun, miss. Go ahead, drop it.
Well, you certainly took your time, Fatty.
I got here as fast as I could.
I was just running out of words. Wasn't I, Yvonne?
Mm-hmm. You know something, Mr. Diamond.
Tell me, dear.
I'm sure I'll hate myself in the morning. But it's funny. I still like you.
Well, when we got onto it, the whole thing was really pretty simple. Yvon and Bouchon were running a fancy smuggling racket under a cosmetics cover. Bouchon wanted to make it a one-man operation, so he tried to dissolve the partnership the hard way by killing Yvon. It didn't work because Mockler found out about the sapphire, got in the way, and stopped the bomb intended for Yvon. Monsieur Bouchon summed the whole thing up rather neatly on the way to the station house. He said,
Mon Dieu, I should have stood in France.
Dick Powell will return in just a minute. More people smoke Camels than any other cigarette. Yes, more people smoke Camels than any other cigarette. Among the millions of Camel smokers are many stars whose throats are their fortunes. Stars like Reza Stevens, Patrice Munsell, Mario Lanza. Great singers who insist on mildness in their cigarette and find it in Camels.
Friends, make the sensible cigarette test. Smoke only Camels for 30 days and see how mild, how flavorful, how thoroughly enjoyable a cigarette can be.
How mild, how mild, how mild, how mild can a cigarette be? Make the Camel 30-day test and you'll see. Smoke Camels and see.
Here's Dick Powell with a special message.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, if you've ever spent any length of time in a hospital bed, you know how a gift can cheer you up. Every week, the Camel people send gift cigarettes to our hospitalized veterans and servicemen, both in this country and overseas. This week's free Camels go to veterans hospitals, Downey, Illinois, and Indianapolis, Indiana, Army and Navy General Hospital, Hot Springs, Arkansas, U.S. Naval Hospital ship, Constellation. Now, until next week, enjoy Camels. I always do.
Dick Powell can now be seen starring in RKO's Cry Danger. Tonight's adventure of Richard Diamond was written by Charles E. Israel with music by Frank Worth. Our director is Helen Mack. Featured in the cast were Arthur Q. Bryan, Joan Banks, James Backus, Theodore Van Eltz, and Sheldon Leonard.
Men, there's pleasure in every pipeful of Prince Albert, the national joy smoke. PA's Choice Tobacco has a rich flavor and a fine, natural fragrance. It's crimp cut for smooth, even burning, and specially treated to ensure against tongue bite. Get Prince Albert, America's largest selling smoking tobacco.
Listen next week for another exciting transcribed adventure of Richard Diamond, starring Dick Powell. This is Your FBI. The official broadcast from the files of the FBI follows immediately. Stay tuned. This program came to you from Hollywood. This is the American Broadcasting Company.
You are listening to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Brought to you by G3PL.com.
Before the curtain rises on another exciting adventure of the shadow, here's something for you motorists to think about. According to a recent survey made in 50 American cities, nearly one-third of all the tires on the road need replacement right now. One-third of the nation's tires are so worn as to be dangerous. If your tires are among this dangerous third, don't take chances any longer. Get Goodrich Safety Silvertowns now. Silvertowns, you know, are really two great tires in one. On the outside, they have the amazing Lifesaver tread that sweeps wet roads so dry you can light a match on its track. That will give you the quickest non-skid stops you've ever had. And on the inside, they have the famous Golden Ply blowout protection. Thus, you get two great life-saving features in Silvertowns, all at no extra cost. The Shadow, mysterious character who aids those in distress and helps the forces of law and order, is in reality Lamont Cranston,
wealthy young man about town. Cranston's friend and companion, the lovely Margot Lane, is the only person who knows to whom the unseen voice belongs. The only one who knows the true identity of that master of other people's minds, the Shadow. Today's story, Conversation with Death.
Well, the fair seems to be a popular place tonight. Aren't you folks dancing at all? Cranston, what about you and Margot? You're both beautiful dancers.
Well, the choice is with the ladies, John. But they seem to prefer the cool of the terrace and Dr. Latham's very interesting account of his experiences in the Orient.
We can dance most any time, but it's seldom one can listen to so distinguished a scientist as Dr. Latham.
Oh, thank you, Miss Lane. But I'm afraid I've been deadly dull.
Oh, that, Montgomery, is a sin that never could be laid at your door.
Oh, you're kind, Denise. But if I've bored you, blame it on the occasion. Being guest of honor imposes the obligation of trying to be interesting.
Ignore the interruption of my rowdy husband, Montgomery. Go right on. Come here, John. Sit beside me.
I tell you, Monty, and you too, Cranston, you're both single. When you marry, don't permit your wife to dominate you as this little tyrant lords it all over me.
Well, you poor fellow, John. You certainly have the appearance of a hen-pecked husband. Yes.
Did you look in on the children, John, dear?
Yes. Billy insisted on your telling him his bedtime story. But I knew if I called you to the nursery, it would never get you out again.
Did he go to sleep?
Right off.
And Betsy?
Doesn't even know either of us are in the world. Sleeping the sleep of... No, I won't be tried.
Excuse us, please. Now the most vital part of the Porter household is taken care of. Sorry, go on, Montgomery. You were telling us about the Orient.
Please. I've monopolized the conversation.
But you know I never tire hearing about the Orient.
Yes, I know. I remember I once held the Orient out as a bait to induce you to run off with me.
Yes. DJ before John.
Bernice traded that trip to the Orient for a trip to Hoboken. That's where we were married.
Oh, really? 10 years ago. 10 years. I've covered a lot of ground in that time.
Geographically and professionally.
Yes. And I have you two to thank for that.
Well, do you mean, Doctor, that John and Renice share honors for your travels and your successes?
I'd say Renice does. At least she started the chain of circumstances. If she hadn't turned me down in favor of John, I shouldn't have run off to the Orient and buried myself in science.
Why, Renice, you've held out a romance on me. I never suspected there was ever anyone but John.
Well, I must say, Montgomery was a swell rival. No trouble at all. He went out on the first punch.
Well, it's a good man who knows when he's beaten, eh, Latham?
Oh, I don't know that it was a tribute to my common sense, Mr. Cranston. I rather suspect it was the result of a flaw in my character. You see, I'm not a fighter. I'm a brooder.
Oh, that's bad. Beware the brooder. More deadly than the fire that brightly burns and quickly dies is the brooder's smoldering fury which from little things arise. Remember?
Hey, I resent the implication that Bernice is a little thing. She's certainly the biggest thing in my life.
Ah, what changes time can bring. John and Renice, this beautiful home, 2 lovely children. Well, it all makes me feel so terribly old.
Yeah, it does seem as if John and Renice have found the true success formula.
Yes. John, you must give me the formula. If you have a minute, I should like to talk over old times with you before I leave.
Yeah.
I'm sure the others will excuse us.
Why, of course.
Oh, John, take Montgomery to the library, and I'll have the butler bring you something to drink. Margot, you and Lamont will dance, I suppose?
Yes, Renice, if I can speak for Margot.
Of course you can, Lamont. I was beginning to think I'd lost that fatal fascination.
Well, come along then, Montgomery. I've been looking forward to a little gabfest with you.
If I may be permitted the role of the fond parent, I'll accompany you as far as the nursery. Always the doting mother.
See you later, Margot.
Yes.
Right?
Well, Lamont, why so pensive?
I'm thinking, Margot, of that little jingle you recited. More deadly than the fire that brightly burns and, how does it go?
Quickly dies is the brooder's smoldering fury which from little things arise.
Yes, that's it. Silly little thing. Yet it's not without truth.
Oh, don't bother pouring, Jensen. We'll serve ourselves.
Yes, sir. Is that all, Mr. Porter?
Oh, yes, Jensen, that's all.
Thank you, sir. Well, John, long time since we've had a drink and a cigar together.
Yes, Monty. As I recall, we weren't on such friendly terms the last time, were we?
Oh, I suppose I acted the jealous fool when I learned that you and Renice were going to be married. But you know, John, Youth and love is a more violent combination than whiskey and gasoline.
Well, a well-turned phrase, that. Drink?
Eh? Oh, thanks.
You don't seem any the worse for your great disappointment. You've done well. I suppose you're one of our most successful modern scientists.
Professionally, I've done all right, I suppose. But my personal life lags far behind, John.
I've been hearing a lot about your progress. My niece keeps me posted. She reads everything printed about you.
Does she, John? Does she really?
I think she told me at last count 27 formulae bear your name.
28 to be exact.
28?
Yes, she wouldn't know about the last. It's still a secret. In fact, it will remain a secret. Oh, but enough of shop talk.
Hey, it's not fair to arouse my curiosity about something I'm never to know.
Well, oddly enough, it'll be no secret to you, John. I'm going to tell you all about it.
Well, I feel honored to be thus singled out.
Singled out? How right you are. John, you're familiar with the potion scene from Romeo and Juliet, I suppose?
Hmm? Oh, yes. Juliet takes a potion to make people think she's dead so she won't have to marry a man selected by a family. Is that what you mean?
Correct. That potion was simply a dramatic device born in the mind of a playwright. But what men conceive, men contrive.
You don't mean to tell me you've actually invented such a drug?
Yes, John, I have.
Good Lord.
I have developed a drug that will bring about the physical characteristics of death. It can suspend all organic action, yet the brain will function though death seems apparent.
Well, hold on a minute, Monty. At the risk of appearing stupid, do you mean that a person receiving a dose of this drug could be pronounced dead by a competent physician?
Pronounced dead and buried.
Yet he would be aware of everything that was going on about him?
Fully aware and totally incapable of helping himself.
Well, that's horrible. The most horrible thing imaginable. What sent you on a quest for a drug like that?
Hate?
Hate?
Yes. Strange that such an unworthy emotion should be the motivation for a great scientific discovery, eh?
I'm afraid I don't follow you.
Oh, it's quite simple, John. I said before that I was a brooder.
But you were joking.
No. I'm not the sort of coward who is afraid to face himself. I am a brooder. You're not, so you can hardly appreciate what that means.
But,
Now, perhaps I can explain. You've no doubt had a physical injury, a sprained arm, a painful cut.
Yes.
Well, you can well imagine how you'd suffer if there was no balm, no medicine to relieve that pain. How would it be if it were to go on and on?
Yes, I can well imagine.
A brooder suffers such pain, but the wound is in the soul. There is no cure except the balm of vengeance. A hate satisfied.
Do you mean to tell me that you hate somebody with such an awful intensity?
Yes, I do.
Oh, you surprise me, Monty. I never suspected you were capable of such a hatred. Why, it surprises me more that you voice it.
Well,
why not voice it? I know of no more contemptible hypocrisy than the pretense of entirely lofty emotions.
Surely you didn't invent this drug with the sole object of satisfying this desire for vengeance.
Perhaps not. But my hatred was eating away a part of me. I felt I could never be whole again while the sore persisted. I spent sleepless nights trying to wipe out this spirit cancer. That's what I call it, John.
And burying the man you hate alive would wipe it out?
Even the knowledge that I possess the power to completely express my hatred brought relief.
Really, Monty, you amaze me. Truly amaze me. I refuse to believe you mean all you say.
Oh, I see. This conversation distresses you, eh?
Yes, it does. I think it's the strangest talk I've ever had.
Well, then we'll change the subject. Let's talk about something else. Oh, say, by the way, isn't that a recent photo of Renice on the mantel?
Oh, yes. It was taken last year when she was made president of the Women's Progress League.
Oh, may I see it?
Why, certainly. I believe it's her best likeness. I must have an oil made from it sometime. Here you are.
Jove, she gets more beautiful every year.
Doesn't she? I know I'm the luckiest man in the world having a wife like Renice.
Yes, John. You've been fortunate. Most fortunate.
Oh, the picture hardly does her justice. No picture could.
Well, shall we drink up?
Here's to her.
To her.
We let our drinks get warm. I'll pour another.
Oh, no, never mind. This one is quite adequate. Quite.
Mine tasted rather bitter.
Oh, perhaps you're not accustomed to that particular brand.
No, that's hardly the case. Oh, I suppose I can't stand these late hours as I once did. Monty, I think I'll...
What's the matter, John?
I don't know. The glass just dropped from my hand.
Perhaps you'd better sit down.
Yes, Monty, get a doctor quick.
I can't move. I'm paralyzed.
Yes. Yes, John, you're paralyzed. And no doctor can help you. Your body will assume the characteristics of death, and I will be a whole spirit again.
A drink. You drugged it when I went to get Renice's picture.
Yes. You permitted yourself the stupid conceit that nobody could hate you. But I do. I've hated you with an intensity that threatened to consume me ever since the day you married Renice.
You're mad, Montgomery. No sane man could do this.
I'm free. Free for the first moment in years. My 28th formula will destroy you, John Porter, and I'll have nothing to hate anymore.
For Renice's sake, Montgomery. She loves me. You can't do this to her.
Soon she'll recover. I will help her through her grief, and I'll reap the reward of a consoling friend.
What do you mean?
Renice will be my wife.
Never. Never.
You took her from me. Now I take her back. That's the end, John Porter. Your heart will soon stop. You'll be pronounced dead. You'll cry out, but your voice will only be heard by yourself. And then you'll be buried.
Alive. Oh, good God. Help.
There is no help for you.
Renice, please.
Already your voice grows weak. Now the heart. That is the end, John Porter. Now you shall be a helpless witness to your own funeral.
Before we go into the second part of the Shadow's adventure, here's a question for you. Who is it that today holds the same responsibility as the engineer of a fast train, the captain of a ship, or an airplane pilot?
The Shadow knows. The man behind the wheel of his car is just as responsible as the engineer, captain, pilot. Their first thoughts are for the safety of their passengers. Your first regard as a motorist should be for the safety of those who ride with you. For their sake, for your own sake, play safe. It pays.
And remember, motorists, safe motoring begins with safe tires. Switch to Goodrich Safety Silvertowns now. Silvertowns, don't forget, are the only tires in the world with the amazing Lifesaver tread. The tread that sweeps wet roads so dry you can actually light a match on its track. Yes, this tread actually dries wet roads. Stops you quicker, safer than you've ever stopped before. And more. When you put Silvertowns on your car, you not only get the greatest skid protection ever offered, you also get the blowout protection of the famous Golden Ply. Both at no extra cost.
Isn't that Latham's car in the Porter driveway, Lamont?
Well, yes, it is, Margot. And there's still a light in the room where John's coffin is. We'll have to wait here until it's turned off.
What time is it?
It's near midnight.
Then we shouldn't have to wait long. You had no luck with the medical examiner, did you?
Very little. I told him I couldn't bring myself to believe that John Porter died of natural causes. I had nothing to offer him in the way of proof to the contrary, so, of course, he couldn't hold up the burial simply on vague suspicion. But he did assure me he'd see that John's body is not embalmed.
Why do you believe that John may be the victim of foul play?
Well, Margot, I'm working entirely on hunch. Montgomery Latham was in love with Renice Porter, and still is, if I'm any judge.
Oh, that's silly of me not to have thought of that. Of course, he shows it in every glance.
Well, there you have a possible motive for John's death. Latham might conceivably want him out of the way.
Of course, but how do you suppose he did it?
I'm only thinking of possibilities now, remember. But I once put a painfully wounded dog out of his misery in just the way John Porter might have been killed.
How, Lamont?
By hypnosis.
You mean that it's possible to kill a man by hypnosis?
Quite possible. It's a branch of hypnotic science I learned in the Orient.
Oh, yes. Latham spent many years in the Orient. You think he might have learned the science?
That's a possibility I can't overlook, Margot.
Well, if that's the case, what can you do about it?
If hypnosis stilled John Porter's heart, then it's possible hypnosis can start it again. In any case, I'm going to make the effort.
Look. Look, Lamont. The light's just gone out.
Yes. Come on, Margot. We've got another card to play in this frightful game.
Oh, I just can't believe it, Montgomery. John dead. Even there in his coffin, he looks so lifelike.
Yes, Bernice. His face has lost none of its gentle character.
Liar. Hypocrite. Beware of Latham, Bernice.
Perhaps it's only wish fulfillment, Montgomery, but he seems to smile encouragement to me.
I'm not dead, Bernice. I can hear you. Can't you hear me, Bernice?
You must go now, Montgomery. It's late. You've been so good staying near me and comforting me.
That's as John would wish it, I'm sure, Bernice.
Yes.
No. Send him away, Bernice. Oh, if you could only hear me.
I'm sure he wouldn't want me to desert you now. No, he'd want me to be near you.
Don't listen to him.
We three were such good friends.
Two of us loved you. Bernice, you loved me once. You might again. Let me offer the protection, shoulder the responsibility John was forced to lay aside.
Please don't.
Oh, Bernice, hear me. Have nothing to do with Latham. The man is a fiend.
Montgomery, you've been a dear. I'm sure John would be grateful for the comfort you brought me.
I love you, Bernice. I've always loved you.
And I, Montgomery, I feel closer to you than I've ever felt before.
Oh, no, Bernice, you mustn't.
That statement makes me very happy. You've given me reason to hope.
Bernice, listen to me. You've got to hear me.
Come now, Bernice. It's very late. You must try to get some sleep, dear. I've arranged for the housekeeper to sleep in the room next to yours.
Oh, I can't leave him, Montgomery. I want to be with him as long as possible.
Bernice, my darling. I'll be near you always.
You must rest, Bernice. You must carry on just as John would wish.
Yes, I must. I'll go to my room. Poor John. My poor John.
Bernice, don't go. You must hear me. I've got to warn you against Latham. Bernice, hear me. You must hear me. Don't. Oh.
All right, Margot. Step in. They're gone. You're not afraid, are you?
No, John was our friend. Why should I be afraid?
I'll need your help. Take his hands in yours while I open his eyes.
All right, Lamont.
You got it?
Yes, Lamont, I've got it.
Now place your finger on his pulse. Be on the alert for the slightest beat.
Yes, I will.
Good girl. Now we'll see if the art of hypnosis has anything to do with John's condition. John Porter, you must heed me and act as I command.
Yes, help me.
You are not dead.
No.
You sleep under an influence which I will destroy. As I speak, the blood flows through your veins. Your heart takes strength as I will it. And now it begins to beat. 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 Respond, John. Respond.
I'm trying, Cranston. I'm trying, but you can't hear me.
John Porter, a force greater than that which holds you calls. Respond. Margot.
Yes, Lamont?
Any pulse action?
Not the slightest.
We'll try once more.
Don't give up, Cranston. Do you hear me? Don't give up.
John Porter, again I command you to shake the influence that shackles you. Move. Speak.
Yes, Cranston, I'm speaking. Can't you hear me?
Any luck, Margot?
No, Lamont, not a sign of life.
Well, Margot, looks like my guess is wrong.
Cranston, don't give up.
Isn't there still some small thread you might follow? John will be buried tomorrow.
No. Oh,
Well,
don't let them bury me.
if there is a thread of thought, it hasn't yet occurred to me. No, Margot, I'm afraid we'll have to acknowledge the claim of the grave.
No.
John Porter is dead.
Into your hands, Almighty Father, we commend the soul of John Porter. Have mercy on him and succor his grieving widow. All right, men. Lower the casket.
John. Oh, John, darling, I don't want you to go.
I don't want to live without you.
Oh, Renice, please, you mustn't give away, dear.
Can't anybody hear me? Renice, Latham, mercy.
All right, men. Fill in.
Renice, don't let them bury me. Renice. No, please. Somebody hear me. Help me. Don't let them bury me. Help me. Don't. Listen to me. I'm not dead. I'm alive. Do you hear? I'm alive.
Lamont, just what do you expect to find in Latham's personal effect? And why have you set today, the day of John's burial, as your deadline?
Call it a hunch if you will, Margot. But I want to thoroughly satisfy myself that John died of natural causes. I wonder if there might be another place where Latham keeps his papers.
No luck in your quest so far?
No, confound it. I've searched through everything. But I'll try again. Keep watching the road, Margot. Latham may come home.
I hardly think so, Lamont. He must still be at the cemetery.
Here, what's this? Margot,
What is it, Lamont?
look at it. It's in Latham's handwriting. Here, let me have that phone.
What are you going to do?
The Shadow's going to make an appointment at John Porter's grave with Police Commissioner Weston.
Come along, Renice. There's no use standing here staring at John's grave. We must go home.
There is no home now.
Mrs. Porter, may I offer my deepest condolences?
Thank you, Reverend Houston.
God bless. Why, what does this mean? Who are these men that drive so fast into a cemetery? Why, it's the police.
Police? Come along, Renice. You mustn't be exposed to more excitement.
Montgomery, wait.
Hold on, everybody.
What does
Hold
this
on.
mean?
Don't anybody leave here. Commissioner Weston.
What is the meaning of all this?
I don't know, mister, but I expect I will in a minute. Shadow. Is Shadow here?
Yes, Commissioner. The Shadow is here.
Shadow?
In the shadows.
All right, then. Now, what's this all about? You phoned me to be
Just
here.
a minute, Commissioner. You men there, start digging as fast as you possibly can. Bring John Porter's casket up and rip the cover off. Hurry.
Go ahead, men. Do as he says.
Renice, are you going to permit John's grave to be desecrated?
What's the matter? What
Commissioner,
is all?
have your men keep an eye on Latham. He may try to escape.
Me escape? What does this mean?
It means that your fiendish plot to murder your friend is exposed, Latham.
Murder? Oh, this is ridiculous.
Commissioner Weston, look behind you. Back of that monument.
Oh, you mean over here?
That's it. I've placed an envelope and a small bottle there for you.
Montgomery, who is this that accuses you of killing John?
Some lunatic, I suppose, making a wild and stupid guess.
The Shadow doesn't guess, Latham. The Shadow knows. Find them, Commissioner?
Is what you mean?
Yes. That envelope contains a document describing a drug that Latham gave John Porter.
What? Why, this is preposterous.
You can't deny it, Latham. You wrote the document yourself. It's in your handwriting.
Renice, don't listen. The man is mad.
Go away. Don't touch me.
What's in the bottle, Shadow?
That's the antidote. If we hurry, it may save John Porter's life.
Save his life. Oh, hurry. Please hurry.
All right. Hoist it up. Quick.
Don't let Latham escape. Grab him, Commissioner.
Here. Don't try anything like that. I wasn't trying to get away. I simply wanted to...
Well, you won't take any chances. Snap the bracelets on him, Horton. Take him away.
Okay, sir. The casket's up.
Rip it open, quick.
John!
Now, Commissioner, pour the contents of that bottle into John Porter's mouth.
Right. Here, lend a hand here, somebody.
Sure, Commissioner.
Now, hold his mouth open.
Yes. There you are.
Okay, Shadow. Now what?
Now, we wait.
He groaned. I heard him.
Oh, John. John, speak to me.
Stand back, Mrs. Porter. Don't touch him.
Look. His eyelids are moving. He's alive.
Alive. Alive. Oh, my darling. My dearest, speak to me. Speak to me.
Why, his eyes are open.
John, it's me, Renice. You're saved, darling. Saved.
Renice,
Yes, John. What is it?
you can hear me.
Yes, dearest, I can.
Thank God. Thank God.
He's passed out.
John.
It's all right. A few hours in bed, he'll be all right again.
Okay, Shadow. I'll see that he's taken right home. And as for Latham, we've got a home for him, too. but it won't have any curtains on the windows.
Well, this completes my job. So I bid you all good day.
Oh, Shadow. Shadow, how can I express my gratitude? How can I thank you?
No need, Mrs. Porter. My reward is in your happiness.
Today's program is based on a story copyrighted by the Shadow magazine. All the characters and all the places named are fictitious. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. The Shadow magazine is now on sale at your local newsstand.
The weed of crime bears bitter fruit. Crime does not pay. The Shadow knows.
You are listening to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Brought to you by G3PL.com.
And now, the case of the larcenous lark. It's late Wednesday night in New York, and in Arnie Kessler's very private gambling club on East 69th Street, tall, handsome, gray-haired George Watkins stands at the end of the dice table shaking the dice cup in his manicured hand and makes his roll.
5's your number. Righto.
Once again, Watkins shakes the cup.
Come on, little 5.
And makes his roll.
7.
Watkins smiles wryly, shrugs lightly, puts down the cup, and pushes through the crowd. He finds the door to Kessler's private office open and walks in. Kessler is seated at the desk.
Oh, Watkins. Sit down.
Thanks.
How'd it go tonight?
Well, for you, fine. I'm clean.
Tough luck.
Oh, bound to change. How's my credit?
Strained to the limit. I'm afraid I'll have to close the book on you.
That's all I wanted to know. Good evening, Kessler.
You're down for 35 grand, Watkins. That's a lot of groceries.
I understand. I'm a realist, Kessler. Don't fool myself. No false pride, so I have to face the fact. The moment I'm no big shot, I'm flat. Bum investment. I'm surprised you carried me this far.
Oh, you'll pay off.
I'm glad you're so sure.
It's my business to be sure.
In that case, a little more credit?
Now, let's not overdo a good thing, chum. Got to draw the line somewhere, you know. You just pay that $35 and you can have all the credit you like.
All right. I'll get it.
You bet you will, Watkins. You bet.
All right, Rex, here you are. Just sign these papers and I'll run along.
Just a minute, Watkins. Rita, get this. How do you like this phrase? Da-da-dee, da-da-da. You're right, it's corny. Maybe it's better like this. No, it was better before.
Rex, please, I've got to be going.
Okay, Watkins. Give me the papers.
Here you are. Here's the pen.
Okay. You know, it's funny. I had it the right way in my head, but it's gone. No. I tell you, if I could remember, it's terrific.
All right, Rex, but look what you're doing.
Signing my name. I got to look for that.
Don't you even read what you're signing?
I can't be bothered. That's what I pay Watkins for, my business manager, huh, Watkins?
That's right. Now these checks.
Right.
I think you'd be interested.
Interested? In whereases and double entries and capital gains? I say it's spinach and to Watkins with it. Okay, Watkins, there you are.
Righto. Now you can get back to your work. So long, Rex. Goodbye, Miss Long.
Yeah, be seeing you.
Bye.
You gotta catch it. It's a natural, believe me.
What do you know about him?
Who?
Watkins.
Oh, great. Saved me nearly $10,000 in income taxes last year.
If you don't even check on him,
Rita, I know what I'm doing. I make the moolah. Watkins sees that I don't spend it faster than I make it. That's
Who's
all.
to see he doesn't spend it?
Oh, for the love of Pete, Rita.
I mean it. If you expect me to marry you, you got to have some sense of responsibility.
Yeah, sure. Baby, there it is. I know I'd get it. You like?
Not bad.
Not bad. It's great.
What are you doing?
Calling my no good of an agent?
Rex, I'm trying to tell you.
Yeah, not now, honey, not now.
Hello?
Halloran, listen, I've got a number, even you'll be able to sell it.
Who is it?
Who is it? The Cole Porter of the 50s. I'm telling you, I've got something that'll make you.
Rex?
Who else?
Look, Rex, before you get all...
Now, will you shut up? You haven't even heard it yet. Goes with those lyrics I showed you yesterday. Now, listen. Did you hear?
Yes?
Well?
It's a nice tune, Rex, but you know that you
No
can't...
buts, Halloran. This is it. How soon can you get it to Sinatra?
Be reasonable, Rex. We can't...
Now, look, I don't want any argument. All the time I bang out songs that sell themselves, you try to sit on them. If it wasn't for that contract, believe me, brother, you'd be out, but fast.
Listen to the cornball. Where were you before I took you over? Strictly minor leagues. Now it's the big leagues and you're beating them, huh? You got a nice tune. I'll do what I can.
Now, look, shut up. I want you over here this afternoon, understand? That creep always got to give me conversation. You'd think a guy'd get some encouragement once in a while, but no, nice tune, he says. And you won't even listen. Got to yap about what?
I listen, Rex. It's just that I'm worried. You have to turn everything over to Watkins?
All right, look, I'll take it once more, slow. Now try to dig it this time, baby, will you? When you're getting the chips, you hire yourself a business manager. Everybody does it. I'm not the only one.
Thanks so much for telling me. But everybody doesn't just sign papers and checks without even knowing what they are.
All right, let's not get in a hassle about it, huh?
Well, if we're going to get married...
Who says we're going to get married?
Rex!
Well, if it's going to be nag all the time...
You're not serious.
Maybe I am. I don't know.
Well, I was only trying to be helpful. I don't see why you have...
Oh, for Pete's sake. Look, baby, I got a great idea banging around in my head. I want to get it on paper. Do you have to pitch a hissy now?
I'm sorry, Rex.
Now, will you cut it out? Honey, look. Doggone it, listen, will you? All right, I'll call Watkins. I'll get an appointment, see. He'll explain just how I stand financially, black and white. Get it all figured out, see. Now, will you please turn off the Niagara and let me get to work?
Oh, Kessler.
Hello, Watkins. Mind if I come in?
No, of course not.
Thanks.
As a matter of fact, I have something for you.
Glad to hear it.
Yes. Here you are.
1, 2, 3, 4, $5,000. Good. That leaves an even 30.
It may take a little time.
Oh, that's all right. Just so long as you settle up before you leave town.
Leave town? What makes you
You bought a ticket for Chicago this morning.
How do you know? Have you been having me followed?
Let's just say I have a very sensitive Ouija board, You see, Watkins, when I have money outstanding, I like to keep in touch. That's why I don't want you going away until the account is closed.
I should have expected this. Very well, Kessler, you've got me. No use denying there's the ticket. I was leaving. As a matter of fact, I'm on a bit of a spot. Let's face it, I'm trapped.
How so?
Well, I'll tell you. Always was one for cards on the table. It's like this. That $5,000 I just paid you came from Rex Elber, only Elber doesn't know it.
Mm-hmm.
I had counted on him for considerably more from time to time, you understand. You can't rush these things or they show up.
Well,
Elber called a few minutes ago, wants to go over the account. I don't know what's gotten into him all of a sudden, but there it is. Have to face it. He wants an accounting, and I can't possibly explain the check I cashed. If it hadn't happened so fast...
So you were going to run out?
Well, what can I do? Perhaps if you give me back that $5,000 and I return it to Rex, he may not press the charges.
Sure. I blow $5,000, and if Elber decides not to play ball, you're in the soup anyhow.
Well, it was a thought.
I don't call that thinking.
Well, what can I do?
Elber isn't your only client. You have others. That's why I gave you credit.
Now, they watch closer. Still, I suppose over a period of time, I could raise the rest.
Take your time. I won't rush things so long as I get payments on account like this every so often.
But I don't have time. That's just it. Elber wants a showdown today.
Well, can't you stall him?
No, not for long. Only I could keep him from asking about that check. There must be something I can do.
Not only there must be, Watkins. There better be.
Come in, door's open. Okay, now what can I do? Hey, wait a minute. Hey, what's the idea?
Yeah?
This where Mike Waring lives, the Falcon?
Yeah.
You him?
I'm he.
Well, Halloran's my name, Vic Halloran, Rex Elber's agent.
Congratulations.
On what?
Being Elba's agent. He must be a gold mine.
Golden goose, more like. Somebody killed him.
Oh?
Yeah, that's why I'm here. I need a detective. Heard a lot about you. Always figure anybody has a reputation, he must have something on the ball.
Well, I'll concede the point. Shall we go inside and talk business?
No need. I'll only be a minute. I discovered the body, see? So I'm on the spot. Cops just put me through the ringer.
Any reason you should be suspected, other than discovering the body?
They suspect everybody.
Oh, and you've got nothing to worry about. No more than anybody else.
All right. It's like this, see? Who likes his agent? All the time gripes. How come you aren't doing more for me? Rex and me had words often. Loud words. But he's my meal ticket. I'm going to knock off my own meal ticket?
Ah, yes, the Golden Goose.
Get on it, will you, Waring?
Okay, Halloran.
Try Rita Vaughn, warbler at the Zigzag Club.
You think she did it?
She's mixed up in it.
How do you know?
She's a dame. Rex is current. And believe me, in a thing like this, always include the dame in.
I'll make a note of it.
Dames are trouble. You can count on it. Nothing but trouble.
Halloran, you're speaking of the women I love.
Take it from me, Waring. Nothing but trouble.
Spoken like a confirmed bachelor.
Bachelor? I'm paying alimony 3 ways. Now get on it, Waring, will you?
Mike Waring has been in Vic Halloran's employ for 20 minutes. Just long enough to get from his own place to the Zigzag Club, where Rita Vaughn has just admitted him to her dressing room.
All right, Mr. Waring, now what is it?
Well, there's no question about it. You're a dame.
What a detective.
And dames are trouble.
Oh?
Mm-hmm. I have it on the authority of a 3-time loser.
And you're looking for trouble?
Rex Elba's trouble. Were you it?
I was his dame.
Mm-hmm.
But I had nothing to do with his death.
Uh-huh.
So if that's all you want, you might as well run along.
Who said it's all I want?
I can tell you who killed Rex, if that's what you want.
Well, I'd like to get around with that, Angel, but I'm in no hurry.
His business manager, George Watkins.
Why do you say that?
Rex had an appointment with Watkins today to check on Watkins' handling of Rex's affairs. The murder was a little too opportune to be a coincidence.
All right, Rita, I'll check on it.
Well, you can't check on it in here.
Hey, you seem in a hurry to get rid of me.
I'm on in a few minutes. I'd like to get ready.
And the show must go on.
You said it, Mr. Waring. Maybe you think I'm taking Rex's death too... Maybe you think it doesn't mean anything. Oh, get out of here, will you?
Hello, is George Watkins around?
Who wants to know?
Mike Waring.
Well, the Falcon. This is an unexpected pleasure.
You must be Arnie Kessler.
I must be. Can I offer you a drink?
No, thanks.
You get around a lot.
33.
How come you got around here?
Could be I like roulette.
Oh, you know better than the buck the house percentage, Waring?
That's no way to encourage business.
Some kinds of business I can do without. So you're looking for George Watkins, huh?
Yeah, I understand he's a regular patron here. I wanted to confirm it.
You expect an answer from me?
No, I guess not.
Is that all you wanted?
Well, I'd like to know how Watkins was doing. Yeah, well, I didn't think you'd tell me.
I'm not crazy. I start talking about my client's affairs, I'd be out of business fast.
Well, in that case, I guess I'm just wasting my time around here.
I'm glad you realize it.
Might as well be running.
Oh, no need to run, Waring. You can walk, as long as it's to the nearest exit.
Hello?
Hello, Watkins. This is Arnie Kessler.
Yes, Kessler. What is it?
Who knew that Rex Elva wanted an accounting with you today?
Well, I didn't know anyone did, except you. Why?
Mike Waring was just here, the Falcon. He guessed you'd been losing at the tables.
Oh, dear.
Relax. He's still guessing. I didn't give him anything.
But if he's checking...
I don't think he can prove anything, but I thought you ought to know.
Yes. Thanks, Kessler. But who could have put him on to... Of course. That girl.
What girl?
Rita Vaughn. Never did care for her style of singing. Maybe I can figure a way to make her change her tune.
Hello, Rita.
Oh, Mr. Waring, back again, huh?
Yeah, I thought I'd catch the last show. But as long as you're table hopping, how about perching at mine for a while?
Well, I only have a minute.
I'll settle for that.
All right.
I've been checking on Watkins.
Find out anything?
Uh-huh. He likes to gamble.
Oh, well, that could explain...
What's wrong?
Speak of the devil. Hello, Mr. Watkins.
Hello, Rita. Am I interrupting anything?
Yes, you certainly are. But sit down, you old devil.
I beg your pardon?
Mr. Watkins, this is Michael Waring.
Waring? Oh, yes. Yes, I've heard of you.
From Arnie Kessler?
Why do you ask that?
Why don't you answer it?
I want to talk to Rita.
Get in line. I was here first.
I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint both of you. Time for my number. See you later.
Has Rita been talking about me, Waring?
Ask Rita.
I intend to.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, now here she is. The little lady you've all been waiting for to play and sing for you, Rita Vaughn.
Thank you, Harry. Thank you. Folks, I have something that I hope will be a treat for you. It's a brand new number that I wrote myself. And here it is for the first time anywhere. I hope you like it.
I wonder why she didn't come back to the table, Waring. She said
something scared her. Didn't you see her face when she left the floor, Watkins?
No, I didn't notice.
That's why I wanted to get back here to the dressing room. There it is.
Hey, somebody's in there.
Yeah. Look out, Watkins. Let's see if this door's unlocked.
Yeah, it is.
Mr. Waring.
Yes, Rita. Come to take you in my arms.
Let go.
Not while you're waving shooting irons.
Sorry, Waring. She missed.
Yeah, so I see, Halloran. But let's not give her another shot at you. What are you doing here, anyway?
Telling her off. She's a crook.
He hit me. That's why I grabbed the gun. It was self-defense.
She's a crook, a grave robber.
Did you hit her?
We were arguing.
Did you hit her?
What difference
Did you hit her, Halloran?
Well, maybe I did.
And the gunplay really was self-defense?
I told you.
But I want Halloran to tell me.
Well, yes, it was.
All right. Then I can let her go. Much as I enjoy holding you in my arms, Rita, I like it under different circumstances. Now, what went on in here?
Well, when I heard her singing that song...
Did you hear? I didn't see you in the club.
I was over at the side, near the door.
All right, you heard the song.
Yeah. She said it was her song. She made it up.
I did.
Rex called me this morning, all hopped up. Here's a new number. Plays it for me over the phone. It's this very song, Waring. This very song.
I played it for Rex. That's where he got it.
He said it was his.
We were going to publish it under his name. We thought it would be more popular.
Look, I know Rex's style. You can't
I
tell
know
me...
his style, too. I was influenced by it, I admit that. But I wrote that song.
That's a lie.
Well, even if it is, Halloran, is that any call to slug the girl? Or did you just toss that in because you don't like Dane?
I couldn't help blowing my lid, Waring. I'm sorry, but this crooked Dane
All right, hold it. Rita, you say you made up this song?
Yes.
When?
This morning. Rex was working on a tune. It was something like this one, but not the same. Watkins, you were there, you remember.
Yes.
Well, then Watkins left, and Rex and I were talking, and all of a sudden it came to me.
And you played it for Rex?
Yes.
And he played it for Halloran?
Yes, and he told me that...
I know what he told you. Did you play it for anyone else, Rita, until tonight?
No.
And it's just your word against Halloran's?
Well, yes,
I don't know what you hope to prove, Waring. Each one will stick to his own story.
Oh, I think I've proved plenty, Watkins.
What?
Who killed Rex Elder?
You what?
I've proved who killed Rex Elder. Maybe that isn't as important as who wrote the music, but it should determine who's going to have to face it.
Who, Waring?
Well, considering that Watkins is in deep to Kessler...
Where'd you get that idea?
Maybe from Kessler himself.
You couldn't.
Why not?
Because I don't owe him.
That's not what Kessler told me, Watkins.
He didn't tell you anything.
What makes you so sure?
He told me he didn't.
And there must be something he could...
Rita, look out!
Oh, don't...
Too late, Waring. I've got the gun from her.
Now, what good do you think it's going to do you?
Well, there's one sure thing. Won't do you any good if you make a move. So stay where you are, all of you. I'm getting out of here.
15 minutes have passed since George Watkins grabbed Rita's gun and beat a hasty retreat from the Zigzag Club. Mike has used that time to hurry to Arnie Kessler's apartment, where Kessler's thug Rocky has just ushered him in.
Here he is, Mr. Kessler.
Yeah. All right, Waring. What is it this time?
Well, I put you on kind of a spot, Kessler. I figured I ought to tell you.
What kind of a spot?
I told George Watkins you tipped me about his owing you. He grabbed a gun and cleared out. I thought he might come here.
Thanks for the warning. I can take care of myself.
Yeah, sure. Still, I thought you ought to know.
All right. But how come he fell for your bluff?
Oh, I guess he's out of his element. I imagine that until today, except for weakness for gambling, Watkins stuck pretty close to the straight and narrow.
Yeah.
And since he really is in hock to you,
Is he?
his running out ought to clinch it.
How do I know he ran out? Just because you say so?
Well, I see you're not as green as Watkins.
Disappointed?
No, I expected it. Well, that could be the answer to if I'm bluffing.
Yeah. Rocky.
Okay, Mr. Kessler.
And just in case Waring isn't bluffing you, that's Watkins. Check him for artillery.
Right.
I want to see Kessler.
Sure. Turn around.
Why?
So far, you're right, Waring. It's Watkins.
And when you get to know me better, Kessler, you'll never doubt me.
Not bad.
All right, Mr. Kessler, here he is. And here's his heater.
Waring.
Hello, Watkins. I've been expecting you.
I should have known. You are on his side,
That's
Kessler.
what he wants you to think, but if you shut up and let me do the talking...
Certainly. Might as well face it. I've bungled again, played right into his hands.
Maybe, but now we have him on our home ground.
Please, Kessler, no violence.
That's not what I had in mind. At least for now. As long as we're both here together, he can't play one off against the other like he's been doing.
No, that's not necessary. I've proved my point.
I wouldn't say so. You rattled Watkins. He lost his head.
And came running to you. Why?
To check on what you told him. He thought I might have lied about him.
You mean he wanted to see if you told the truth about him? It's no use, Kessler. I know he's in hock to you. Now that I know who the murderer is, it's the only thing that makes sense.
Oh, you know that, too?
Sure.
Waring, I know how it looks.
Out of the talking, Watkins. Are you, suggesting that Watkins killed Elba, Waring?
Oh, I haven't said that.
But I thought...
You shouldn't jump to conclusions, Watkins.
Well, but then I don't understand. Unless you think I'm the murderer, what difference does it make if I owe Kessler money? My relation with him doesn't affect anyone else.
It affects Kessler.
But surely you can't think he killed Rex. Why, they didn't even know each other.
I know they didn't.
Well, then...
Now, wait. Elba demanded an accounting with you today, didn't he, Watkins? Never mind, don't answer, but you know he did. And you've been juggling the account to pay off Kessler, so you got panicked.
Well, shut up, Watkins.
Yes. All right, you told Kessler about the spot you were in. You'd paid off part of what you owed him, but there was still a heavy balance. Now, if Elba sent you to jail, Kessler would never get his balance. So he killed Elba to protect his investment in you.
So that's it. How many times do I have to tell you to shut up, Watkins?
Well, I'm the one you'll have to shut up, Kessler. But before you decide on the rough play you so thoughtfully postponed before, you ought to know the police know I came up here.
Yeah?
You think I'd have stuck my neck out like this otherwise? Let's face it, Kessler, the jig is up.
One thing I don't understand, Waring.
What's that, Halloran?
You said my argument with Rita about the song is what tipped you to the murderer.
Yes, it did.
But if Kessler's the murderer, he had nothing to do with the song.
That's just the point.
What?
He didn't know Elba. Had nothing to do with him.
Then how could he...
Look, Halloran. Regardless of who really wrote the song, either way, we know that until last night, only you and Rita and Elba had ever heard the song, right?
Yes.
But when I was at Kessler's before Rita played it at the club, Kessler was humming the song.
He was?
He was. So I knew he must have been at Elba's. Remember Elba was at the piano when he was murdered? He must have been playing the tune when Kessler killed him.
I see.
Uh-huh. So that takes care of the murder. Now everything is settled except who really wrote the song.
Oh, that's settled, too.
Oh, it is?
Yeah, yes, I was wrong. Rita wrote it all right. We had a long talk, and she convinced me.
Oh?
Yeah, quite a dame, Waring. Quite a dame.
Thought you didn't like dames.
Who, me? Oh, all I said was, anybody who falls for a dame must be nuts.
Uh-huh.
Well, Waring, shake hands with Napoleon Bonaparte.
You are listening to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Brought to you by G3PL.com.
Ladies and gentlemen, the secret word tonight is foot. F-O-O-T.
Really?
You bet your life. The more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers of America present Groucho Marx in You Bet Your Life, the comedy quiz series produced and transcribed from Hollywood. And here he is, the one, the only...
Nice fellow, knew him well. Oh, that's me. Well, here I am again with $4,000 for one of our couples.
Groucho, we asked for young single people to volunteer tonight. And...
I do that frequently.
Do you? Well, just before we went on the air... Just before we went on the air, Miss...
It's most unproductive, I must say. Hopeless is the word.
Miss Francine Anderson and Mr...
Miss Francine Anderson is hopeless?
No, she volunteered, and she was chosen along with Lieutenant Charles Brown, and here they are. Folks,
well,
meet Groucho Marx.
Well, welcome. Welcome, kids, for the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Say the secret word and you'll divide $100. It's a common word, something you always have with you. Francis Anderson and Charles Brown, huh? Well, that's a good, simple. What kind of a uniform is that?
United States Air Force.
Is that so? I thought you were a letter carrier. Huh? How do I know you're in the Air Force?
Well, you can tell by the wings.
Likely story. How do I know you're not delivering airmail? Where are you from, Chaz?
Well, from the original gateway to the west in Southern California, Fort Smith, Arkansas.
He's going to wind up in the real estate business, I guess. Now, should I call you Francine or Fran?
Well, I prefer Fran.
So do I. With men who know women best, it's Fran, 2-1. Be lucky, go happy, huh? Where are you from, Fran?
Well, I was born in Santa Monica, California.
Where?
Santa Monica. I'm a native
Santa
girl.
Monica.
Yeah.
Oh, native girl, huh? Was that a native outfit you're wearing? Well, how old are you, Fran?
I'm 21.
21, eh? You don't look it. I thought you were about 20 and a half.
Oh.
You say you're in the Air Force, Charlie?
That's right.
What kind of a plane do you fly?
B-29.
Well, tell us about the B-29. How big, actually, is this monster?
Well, it's not the biggest by any means, but it's pretty good size. If you stood it up on a wingtip, it'd be about as tall as a 10-story building.
Sounds pretty cozy, doesn't it? Could you take Fran up for a little spin?
No, I'm afraid the Air Force might disapprove of that.
You mean the Air Force wouldn't approve of Francine? That's not the red-blooded American Air Force I used to know. How far can you go in this crate?
Well, we could go about 6,500 miles without stopping. For instance, we could go from here to Hawaii and return without landing.
Well, what's the sense of going? The old Air Force would have landed at Hawaii. Don't you get tired steering that jalopy for so many miles?
Well, no. After we once get off the ground and get up in the air, we let George fly it.
George? Who's George? Any relation to Fenneman?
No. George isn't human. George is the automatic pilot.
That's Fenneman, all right, eh? Have you had any interesting experiences in this crate?
No, nothing in the B-29. There was a thing back a couple of years ago pertaining to the uniform. We were having a social function in the hotel lobby, and while standing in the lobby waiting for my date, an elderly lady walked up and handed me a stack of letters and says, "Boy, would you mind mailing these for me?"
Well, I did better than that. I thought you were a letter carrier. I just thought you were a bellhop. Did she tip you?
Not at all.
Well, tell us that. That's a kind of an incomplete story. Did the girls ever show up?
Absolutely.
And did you have a lot of fun?
Yes, we did.
Apparently you didn't stay in the lobby all evening, huh?
No, we didn't.
That's the Air Force that I know. What do you... Look how she's looking at you. Boy, is she casing you. She knows every detail about you by this time. Where do you work, Fran?
I work in West Los Angeles, physical services gymnasium there.
You work in a gymnasium?
Mm-hmm.
You supervise exercises?
That's right.
What else?
Well, like bodybuilding.
Could you build me one, you think?
We could try.
Instead of this travesty I'm walking around in, huh? Do you have separate gyms for the men and the women?
No, we have the same gym.
Now you're talking, huh? What about signing me up? Can you give me some assurance I won't be annoyed by the women customers?
Well, I think you could be fairly safe. They're there on different days.
Apparently she's accustomed to handling dumbbells. Does your reducing emporium have a slogan like "Be patriotic, don't waste fat"?
Not quite like that. We do have one. If you don't have it, we can give it to you.
The fact of the matter is I already have it and I don't want it. Now, you're still single, eh, Fran?
Yes,
well, how
I
come?
am.
Aren't you interested in marriage?
Well, yes, I am.
Maybe you haven't been looking in the right places.
Well, good
You're
man.
not going to find a good man in the woman's steam room, you know. I ought to know. How about Charlie, my boy here? Does he look like a good man? Does he look like a likely candidate?
Not bad at all.
Charlie, are you very hard to find?
I'm always available, always.
This is no lobby gal, this boy. Well, Charlie, do me a favor and get lost, will you? Fran and I will go looking for you after the show. When you fly over Mulholland Drive, dip your wings and we'll know it's you.
Right.
Now, in just 1 minute, you're going to play You Bet Your Life for a chance at the $4,000 question. Right now, I want you to pay close attention to this.
You know, friends, there are lots of things about the new 160 horsepower DeSoto Fire Dome 8 you just can't appreciate fully until you get behind the wheel of this great new car. Until you actually drive it out on the highway or over rough roads. Until you park it. The thing to do is to go into your DeSoto Plymouth dealers tomorrow and treat yourself to the ride of your life. You'll be amazed when you feel the smooth power and instant acceleration of the 160 horsepower DeSoto Fire Dome V8 engine. You'll be thrilled when you experience DeSoto's full power steering. That's right, not partial, but full power steering that lets you turn the wheels of the new DeSoto with one finger, even when the car is at a standstill. You'll find out for yourself that full power steering on the new DeSoto means easier, safer driving, not just some of the time, but all of the time. So take a few minutes tomorrow to stop in at your DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Get behind the wheel of the world's most talked about new car, the spectacular new 160 horsepower DeSoto Fire Dome 8. Also see and drive the DeSoto PowerMaster 6, available in custom and deluxe models. And remember, all dealers who sell DeSoto also sell Plymouth, the low-priced car most like high-priced cars. So no matter what price range you have in mind, you'll find the car you want at your DeSoto Plymouth dealers.
Now, let's see how you work together as a team. George, explain the rules.
You bet as much of your $20 as you want on each of 4 questions, and the couple that earns the most money gets a chance at the $4,000 DeSoto Plymouth question later in the show.
He has a real manly voice, Fenneman, isn't he? Certainly astonishes me all the time. Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected popular songs as your category. Now, here's your first question. How much of the 20 will you bet?
Let me see.
19.
19. Give me the title of this song. Play, Jerry. Anytime is right.
And you're off to a great start. You have $39.
Yeah, Force doesn't fool around. Remember, you're going for $4,000 tonight. How much of the $39 you're going to try this time?
38.
38. What's the name of this song? Play it.
Slowpoke.
Slowpoke is right.
now have $77.
You now have $77. Let's see if you can identify this song. How much you going to bet?
76.
76. Okay. Play it, Jerry.
Please, Mr. Son.
Please, Mr. Son is correct.
Now find the $153.
How much you going to bet?
Shoot to work.
Is this last one?
This is the coup de grace.
Haven't got anything to lose. Shoot.
153.
153. Play it, Jerry. Tell me why is right. Give him a big kick.
And you also wind up with $306.
Good.
Well, thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealer.
Thank you.
We
They were a real cute couple, weren't
They certainly were. Wonderful. We have a housewife and a salesman for you now, Groucho. They were chosen just before we went on the air, and here they are. Mrs. Pearl Woosley and Mr. Merrill Rawlings. Meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome to You Bet Your Life. Say the secret word and divide $100. It's a common word, something you always have with you. Mrs. Pearl Woosley, Mr. Merle Rawlings, and you're a salesman. Where are you from, Merle?
Newcastle, Indiana, originally, Mr. Marks.
Somebody out there from Muncie. Mrs. Woosley, you stop that snickering over here, will you? Pearl Woosley. Pearl, where are you from? St. Pearl, Minnesota?
I'm from Shelbyville, Tennessee. Way
Well,
down south in Dixie.
Where you all from? Where you stay?
Shelbyville, Tennessee. Way down south in Dixie.
Well, sure enough. What kind of a place is Shelbyville?
Well, when I was born, there's about 6,000 people. A very wealthy country town.
Mm-hmm. Do you enjoy living in this metropolis?
I certainly did.
Here, I mean.
Oh, yes, I like Hollywood.
Oh.
Period. And especially Mr. Groucho Marx.
I see. Well, thank you, Pearl. That's Pearl before swine or something. Now, I realize the dangers of asking a salesman what he sells, but could you tell us, Merle, what racket you're in? What is your profession?
I sell
what business?
Guardian Service, Mr. Marks.
What is this?
Guardian Service.
Guardian Service?
America's finest cooking equipment.
Oh. You mean you sell pots and pans?
No, that's quite a bit of difference there, Mr. Marks.
Mm-hmm.
You see, Guardian Service is not just ordinary pots and pans. It's a method.
They have bottoms in, I suppose, huh?
Double bottoms, sir.
Double bottoms.
That's right.
Well, how do you peddle this? Do you go around knocking on doors?
No, sir, we don't. We make calls by appointment only.
Well, how do you do this? Could you tell us something about it?
Yes, sir. We make an appointment in the home for the hostess, and she invites over 14, 15 people.
What do you mean you make an appointment? You just call up anybody, get down the phone book?
Well, in many cases we have leads from previous programs. We call them Guardian Health programs.
That's certainly a pretty fancy moniker for that. What do you serve at these clam bakes, aside from bicarbonate soda?
Well, we serve a very well-balanced meal, roast beef dinner.
Mm-hmm. Now, Pearl, how does it sound to you? Do you like roast beef dinners?
I like it, delighted.
You
Yes,
like it, huh?
Like it. But I like the southern cooking better. Fried chicken and chicken dumplings, hog joe and term salad, and black-eyed peas on New Year's Day. Good luck.
Good luck to you, too, Pearl.
Corn,
And a round of barbiturates for everybody. Well, it's been interesting talking to you two, and Merle, if you ever need a topic of conversation for your parties, just mention the new DeSoto Fire Dome 8. It's really something to talk about.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now, here we go. You're going to play You Bet Your Life. You beat our other couples, you'll get a chance at the $4,000 question. I can't tell you how much you have to win, but George is going to remind our listeners.
The Air Force pilot and his partner won $306, and the secret word is foot.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. All the words in each question pertain to the same subject. Here's your first question. How much will you bet?
15.
Talk right in here.
All right, $15.
$15. All right. What are Wyandottes, Orpingtons, and Plymouth Rocks?
Chickens.
Chickens is right.
Off to a good start. You have $35.
Remember, you're going for $4,000 tonight. Now, how much of the $35 will you bet this time?
25.
Okay.
How much?
25.
25. Okay. What are acacias, poincianas, and mangroves?
Trees.
Trees is right.
You now have $60.
You have $60, and how much are you going to bet this time?
55.
55.
55. Okay. What are Manx, Siamese, and Maltese?
Twins. Cats.
Cats is right.
You've now climbed to $115.
It's your last chance to beat the other couples. How much of the 115 you going to go for?
Would you say 100? What do you think?
I didn't hear, Bob.
The whole thing of on. What do you say?
Up to you.
We might win. What do we have, 150?
You got
115.
You got 115.
Well, let's say 114.
Want to get back to
Is
those?
that all right?
114, okay. All right, here we go. What are azaleas, peonies, and crocuses?
Oh, flowers.
Flowers is right. Very smart.
You wind up with a grand total of $229.
Thanks and good luck to the DeSoto Plymouth dealers.
Thank you kindly.
Thank you kindly.
We invited some caddies to the program tonight, and just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected Anthony Nobb. His partner is a woman with an interesting and unusual occupation, Mrs. Mildred Alexander, and here they are. Folks, meet Groucho Marx.
Hi, Mr. Marx.
Welcome for the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Say the secret word and divide $100. It's a common word, something you always have with you. Mrs. Mildred Alexander and Anthony Nobb, huh?
That's right, sir.
You're a caddy?
Yes, sir.
Mm-hmm. You look a little old for a caddy. How old are you, Anthony?
40, Mr. Marx.
Really? Junior is 2 years older than I am. Where are you from, Anthony?
Hell's Kitchen.
We don't approve of that kind of language on this show. Hell's Kitchen? You mean you come from 10th Avenue, New York?
That's right, sir.
Now, what is your birthplace, Mrs. Alexander?
I was born just outside of Boston.
Oh, what's the matter? Were you banned in Boston?
I was born in Newton.
You were born in Newton? That's a lovely little town. Do you miss it very much?
Not particularly.
I see. In other words, you don't give a fig for Newton, eh? Mildred, you were chosen because you have an interesting occupation. Just what is it you do, Mildred?
I run a motel for cats.
Well, that's what I thought. When you walked up here, I said to myself, I says, there's a woman who runs a motel for cats. Now, Mildred, let's not be ridiculous. Nobody runs a motel for cats. Just what is a motel for cats?
It's a very
I'm
nice...
willing to play along with this thing as well as you. I'll play ball with you, Mildred, huh?
The Motel for Cats is a very nice place on Ventura Boulevard where people leave their cats when they go out of town.
What do you call the place, Catalina?
Motel for Cats.
Oh. How much is really a hotel for cats? Huh?
A motel for cats.
A motel. Is there much difference between a motel for cats and a hotel for cats?
Yes.
I used to know Sam Katz. He lived at a hotel. How much does a cat have to pay for his lodging?
Well, it depends on whether he's on the American plan or the European plan.
Well, let's say he's a Siamese cat. Would you mind explaining the difference between...
Well, if he's on the American plan, he has the regular food, everyday fare of the Motel for Cats. If he's on the European plan, he can have half and half, lobster, shrimps, filet mignon, whatever he wants.
Where do these felines eat? Under the stove or...?
No, we have room service, and their food is served in the bungalow. On their own dishes.
Imagine the cat picking up the phone in the morning in bed and hollering for room service. How does this sound to you, Andy? Does this sound pretty interesting to you?
I'm bewildered.
You're bewildered, eh?
I certainly am, Mr. Marks.
Well, if you should need a nice motel to sleep in sometime, just tell Millie you're a caddy. Yeah, Tom Caddy. Where do you say you're a caddy?
Lakeside Country Club.
Oh, Lakes. Oh, that's a pretty exclusive club, isn't it?
It certainly is, Mr. Marks.
You have a lot of very distinguished members out there.
We certainly have.
Could you name a few of your members?
Well, we have Bob Hope, Bing Crosby, Dennis Morgan, Gordon McRae.
Well, do you get a thrill caddying for these big shots?
Sometimes.
What do you mean, sometimes?
Depends on the tips.
I'll give you a big tip. Don't have a caddy for me if you want a big tip. What are the qualifications for a good caddy aside from flat feet?
Flat feet. Well, you have to know the local knowledge. Or
you mean the topography of the
that's right, sir.
links?
And
I had them with
the brakes in the green. Huh? The brakes in the green.
You have brakes on the green?
Yes, sir.
They're not as good as the DeSoto brakes, I bet. What do you like best about caddying?
Big tips.
This fellow's got a one-track mind.
Well, let's face it.
You know, years ago, Jesse Lasky was playing at Hillcrest. And adjoining Hillcrest is Rancho. You know, the two clubs are right close together there. And Lasky was a notoriously wild golfer, and he hit one shot over on the Rancho, which is right across the road. So he said to the caddy, he says, "What club do I use?" And the caddy says, "You tell me what club you're playing, I'll tell you what club you use." Now, women play out there, too, don't they? Which do you prefer caddying for, men or women?
Oh, men.
Why is that?
Well, women, they talk a little too much. And they stop on a turn in the powder room, and they might not come out for another 15 minutes. And the main thing is, men are better tippers.
Well, let's get it off your mind. Here's a dime, man. Now, Mildred, would you board my cat? It happens to come from Poland.
I'd like to.
It's a fine, exclusive hotel. She'll even take a polecat. But he's good for the money. He'll pay you a cent at a time. Now, tell me, Millie, when a cat checks in, what kind of luggage does he carry? I presume you wouldn't let him in without luggage.
No. He brings his own bedding and his dishes.
He brings his own dishes and bedding,
his
huh?
toys, his catnip, sometimes his Christmas tree at Christmas time.
Say, could I get a room there sometime? Well, it's been a novel experience talking to you two. And, Mildred, when you tuck your guests away for the night, don't forget the cat's pajamas. All right, let's play You Bet Your Life for a chance at the $4,000. You run your $20 into more than our other couples. I can't tell you how much you have to win, but Mr. Fenneman's going to remind our listeners.
The Air Force pilot and his partner still lead with $306.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected outstanding American athletes. Here's your first question. How much will you bet?
19.
Talk up, kids.
$19.
$19. In what sport is Maureen Connolly famous?
I think it's in tennis.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. It's absolutely right.
You're on your way. You have $39.
Remember, you're going for $4,000 tonight. How much of the 39 are you going to try this time?
38.
38.
38. In what sport is Dick Button famous?
Skater.
Skater is right.
You now have $77.
Now, here's your third question. You have $77? How much you going to bet? Your 7 looks like a 9.
That's well, right.
76. 76.
76?
All right. In what sport is Luke Easter famous?
Baseball.
Baseball is right.
You now have $153.
Here's your last chance to beat the other couples. How much of the 153 you going to try?
150.
150. In what sport is Patty Berg famous?
Golf.
Golf is right. Put it in, kid.
You wound up with $303.
That's not bad. And give me my dime back.
But that means the Air Force pilot and his partner with $306. In just 1 minute, we'll get the chance at the $4,000 DeSoto
How much did
Plymouth
they beat us
question.
by?
$3.
Gee. We could use it.
That's a good 18 holes work, isn't it?
Yeah. It's a few hamburgers.
Say, Fenneman, I have something for you. It's here. It's a letter from Mr. Albert L. McKenzie of Campbell, California.
It's addressed to me?
Of course not. It's addressed to me. What would Albert McKenzie be writing to you about?
Oh, I don't know.
For that matter, what would he be writing to me about? Oh, I remember. It's about a used car. Here, read it, George.
Oh, gladly. Mr. McKenzie writes, Dear Mr. Marks.
That's me.
I followed your advice, went into a DeSoto Plymouth dealer and told them Groucho sent me. Well, I purchased a used car. It was fairly priced, and I'm very happy with it. I received a very satisfactory allowance on my old car. The dealer was courteous and very efficient and had that rare gift of making me feel at home and welcome. The deal was somehow lifted out of the realm of a mere business transaction where you simply got what you paid for and placed on an entirely different plane. It was a novel and pleasing experience. I thought you might be interested in hearing. It's signed, yours very truly, Albert L. McKenzie. Well, friends, I'm sure you'd like that kind of treatment, too. And if you're interested in a used car, visit a DeSoto Plymouth dealer. DeSoto Plymouth dealers, you know, have many makes and models to choose from, and in all price ranges.
And remember, George, some of the cars are DeSotos and Plymouths the dealer has serviced from the day they were brand new.
That's right. For top values in used cars, for a fair and square deal every time, go to a DeSoto Plymouth dealer.
And when you do, tell them Groucho sent you.
Here's the Air Force pilot and his partner, Groucho. The winning couple all set for the DeSoto Plymouth $4,000 question.
Well, you can quit the gym, and you can quit... no, you can't quit for charity. All you got to do is, all right, here we go for $4,000. I'll give you 15 seconds to decide on a single answer between you. Think carefully, and please no help from the audience. Here it is. There is a small island in the Mediterranean that has served as a penal colony since 1874. Its name was made famous by Edmond Dantes, hero of a great novel by Dumas. For $4,000, what is the name of this island? Talk it over. One answer between you. What is the answer you two have decided upon?
Sicily.
Oh, I'm sorry. There it is. Monte Cristo. That's the correct answer, Monte Cristo. So that means the big question next week will be worth $4,500. Well, you lost the big money, but how much did they win the quiz?
$306 in the quiz.
Well, it's not too bad. Congratulations, and thanks to both of you and to all of our contestants on the show tonight.
Be sure to tune in again next Wednesday night at the same time for the Groucho Marx Show, when the big question will be worth $4,500. And don't miss Groucho's television show, also presented by the DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America. And remember, all dealers who sell DeSoto also sell Plymouth. Two great cars, both products of the Chrysler Corporation.
And when you drive in, tell them Groucho sent you. Good night, folks, and remember, see the DeSoto fire don't make tomorrow.
Folks, here's a reminder from the National Safety Council. Cross town or cross country, slow down for blind intersections and be prepared to stop. You Bet Your Life, transcribed from Hollywood, is produced by John Goodell, directed by Robert Dwan and Bernie Smith, music by Jerry Fielding. This is George Fenneman signing off for the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers from coast to coast.
You are listening to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Brought to you by G3PL.com.
Kellogg's, the greatest name in cereals, presents Wild Bill Hickok!
Hi, you folks, hold on to your hats and pass those Kellogg's Sugar Corn Pops. Because here comes Guy Madison as Wild Bill and his pal Jingles, which is me, Andy Devine. We got another rootin' tootin' Wild Bill Hickok adventure story for you from that great new cereal with the sweetening already on it, Kellogg's Sugar Corn Pops!
Today, Kellogg's Sugar Corn Pops brings you Wild Bill Hickok, transcribed in Hollywood and starring Guy Madison as Wild Bill and Andy Devine as his pal Jingles. In just 30 seconds, you'll hear the exciting story of Gunsmoke and Violet. Say, boys and girls, if you haven't discovered what's on the backs of these new big yellow boxes of Kellogg's Sugar Corn Pops yet, you're really in for a surprise. Because you'll find a whole series of Wild Bill Hickok's famous gun cutouts on the backs of the different new Sugar Corn Pops packages. Handsome copies of guns made famous in the Wild West. Look for them tomorrow at your store. Now, let's listen. When Wild Bill Hickok gave up scouting and Indian fighting, he decided he wanted to be a peace officer. He wanted to help bring law and order to the West and run out the bad men. The first time he wore a star on his chest was when he became town marshal in Hays City, Kansas. And the first big adventure Bill and his saddle partner Jingles ran into was Gunsmoke and Violet.
Whoa, whoa. Oh, boy, oh, boy. Hays City ain't never seen nothing like this before. Oh, boy, oh, boy. Bill!
What's up, Jingles?
Bill, guess who's coming to Hays City? Just guess.
President Grant.
No, not the president. Guess again.
Billy the Kid?
No, this is really important.
All right, who is it?
Violet Pernay, that's who.
Violet Pernay. Who's she?
Oh, just the prettiest little singer and dancer ever to set foot in a cowtown, that's all.
Jingles, something tells me you haven't got your mind completely on your job of being a deputy marshal in Hays City.
Oh, sure I have. And she's got red hair and a peaches and cream complexion, and she's going to be appearing right across the street at the Blue Feather.
And she's going to mean nothing but trouble.
Yeah, and Pharaoh Nagel signed her up to appear here at the Blue Feather for 3 whole weeks, and... Huh? What do you mean she's going to be trouble to us, Bill? Oh, a pretty girl like that?
A pretty little girl like that will stand this cowtown on its ear. There'll be more shooting over her than a cattle feud.
Now, what's that ruckus?
Looks like it started already, partner. Come on.
But Violet ain't even in town yet. Hey, there's a crowd in front of the Blue Feather Gambling Hall, Bill.
Yeah, let's go see what happened.
Bill, look at that rider hightailing it out of town.
Yeah, there's been a man shot.
Yeah, looks like he's dead.
What happened here?
All right, don't everybody speak at once now.
Well, now, Marshal, it didn't really amount to much. Just a couple of the boys got in a little friendly argument over my pretty little coming attraction.
Yeah, Farrell, it looks like a friendly argument. This one looks mighty dead to me.
He was a little slow on the draw, that's all.
And I reckon that Jasper we saw riding out of town in a high lope did the killing.
Now, I wouldn't be the one to say I saw him do it.
No, Farrell, you wouldn't. So we can chalk up another killing to you and the Blue Feather.
To me? Now, Marshal, I was inside getting the place decorated for Violet Pernay's arrival this afternoon. I had nothing to do with the shooting.
Oh, no, you never do, you slick-haired sidewinder.
We're never going to clean up this town until we run you out of it and close up that rat's nest you operate, Farrell. And someday I'm going to do just that.
I wouldn't try it if I were you, Hickok. I got a lot of friends in Hays City.
Yeah, every crooked gambler, owl hoot, and polecat in town.
They shoot real straight, too.
Yeah, when they're aiming at somebody's back.
This is a warning, Farrell. When that new singer you got coming arrives, you better keep order in your place or I'll close it up so tight it'll take a barrel of blasting powder to open the door.
Here she comes!
Now step aside, friends, and let me help the little lady off the stage. Well, Miss Pernay, welcome to Hay City. I'm Pharaoh Nagel. My arm, ma'am.
I can walk, thank you. You know why I'm here.
Well, here she is, boys. Smile at him.
Thank you. My, what a wonderful reception. I love you, everyone. Where's Jerry?
Don't worry about him now. All right, boys, that's enough. Let us through. Remember, Miss Violet Pernay will be singing and dancing on the Blue Feather stage tonight. Come in early and avoid the rush. Come on, look pleasant.
This is very exciting, Mr. Nagel. This is my first engagement this far west.
You'll get a thrill out of it, I'll guarantee it.
I'm sure I will. Mr. Nagel, who's that tall, handsome man coming this way?
Where? Oh,
He's wearing a star on his chest. Is that the constable?
we call them marshals out west, ma'am.
I think I'm going to like it here, Mr. Nagel.
Well, I wouldn't pay any attention to that star packer. He's a punk.
Well, he doesn't look it, I'm sure.
You'd better go right on up to your rooms now. They're all ready for you. Chang, you take Miss Pernay up and make her comfortable. I'll see you later, Violet.
Oh, but I'd like to meet
Go on
him.
now. Well, Hickok, I see you turned out to welcome my new star. Too bad you were a little late.
Well, ain't you going to introduce us?
You can see her at the Blue Feather tonight. Why don't you both come over and be my guest?
We'll be there, Pharaoh. But I doubt if you'll consider us very welcome guests.
She sure is pretty.
Hickok, don't you go starting trouble in my place. If you do, we'll have 2 marshals in town. One in Boot Hill and a new one behind that star you're wearing.
Oh, now don't you talk big.
I never started trouble yet, Pharaoh, but I'll be right there when it comes to finishing it. Come on, Jingles.
Bill, will you take me to the Blue Feather tonight? I sure want to see Violet Pernay singing.
Look,
Yeah, boss. You want me?
I called you, didn't I? Now listen. That mail-order marshal's getting too big for his boots. Tonight, when he comes to the Blue Feather, I want him finished off. Spread the word to the boys. Wild Bill Hickok dies tonight.
Howdy, cowpokes. Here's your old sidekick, Panhandle Jim. Just pulling up here a minute to ask who hasn't tasted Kellogg's new sugar corn pops yet. So you who haven't, sidle over and listen close here. New Kellogg's sugar corn pops are golden hearts of corn, all popped up bright and jolly, with the sweetening already on 'em. Yes, sirree, by jingo, sugar corn pops is the new, sweeter-than-ever, two-way cereal that's downright delicious eating both ways. Twice the fun. You can eat 'em the way I'm eating 'em right now during the show, right out of the box by the handful, just like candy. Then, come breakfast time, you just pour 'em in a bowl and add a little milk. And, partners, there's a wonderful new sweetness and flavor in new Kellogg's sugar corn pops, so you're going to like 'em better than ever. Yes, sirree, by jingo. Just hear my favorite song all about 'em.
Yippee! Sugar pops.
They're sugar-coated, taste so sweet. Just pour on some milk.
Boy, they're neat.
Kellogg's Sugar Corn Pops. Sugar Pops are tops. Now Sugar Pops, you know, are sweet.
But cowboys know there's an extra treat.
Right out of the box, take a handful out. Pop 'em into your mouth as you run about. Kellogg's Sugar Corn Pops. Sugar Pops are tops.
Unaware of his danger, Wild Bill Hickok, in line with the marshal's duty, showed up at the Blue Feather Gambling Palace that evening with Jingles by his side. They were just in time to hear Miss Violet Pernay's opening number.
Lay your cool hand on my brow. Promise that you will never.
Now, Bill, didn't I tell you, ain't she an angel straight from heaven?
You're right, partner, she is. But don't forget why we're here.
Huh? Oh, yeah, to preserve law and order.
Every gunslick in the county is here tonight, Jingles.
Where?
Look around you. In the far corner over there to your right. Against the wall. That's Lucky Joe Bates.
It is?
This way from him is Sam Bass and his gang.
Ooh, that's a mean-looking crew.
On the other side, there's Jesse Evans. I thought he'd gone over to Abilene.
man. There's Rack Munson and Sneaky Dolan over by the piano.
This place is a cake of dynamite. One loose shot and it'll blow itself sky high. Uh-oh.
What is it, Bill?
There goes Hook to tell Farrell we got here all right.
Come in.
Farrell, Hickok's here.
Well, are the boys all set?
Yeah, boss. Well, that big deputy's with him.
Then get them both. Make it quick and quiet.
I don't reckon that'll be so easy.
I don't care how hard it is. Do it. That tin-horn marshal ain't gonna run me out of town. Now go get rid of him. For good.
Yeah, sure, boss, sure. We'll get rid of him. Pronto.
Lame-brained jugheads. Well, I thought I told you to... Oh. Look who's coming in now. Come right in, Jerry.
Yeah. I'm coming in, Farrell.
You hear Violet's opening song, Jerry?
Yeah, I heard it.
She see you?
No, you know I wouldn't let her see me. You knew it all the time.
That's why she came out here, Jerry. To see her fine young brother, who came to the great big West to make a great big name for himself.
Lay off me, Farrell. You know why I came west.
Yeah, I know. They sent you out here because you were a disgrace to your family at home. They thought it'd make a man of you. Look at you.
Well, you didn't have to drag my sister out here.
Why, Jerry, I was just hoping I could be the guardian angel who could put you back in the good graces of your family. That's the reason I wrote your sister.
To blackmail her into coming out here to sing in your snake's den for nothing. Well, it won't do you any good, see?
Oh. So the little boy's got a new toy hidden in his sleeve. A derringer.
Yeah, Farrell. With a double barrel holding 2 tickets to Boot Hill for you.
Go ahead, Jerry. Shoot me. That'd be a good way to get even for your gambling debts, wouldn't it?
I will. I'll kill you.
Well, go ahead. Pull the trigger, Jerry.
Keep away from me.
What's the matter, boy? You scared? Does your stomach feel like a feather? What are you so pale for, Jerry?
No, get away. I'll...
You'll do nothing. Give me that gun. You wouldn't shoot a rabbit. You haven't got the nerve. Now get out of here.
All right. All right, I'm going. But I'll figure out a way to get you, Pharaoh Nagel. You wait, I'll get you.
Get out! That blubbering pup. I'd better get rid of him. Wonder if the boys are through with Hickok yet.
Well, Jingles, you seen enough for a while?
Well, ain't she gonna sing again?
Sure, she will later. What do you say we make the rounds and come back?
Mr. Hickok, can I speak to you a minute?
Sure, Jerry. What do you want?
We can't talk in here. They'll see me.
Who'll see you?
Never mind. Come on outside, please, Mr. Hickok. It's a matter of life and death.
Whose death, Jerry?
Mr. Hickok's.
Bill.
Wait a minute, Jingles. All right, Jerry, what's this all about?
Pharaoh Nagel's planning to have you killed tonight. I heard him tell Hook to kill you both.
Oh, I knew we should have took up ranching instead of marshaling.
You sure you heard this, Jerry?
Sure. You believe me, don't you? You're going to go get Pharaoh, aren't you?
Jerry, you don't like Pharaoh Nagel, do you?
Oh, no, but that's got nothing to do with this.
I think it has. I saw you just come out of his office. Are you working for him?
That low-down rattler, I should say not.
But he's got a hold on you. What is it?
Well, nothing, Mr. Hickok.
Gambling debts?
Well, I owe him a little.
Yes, a little over $3,000. Now, don't try to fool me, Jerry.
3,000 simoleons? Oh, Bill, that's a lot of money.
It sure is, partner. Just about enough to make Pharaoh have a mortgage on his soul. All right, Jerry, come clean. What's the rest of it?
Nothing. Nothing. I told you he was going to kill you, and if you don't believe it, I can't help. I gotta go now.
Wait a minute, Jerry.
And that kid sure got a burr under his saddle, Bill.
Yeah, partner. He took a look over his shoulder and got a scared look in his eye.
And hightailed it down the street. I wonder what he saw.
Oh, Mr. Hickok.
Oh, Bill, it's her. Oh, my fluttering heartstrings, Bill, I think I'm going to fall apart.
Well, pull yourself together, Jingles, and let's go in and see what you want.
Bill, I got a lump in my throat as big as a watermelon. If she looks straight at me, why, I'll swallow it and I'm liable to choke to death.
Mr. Hickok, may I speak to you a moment?
Howdy, miss. Sure. Oh, I'd like you to meet my deputy, Jingles.
No.
Hello, Jingles.
Bill!
Well, what's the matter, Jingles? You don't look well at all. You poor man, let me feel your brow. You might have a touch of fever.
Oh, do it again.
Maybe he's catching cold, miss. What was it you wanted to talk to me about?
I'm in terrible trouble, and I want you to help me. I got to talk to you later, away from here where nobody knows.
Anybody bothering you, ma'am, I'll tear 'em apart with my own hands. Just show 'em to me.
Well, Jingles, you got your voice back.
Oh, yeah, I did.
I must talk to you right... Oh, here he comes. Say nothing. Well, Mr. Hickok, you're very sweet to say such nice things about my singing. Oh, hello, Mr. Nagel.
Well, Hickok, I see you dropped around after all. Why didn't you let me know you were here?
Save the act, Farrell. I saw your boy Hook go in to tell you I was here.
Hook? Why, I haven't seen him. Where is he?
Probably gone back into some dark hole with the rest of the rats, and I hope he leaves room for you.
Hickok, do you always let your deputy talk that way in front of ladies?
No. Excuse me, ma'am. I forgot.
That's all right. Well, it's just about time for my song.
Well, come on, Violent. I'll see you to your dressing room. Make yourself at home, Hickok. I'll have some of the boys drop around, see if you want anything.
Nice to meet you, Mr. Hickok. I'll see you again.
I hope so, Miss Violet.
Yeah, me too.
Come on, Jingles.
Yes, sir. Oh, where are we going in such a hurry, Bill?
I'm back at the Blue Feather, Jingles.
Oh.
I don't know what Farrell's up to, but I don't want any harm to come to Miss Violet.
Well, what about us? Jerry said Farrell was all set to have us killed tonight. I don't like that.
We'll worry about that later, Jingles. Be quiet now. I think our dressing room is just about here.
Hey, there they are, boys. Grab 'em.
Hey, Bill, it's Farrell's boy.
Luck's run out, Hickok. Give it to 'em, boys. Give it to 'em. Hey, partners, all you ranchers who are eating your Kellogg sugar corn pops right now, like I am, listening to the show, hold up there. Take a look at that bag inside the big yellow box. That bag is pure aluminum. You know why? Well, it keeps your sugar corn pops fresh up to 10 times longer. And that means Kellogg sugar corn pops are always fresh. Yep, crisp and crunchy and fresh as an evening breeze. Yes, sirree, by jingo, you can always depend on Kellogg sugar corn pops for downright delicious eating out of the box like candy or out of the bowl with milk. Now, don't go fussing with only one box of new, even sweeter sugar corn pops. The way your family's going to go for 'em, you're liable to miss out on some. Get your mom to load up big. Then you can have all the Kellogg sugar corn pops you want. Now, let's listen to our song.
Yippee! Sugar pots.
They're sugar-coated, taste so sweet. Just pour on some milk.
Boy, they're neat.
Kellogg Sugar Corn Pops. Sugar Pops are tops. Now Sugar Pops, you know, are sweet.
But cowboys know there's an extra treat.
Right out of the box, take a handful out. Pop 'em into your mouth as you run about. Kellogg Sugar Corn Pops. Sugar Pops are tops.
Wild Bill Hickok and Jingles ran outside and around to the back of the Blue Feather Gambling Palace. Just as they were near the square of yellow light from Violet's dressing room window, they were jumped by Pharaoh's men.
I'm getting out of here. Me too. Bill, you all right?
Guess so, partner. How about you?
Well, I'm in one piece, but I ain't never going to be the same. That greased-up salamander Pharaoh's just about done his last one to me. Now, let's go get him.
Not so fast, partner. If we get him now, we won't ever know what Miss Violet was talking about.
Then what are we going to do?
You go find young Jerry. I got an idea he's mixed up in this somehow.
But how?
I don't know. Just go get him and bring him here to the Blue Feather. I'll be around here someplace.
What are you going to do with what's left of Hook?
I'm going to put him on my shoulder and deliver him to Pharaoh personally. I'll see you later, Jingles.
Watch out for that salamander, Bill. Pharaoh's got more tricks than a medicine show magician.
Well, Hook, I heard all... Hickok.
Yeah, Farrell, kind of surprised to see me, huh? I brought you a present. Looks like you sent a boy to do a man's job.
I don't know what you're talking about.
That makes us even. I don't know why you've got Miss Violet tied up and gagged. Suppose you set her free.
This is none of your business, Hickok.
I got a different idea about that, mister. I'll take that gag out myself.
Oh, thank goodness you came, Mr. Hickok.
Now these ropes.
Be careful, Mr. Hickok. Farrell's got a sawed-off shotgun under his desk.
Yeah, Hickok, and I'm using it, too.
That's just the sort of trick I'd expect from you.
Bill, are you in here?
Yeah, Jingles.
I heard the shots. You all right?
Sure, but Pharaoh's hands are stinging a little.
Serves him right. Miss Violet, what are you tied up for?
I see you found Jerry.
Yeah, he wasn't far away. Come on in, Jerry.
What you want with me, Mr. Hickok?
Jerry. Oh, Jerry, you're safe.
Violet, I'm getting out of here.
Oh, no, Jerry, don't.
Come back here, Jerry.
Hickok, what do you think you're trying to do? This is my office.
Close your trap, you sneaking coyote, before I close it for you.
That's good advice, Pharaoh. I've got a little mystery to clear up. Then I'm going to take care of you.
You've got nothing on me.
Maybe not. We'll see. Violet, Jerry's your brother, isn't he?
Yes. Farrell wrote me about Jerry's debts. Said if I'd come out and sing in the Blue Feather for 3 weeks, he'd let Jerry go free.
And if you didn't?
He threatened to kill him.
Why, you good-for-nothing sidewinder. Farrell, I've got a mind...
Hold it, Jingles. We'll let the jury decide about that. Well, Jerry, looks to me like you better get some sand in your craw.
Yeah, I've been no good, Mr. Hickok. And Violet's a champion. I'm sorry I got her into this.
The past is gone, Jerry, and you can't do anything about it. But the future is all yours, so treat it kindly.
I will, Mr. Hickok. On my word, I will.
Mr. Hickok, I can't thank you enough. I'd do anything for you and Jingles.
That's all right, ma'am. You helped us have an excuse to close up the Blue Feather for good. That'll make our town a better place to live in.
Well, now, if you really want to do something for me, Miss Violet, I won't mind.
Anything, Jingles.
Well, the first time I met you, you said hello and looked up at me with them big brown eyes, and, well, I got first hot and then cold and then goosebumply all over, and it scared me a little.
Scared you?
Yeah. So I wondered if you'd do it all over again, just so as I could make sure that it was you instead of catching my death of pneumonia.
And now, here are the stars of Wild Bill Hickok, Guy Madison, and Andy Devine.
Thanks for being with us today, folks. We'll have another Wild Bill Hickok adventure story for you on Friday.
And by golly, if you want some fast and fancy riding, just you hear our story called Buckshot's Victory.
Meanwhile, Andy and I also hope you'll remember to get Kellogg's Sugar Corn Pops.
Right. It's the great new cereal with the sweetening already on it.
You bet it is. Andy and I think Sugar Corn Pops are great. So long.
See you Friday.
Yes, sir. Kellogg's, the greatest name in cereals, has brought you another exciting story of Wild Bill Hickok, starring Guy Madison and Andy Devine in person. Today's cast included Gene Bates, Stan Waxman, Lou Krugman, Eddie Firestone, and Jack Moyles. Our director is Paul Pierce. Music by Dick Orant. This is a David Heyer production transcribed in Hollywood. Don't forget to listen Friday, same time, same station, when Wild Bill Hickok rides in Buckshot's Victory. Now, this is Charlie Lyon speaking for Kellogg's Sugar Corn Pops, the cereal with the sweetening already on it. Kellogg's Rice Krispies, the world's only talking cereal, and Kellogg's Corn Flakes, America's favorite ready-to-eat cereal.
You are listening to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Brought to you by G3PL.com.
Your husband made his choice 10 years ago. If I interfere now in this life he's made for himself, you are the one who will be hurt. Have Gun, Will Travel. Starring Mr. John Daner as Paladin. San Francisco, 1875. The Carlton Hotel, headquarters of a man called Paladin.
Mr. Paladin, I say good night now. I turned down bed for you.
Thank you, Miss Wong. I'm ready for it. All right. Where's a man down to have somebody bare their soul to him?
Oh, you spent a long time talking with that man tonight.
That man who was here is quite a famous surgeon, Miss Wong, from the East Coast. He's just learned that he has only 6 months to live.
Oh, too bad.
Now he's decided you've got to get his house in order.
Oh, time to catch up, huh?
Uh-huh. He's a dying man, and suddenly his conscience has come alive.
Oh, sir?
Yeah, 10 years ago, through carelessness, clearly a matter of malpractice, he allowed a patient to die, and he placed the blame on a young doctor working with him.
Oh, most deceitful.
And there was no way the young doctor could defend himself. He had a very promising career, which naturally was ruined.
Mm.
He felt he had brought disgrace to his wife and family, so he left them. Disappeared, and that was 10 years ago.
Long time.
Now, this surgeon, wants me to find the young doctor. He wants to make it right. Thinks he can just wipe out the past 10 years.
You take job, Mr. Paladin?
Well, if he thinks he can buy absolution this way, it's all right with me.
Are you smoking more now, but enjoying it less? Have a real cigarette, have a Camel. The best tobacco makes the very best smoke. Have a real cigarette, have a Camel. Are you looking for flavor and mildness? Have a real cigarette, have a Camel. The best tobacco makes the very best smoke. Have a real cigarette, a real cigarette, a real cigarette, have a Camel.
If you're smoking more today, but enjoying it less, try Camels. The Camel blend of costly Turkish and domestic tobaccos has never been equal for rich flavor, easygoing mildness, real smoking satisfaction every time you light up. The best tobacco makes the best smoke.
Have a real cigarette, a real cigarette, a real cigarette, have a Camel.
Search for Amos R. Bradbury, M.D., I pursued false leads and wrong hunches for 2,739 miles and came to one decision. That I would never again leave the Carlton Hotel on any assignment more difficult than finding a needle in a haystack. After following a trail to the mouth of the Missouri River in Dakota Territory, which ended in another discouragement, I decided to give up and took passage downriver on the packet Yellowstone Belle. The small stern wheeler carried a cargo of fur pelts and one other passenger. His name was Benjamin Tubbs, a tough, grizzled old mountain man. The fourth day, as usual, we had tied up to the riverbank at sundown. Sometime before daylight, I awakened and went out on deck. My fellow passenger was standing at the rail.
I should have thunk any mushhead misbegotten son would have known better than to sit tight with a payload of skins stinking up his boat, holding out an invite this close to them hostiles.
I beg your pardon?
You might as well leave duck, mister.
An arrow.
Just keep down, mister. There's more coming.
This is Arikara country, isn't it? I didn't know they were hostile.
They used to be mostly friendly. But they got their dander up back a piece because they was cheated by some white fur traders.
Well, they want the cargo?
That and a few scalps. There's only 8 of us on this tub, but there's about 600 of them Indians strung out along them riverbanks.
How can you tell? So it's too black out there to see anything.
Oh, it's my business, mister. I'm a scout.
I see.
I can smell them, and I know this just ain't a time to sit still and argue. We got to get.
Hey, listen. You hear that across the other side?
Yeah. Why, them mean toad-eating varmints. They's putting into the water with their pirogues.
They're going to surround us.
Looks like we're going to have to argue after all. Might as well break out the rifles.
Hey, Tubbs, they're using fire arrows.
Well, that's it, mister. One of them catches this here little old dried-up hunk of wood we're floating on, it's just going to go up.
And one of them dead. There goes the wheelhouse. I better get the water bucket.
No, won't do no good. They's coming from all sides.
Look, the crew's putting the skips in the water. Come on, let's give them a hand.
Wait a minute. I got to get my orders. In my cabin.
The orders?
Tubbs, come back.
Tubbs, will you? Tubbs, will you?
Tubbs, where are you? Over here. Oh, darn timber fell across my leg. It's got me pinned.
Here. Let me get it off.
Oh, ain't no use. It's scorching hot. And I'm pinned down tight. Go on, get yourself off this tub.
No, I can...
I can't. No, you go on and get this leg. I think it's busted. I can't move.
Here. Give me your arm.
Oh, easy now, easy. Sure deal, mister. But we get off this tub, we still got them sneaking redskins to take care of.
Well, one thing at a time. Let's go.
This is the cold season. What do medical authorities say about the common cold? Doctors tell us there's no known drug which will cure cold. There are effective medications for treating complications accompanying or following a cold. If you've been taking sensible precautions and still have one cold after another, it's best to see your doctor. And here's another important health tip. When you have a cold and need a laxative, that's the time to rely on Gentle X-Lax. Pleasant-tasting, chocolated X-Lax helps you toward your normal regularity gently overnight. X-Lax gets along with any cold remedies you may be taking, and X-Lax works where nature wants, in the lower tract, not the stomach. Taken at bedtime, X-Lax won't disturb sleep, gives you the closest thing to natural action the next morning. You're well on your way toward your normal regularity without upset or discomfort. So when you have a cold and need a laxative, take X-Lax, the laxative you can use with complete confidence. X-Lax helps you toward your normal regularity gently overnight. X-Lax.
The burning Yellowstone bell made an eerie glow against the black of the night. The river was alive with shadowy dugouts, and the Indians were no longer silent, but shrill, now with their victory. Benjamin Tubbs and I slipped into the river, and with my arm across his chest, we went deep under the water to the far bank. I managed to pull him up on the marshy slope, and I half carried, half dragged him, and we fought our way through swampy jungle growth until I lost all track of time. Finally, we reached a rocky clearing, and the sun was high.
Oh, mister, this is where Ben Tubbs is going to have to call quits. I just got to sit.
Now, Ben, I don't see how you've been able to take it this far here. Easy now. You can lean up against this rock here. There. I think we better take a look at that leg of yours.
Oh, well, let me tell you, this here leg better not be giving me any trouble. I got my orders. I got to report for duty.
Who are you scouting for?
7th Cavalry.
Well, this leg doesn't look too good.
It hurts like Billy, but... Hey, look up there.
Yeah. Looks like an Indian pony.
Oh, one Indian. Must be 100 more like it. Just now, Benjamin Tubbs ain't got a lick of fight left in him.
Well, that's an Indian, all right. Headed right toward us. Ah, it's a woman. It's an Indian woman.
Wow. Wahi Nomoto.
Nomoto Ohinyan.
You speak Sioux language?
No, I'm afraid that's about it.
Then I speak your language. From high place there on a rock, I have watched you. You have need of help.
Oh, you sure hit a smack dab on the button that time.
May I offer to serve you?
Oh, wait now, Injun gal. We ran into a peck of trouble with them Arikaras. You know anything about that?
I am not of that tribe. I know nothing. I am called Monasea.
Monasea, this is Benjamin Tubbs, and my name is Paladin.
Sight of you sure put a shine on this morning. You're the prettiest little thing I ever did see.
Mr. Tubbs speak brave and happy words, but there is pain in voice. A man's leg does not lie crooked on ground like that. He must see a doctor.
Yeah, well, how do we do that?
I have been on errand. I return to my home now. I take you there to a man of great wisdom as healer.
One of your medicine men?
One of your medicine men, Mr. Tubbs. He is of your people.
The white man? A doctor?
Yes.
What's his name?
His name is Wisaka Kiksiyaki.
Maybe that's his Indian name, but I mean his real name. His name is a white man. Now, what is it?
His name is Wisaka Kiksiyaki.
I see.
We must not delay. Already it will be nightfall before we reach village. Mr. Paladin, will you help me make splint for a broken leg of Mr. Tubbs, so it will cause him less pain to travel?
Oh, you are nurse, Monasea?
I learn much from my husband.
Your husband?
Wisaka Kiksiyaki.
It's a good thing we lashed Ben to that saddle. It looks like he's fainted.
It is drowsiness from fever. It is not good sign, but it is merciful. He has endured much pain.
He's a tough old fellow. Say, Monasea.
Yes?
The reason I was interested in the name of this doctor, your husband.
Yes?
Well, I was hired to find a certain Dr. Amos Bradbury who left his home on the eastern coast of this country because of an injustice that was done to him. Now, I followed his trail for many miles and finally to Fort Union here on the river.
What did you mean by injustice?
Well, the man who wronged him is dying and wants to make amends. Now, Bradbury had a wife and a child, and he felt that he had brought disgrace to them. But now the truth will be told, and his family and the world he left will learn that there was no dishonor.
And why do you tell me this, Mr. Paladin?
Well, Monasea, I've been thinking. It's been 10 years. The doctor has probably made a new life for himself. Perhaps he has found a pleasant place to live, someone to share it with him, and maybe he'd just as soon forget what's past.
Mr. Paladin, my husband's name as white man is Amos Bradbury.
Somehow I thought so.
His Indian name, Wisaka Kiksiyaki, is Sioux. It means man who remembers.
Even if you've had embarrassing dandruff for years, you can get rid of it now in 3 minutes. That's all it takes with Fitch Dandruff Remover Shampoo. Yes, unsightly dandruff's gone in 3 minutes with Fitch. Quickest, easiest of all leading shampoos. What's more, using Fitch regularly is guaranteed to keep embarrassing dandruff away. Just apply in the unique Fitch manner. Before you wet hair, rub in 1 minute. This way, Fitch shampoo penetrates right down to the scalp. Next, add water. Lather 1 minute to wash every trace of dandruff out of your hair. Then rinse 1 minute. All that loosened dandruff goes down the drain. In 3 minutes with Fitch. 1 rubbing, 1 lathering, 1 rinsing, dandruff's gone. At the same time, Gentle Fitch can leave your hair up to 35% brighter. To get rid of dandruff problems forever, brighten hair too, use Fitch regularly. Get Fitch Dandruff Remover Shampoo today, only 59 cents.
And so, like that, after all the days and all the miles, my search was ended. But it didn't seem to matter just then. More important at the moment was to see that Ben Tubbs got the care he needed. When we reached the Indian village, his condition was serious, and Monasea had some men carry him immediately to a little stone building set up as a hospital. She didn't mention the doctor again that night, nor did I. She bandaged my burned hand, gave me food and a blanket, and I spent the night under a cold sky. In the morning, I went to see Ben. He was lying on a narrow cot in a small, bare room. When he saw me, he made a quick brush at a big tear on his grizzled old face, scowled and cut loose.
That rubber-headed, stinking varmint. Rotten, dumb squad.
Ben.
Mister, do you know what that doctor done? He cut off my leg. That's what he done.
He had to do it, Ben. With your leg or your life.
What's the good of a life to a scout who ain't got two legs?
After a while, you'll be getting around again, just as tough as ever.
But I had my orders. I was on my way to report to the 7th Cavalry. Special scout assigned to General George Custer. Can I be hopping one-legged after Sitting Bull?
Sitting Bull?
Darn tootin'. This time Custer's a going after Sitting Bull himself. I was aiming to be in on it, standing on my own 2 feet.
Well, there'll be other battles for you, Ben.
Oh, there ain't going to be another battle with Custer and Sitting Bull.
Well, Ben, maybe one of these days we can get together and make it up to you for... Well, I have to find Monasea, Ben. I'll see you later.
Good morning, Mr. Paladin.
Good morning, Monasea.
Do you want to see my husband now?
Well, I've been looking for him a long time now, but I'm not quite sure whether I want to see him or not.
I do not understand.
Monasea, what I was trying to tell you last night, I don't think that I have any right to interfere in this life he's made for himself here. He made a choice 10 years ago. Maybe it's a good one.
Mr. Paladin, do you perhaps feel you not wish to go through with this because it will hurt Monasea?
Maybe.
I told my husband last night about your search.
You did?
I tell him that he can return to his world now, that the way has been made for him to go in honor.
What did he say?
He say he not go.
Huh. You see?
Like you, Mr. Paladin. He not wish to hurt Monasea. Walk with me toward the river.
All right.
Do you see there the tall rock on the bluff?
Yes.
That is Indian Woslata. It is the figure of a woman holding child.
Uh-huh.
My people have legend that a certain brave once took a second wife, and first wife became jealous. And when tribe moved on, she refused to follow but remained by her lodge, holding her child. And when many days passed, and still she had not joined them, the tribesmen became concerned, returned to look for her. And they found her sitting by her lodge, holding her child. But she had turned to stone.
Now, I'm afraid I don't understand
Wait. So the tribesmen picked up the stone figure, and they carried it back with them. And after that, wherever tribe moved, Indian Woslata was carried along. She was always there. The image of of the first wife and child.
Maybe I do understand.
Of course. Always in the life of Mona Sea is the image of first wife and child. Mr. Paladin, you do the job you set out to do. You take Dr. Amos Bradbury back to his world.
Oh, but what about you, Manasseh?
My own village is farther upriver. I have a pirogue already stocked. I go to my own people now.
You mean right now? Without letting Bradbury know? Seems to me he should have something to say in this decision.
He is Wisaka Kixiapi, Mr. Paladin. The man who remembers. The image of the first wife and child is always in his life, too.
Manasseh,
Yes?
you can count me as the man who remembers where you're concerned.
Nata Imhun, Mr. Paladin.
Not... What does that mean?
Good hunting.
Not I am hung to you, Messiah.
Oh, Mr. Paladin, welcome home.
Hello, hey boy. Would you get my bag on the seat there, please?
Oh, Isa. Oh, you've been gone a long time. Have nice trip?
Well, I did what I was hired to do. I went in search of a man. I found him. And he seemed grateful that I had. He rejoined his family. I hope it was the right thing.
You hope? You don't know?
Nope.
Why?
Well, hey, boy, if I hadn't found him, a very lovely woman would still have much happiness in her heart, rather than sadness.
Well, who is this woman?
I'll explain it to you later, hey, boy. Take the bag out to my room, will you, please?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to stop in the bar. I'll be there for a while.
Well, good hunting, Mr. Paladin.
Good hunt. Not the M hun. Well...
Oh, this miserable cold and my sinuses.
Haven't you heard about Dristan? Dristan, the amazing three-layer tablet now bringing real relief from colds, misery, and sinus congestion to millions. Dristan decongestant tablets not only help drain all 8 sinus cavities, critical areas of cold's infection, but circulating through the blood, Dristan's decongestant reaches all congested areas, shrinks all swollen membranes, relieves pressure and pain. An exclusive anti-allergen helps keep breathing passages dry and clear. Pain relievers reduce body aches, fever, and vitamin C helps build body resistance. This is Dristan. Today, Dristan is widely imitated, but the exclusive Dristan formula cannot be duplicated. There's nothing like Dristan. So for real relief from colds, misery, and sinus congestion, accept only Dristan decongestant tablets.
Have Gun Will Travel. Created by Herb Meadow and Sam Rolfe, is produced and directed in Hollywood by Frank Paris and stars John Daner as Paladin, with Ben Wright as Hayboy and Virginia Gregg as Miss Wong. Tonight's story was specially written for Have Gun Will Travel by Ann Dowd. Featured in the cast were Joseph Kearns and Lillian Bayef. This is Hugh Douglas, inviting you to join us again next week when CBS Radio presents Have Gun Will Travel.
You are listening to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Brought to you by G3PL.com.
Look, I'm sorry I called you so late, but I was thinking about you.
Oh, you really shouldn't. But I won't bug you about it. Not this time.
Hey, honey, you want to know what I was thinking?
I know. But you better not tell me about it.
Why not?
No, because this telephone might be bugged.
Theater 5 presents To Whom It May Concern. To whom it may concern. By now you will have found my note. My name is Saul Jacobson. I'm a partner in Jacobson Brothers, toy manufacturers. And I'm making this recording on my office dictaphone, so somebody should know how this began last year at our Christmas party. My brother Charlie wanted to talk to me. Saul, can we go in your office a second? Sure, what's on your mind? What's the matter, Charlie? Somebody sending out personal mail on the postage meter? Now, this is serious, Saul. Janitor got drunk again? What is it, Charlie?
Saul, somebody's stealing our designs.
Who says?
I say, and I have evidence. I know who's doing it.
Who is it?
Bernie, the designer. Who else? I never liked him.
What do you got against Bernie?
I got a tape recording. That's what I got.
Charlie, how did you get this tape recording?
I knew it was him, so I bugged his telephone.
Charlie, that was a terrible thing to do. You bugged his telephone?
But I got the goods on him, Saul. You want to hear the tape?
No, I don't want to hear the tape. You had no right to do this, Charlie.
Well, you should hear what he has to say about you.
I don't care what he has to say about me. It's a principle.
Come over to my office and I'll play it for you.
Why should he have anything to say against me? That was the beginning of it. Turned out Bernie said I smoked cheap cigars. He was right. I happen to like them. But there was another thing about Bernie.
Now listen to this.
Hey, Bernie, baby. Bernie, I'm in trouble. Where are you? I'm in the can, baby. I'm right here in the can. It's a 15th precinct. And, Bernie, nobody knows I'm the president of everything.
Wow,
so far, so good. Well, remember our joke, Bernie? I'm the president of everything. Huh? Bernie, you gotta come and get me. I would do it for you, old buddy. All right. I'll come and get you. Now, don't be patronizing, Bernie. I'll squeal on you at the AA meeting. Just as long as you show up.
Why did you shut it off?
I don't want to hear any more of this garbage.
Saul, Bernie drinks. You could tell that from the tape. And a fellow like that you couldn't trust. We gotta fire him.
Charlie. You didn't bug Bernie's phone to find out if he drank. You bugged it to find out if he was giving away our designs. You didn't find out a thing.
Oh, it's the same thing. A fellow who drinks is a security risk.
That wasn't what you bugged this phone for, Charlie. You found that out by accident.
If I walked into a bar by accident and saw him blind drunk giving away our designs, Would I be wrong to want to fire him?
Listen, Charlie. In the first place, you don't know he drinks. All you know is he's in AA, and the thing about them is they don't drink. And in the second place, you got anything to show he's giving away our designs?
Well, not so far.
What do you mean, not so far, Charlie? You got to stop this.
A drunk like that could give the company a bad name.
Bugging phones could give the company a bad name, too.
Well, suppose I could prove to you that he's a drunk. Would you go along? We should fire him?
Well, I'd have to think about it.
We could bug his home phone. You see, and...
Hey, listen, Saul. Everybody's asking for you and Charlie.
What do you mean breaking in here like this? We could have been talking about something personal.
Well, we bugged Bernie's home phone. The tape proved Bernie didn't drink and wasn't stealing our designs. But the tape showed something else.
Why? Never mind why, honey. You gotta stop kidding around in the office.
Bernie had a thing going on with his secretary. Charlie was sure she was the leak. He wanted to bug her home phone, too. We had a big fight about it.
I tell you, a person who would steal has got no right.
And I tell you, this is wrong. The fight got us nowhere. So we made a deal. Now, I want to make sure we got it straight, Charlie. I agree we bug her phone. You agree that if we don't find out anything about stealing designs only, that we call off all this bugging.
That's it. Fair is fair.
Fair was fair, of course. I found that out when we heard the tape.
Oh, look, Bernie, honey. Don't call again tonight, huh? I gotta get some sleep. It's not that. I know it's not. You have a secret boyfriend. Oh, where would I find the time, huh? Between you and the office, then it's someone in the office. Oh, honey, you found me out. All right, who is it? I demand to know. Well, it's the runt. Saul? Yeah, Saul the runt. Creeps into my tent the moment you leave. Little Solly the runt.
Shut that off.
Well, have you heard enough, Saul?
Who's she to call me a runt?
Well, these are not loyal people, Saul. It's just like I said, you've got to check on people like this.
To hear such things.
And that's only the beginning, Saul. How do we know what they're saying when they're not on the telephone?
It's probably even worse.
Now, we have a right to know that, Saul. We feed their mouths.
You're right, Charlie. But I wish we'd never started this. Charlie and I went on. Bugged the walls of Bernie's home and in the secretary's home. Night after night, we listened to the tapes.
No, Mother, I am not losing weight. I'm sure of it. Yeah, I weighed myself. 3 pounds of tomatoes and a loaf of bread. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's correct. Look, I'm not interested in mutual funds, so will you... I hate to be the one to tell you, George, but... Daddy's dead. No, Ma, all my cigarettes are out. You smell smoke. Over the phone? I do not look like Sophia Loren, in or out of a bathing suit. And you know it.
We didn't prove a thing. Finally, I came as close to my senses as I was going to get and tried to bring the whole thing to a halt. Charlie didn't agree.
I tell you, we just haven't gone far enough.
Charlie, there's got to be a limit.
What limit? These people are out to destroy us.
What people? We haven't found out a single thing about anybody.
That's my point. And that's why we got to go after them.
But where's your limit, Charlie?
There's no limit.
No limit, Charlie?
No limit.
Then why don't we bug the phone of our other designer?
You must be out of your mind.
Why?
There's nothing wrong with Phil.
How do we know? We haven't bugged his phone.
I guarantee you it wouldn't prove a thing.
And maybe we could bug his home, too.
Oh, that's stupid.
Why?
Because he's a kid.
Do we bug only old people? You said there was no limit.
We can't bug Phil.
Why not?
Because he's our kid brother. He's not married, and they get into all kinds of situations. And frankly, I'd just as soon not know about them.
There's something you don't want to know?
Some things it isn't right you should hear.
Charlie, you said there wasn't any limit.
You'd bug the phone of your own brother?
Which one? After it got started, there didn't seem to be anything else to do. So we went ahead and bugged our brother Phil's phone. And for the first time, we heard something that had to do with who might be giving away our designs.
Yeah, there's no problem.
Who'd you say was talking to?
An old classmate of his from engineering school.
Right, I think it's going to be okay. Look, if I use the transistors, it should be small enough, right? And I think we can make it cheap enough. Okay, right. I'll talk to you later.
Well, what do you think?
I don't know what to think. Probably doesn't mean a thing.
Of course it doesn't mean a thing. That's just shop talk between a couple of engineers.
Of course. This other fella could be guilty. Maybe he pumps Phil. We should warn Phil about him.
Yeah, but how are we going to do that without telling him we bugged his phone?
Then let's tell him and put an end to this whole thing.
You want to lose your own brother?
Well, time went on. Sitting here talking to my dictaphone, it reminds me how much I came to hate recordings. The whole thing was crazy. I tried to stop it once more. It was at a party at Charlie's, his 20th anniversary. I thought I might be able to get Phil aside somehow and talk to him and explain. But by then, it was already too late.
Oh, Charlie. Charlie, a present for me. Oh, Charlie, I'm so excited. I don't know if I can elope and even. I'm doing my best. It's Charlie. Oh, Charlie, it is absolutely beautiful. Oh, it's gorgeous. It's gorgeous. Oh, yeah, and you should have done it.
Esther, you are in good health. So, could I talk to you a second?
Look at them. They can't stop talking business even at a party.
Let's go into the study. Saul, I have a very personal question to ask you.
So?
Have you been bugging my phone, Saul?
There's something the matter with you, Charlie. You ought to see a psychiatrist.
All I know is that the fellow who bugs the phones for us told me my office phone is bugged. I think you did it, Saul.
Why would I bug your phone?
Because you're a desperate man, Saul. I know all about you and your gambling and owing the bookies $5,000 by this Friday. And I know about the notes at the bank, too.
You bugged my phone?
Would you please come, Charlie? Now, come on, what's so secret anyway?
Esther, it's nothing that concerns you.
Well, all right, but hurry up, will you?
Saul, this is a terrible thing to say to a brother. But I had to bug your phone.
Why?
To protect this company.
Hey, come on out. Everybody's dancing.
In a minute, Phil.
Okay.
Saul, I'm sorry about this, but I had to protect the family. You're destroying yourself, Saul. As I was saying to Esther just the other night...
What about what you were saying to Charlotte?
How do you know about Charlotte?
It's like you said. I bugged your phone.
All right, now, let's try to be calm about this, Saul. Why did you bug my phone?
To protect this company. You're in a little deep with Charlotte.
You, the big moralist, bugged my phone. All right, Mr. Dirty Mind. How much did you find out?
I'm not going to tell you. That's my weapon against guys like you.
Guys like me? I'm your brother. And you're the one who started this, Saul. You forced me to bug my own brother's phone.
Hey, what's all the road?
Saul and I were just having an argument. It's nothing that concerns you.
Did I hear somebody say something about bugging phones?
Yes. We've been getting some of our designs stolen. So we think maybe somebody's bugging our phones. they're sure beautiful. They're the best I ever
No,
made.
really, you're not serious. I wish we weren't, Phil. This is a terrible thing, Phil. What can we do about it? Well, Saul and I got that all worked out. We're going to hire a specialist. He'll come in and check and remove anything he finds in the way of bugging equipment. Wait a minute.
Gee, maybe I ought to apply for the job. No, that wouldn't be
I don't know what
ethical.
to say. Well, who do you think is doing this? A thing like this, you could never tell. Well, who do you think it is? Well, it could be Bernie, the designer. He's very sneaky. Now, wait a minute. Why would Bernie bug the phones to get the designs? He's already got them.
Brilliant. The kid's got brains.
Maybe he's not bugging the phones to get the designs. He could be part of some group that wants to get information on the company's finances so they could buy it cheap.
Now, that's not bad.
That doesn't make any sense, Saul. Why not? Because you're assuming that our phones are bugged. Maybe they're not. I think the only sensible thing to do is to assume that the phones are bugged. So, don't anybody say anything on the phone until me and Charlie tell you. Now, listen, I'm pretty good with electronics, right? Now, maybe I could check the phone. Phil, please. These days, they got things a trained engineer couldn't find. I read up on it, Phil. They could even drive a spike into your wall from the outside of the building.
Uh-oh.
With a little transmitter on it. And hear everything going on inside.
I wonder how much he knows.
There is no limit to what these people will do. What people? What people, Saul? I think you're both going out of your mind. Well, somebody's trying to take over this company, Phil. You could tell. Tell you one thing. They won't get away with it. Now, they bug our phones. We'll go bug their phones. Then we'll go bug their walls. They wouldn't expect that. We'll bug them before they bug us. Maybe we could even set up cameras. They think they're so smart. Oh, this is crazy. Like you guys are cracking up.
You got that right.
You're a kid, Phil. You don't understand what people will do for a buck. Charlie's right, Phil. We are surrounded by people who are disloyal and want to take over. We have to protect ourselves. You should hear the things they could say about you. Now, look, everybody calm down, huh? Just calm down. There's such a thing as the golden rule, you know? Remember? Do unto others as you would have them do unto you. Remember, Pa used to say that.
Do unto others. Oh, he's beautiful, isn't he? Just beautiful.
Hey, how you doing with the bugging, pal?
Beautiful. You were great at the party.
Like I told you, Phil, you're a kid.
Guess you know the Jacobson brothers pretty good by now.
That golden rule you said, Phil. Listen, these days, the golden rule is do unto others before they get a chance to do unto you.
When did you first decide to bug their phones, Mr. Jacobson?
The day I found out they were bugging mine.
If you don't get them first, Phil, they'll get you.
You were right to do it, Mr. Jacobson. We've got some pretty hot stuff on
I've
you.
been telling you all along.
Not my girlfriend. A person I love.
Now you're even, huh? It's dog eat dog. You have to protect yourself. There's no end to where this kind of thing can go.
Oh, you're so right. And it's already gone too far.
Mr. Jacobson, what are you doing with that gun?
It's dog eat dog, bug eat bug. Eat this.
Don't shoot, Mr. Jacobson, not me. Oh. All right, so we got a little information on you. I wouldn't sell it. I'll give you all the tapes. All right.
So don't be so sensitive, Phil. Charlie, don't you think a man has a right to privacy?
They're going to electrocute Phil tonight. Charlie had a heart attack about it yesterday. Now there's only me left. And that won't be much longer.
Theater 5 has presented To Whom It May Concern, written by Bill Gammey and directed by Warren Somerville. In the cast, Jackson Beck, Dan Ocko, Larry Haynes, Natalie Priest, and Robert Dryden. Audio engineer Neil Pope. Sound technician Ed Blaney. Script editor Jack C. Wilson. Original music by Alexander Vlastotsenko. Orchestra under the
You are listening to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Brought to you by G3PL.com.
Thank you all for tuning into Golden Age Radio today. We hope you enjoyed the classic tunes and captivating stories from the past.
Absolutely. It's been a delightful journey through time, and we truly appreciate each and every one of you for joining us.
We have a fantastic lineup prepared for tomorrow's broadcast, filled with even more nostalgic melodies and thrilling dramas from the golden era of radio.
So mark your calendars and set your alarms because you won't want to miss it. Join us again tomorrow at the same time for another unforgettable session of Golden Age Radio.
Invite your friends and family to come along too. Let's make it a delightful gathering filled with timeless entertainment and warm memories.
Once again, thank you for being part of our wonderful audience today. We look forward to having you with us again tomorrow as we dive into the enchanting world of the past.
Until then, take care and have a fantastic day ahead. See you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow. Attention all business owners and aspiring database wizards. If you want to take your data management to the next level, G3PL.com is your ultimate destination for expert Microsoft Access support and training.
That's right. G3PL.com believes that every successful database journey starts with a dedicated individual guiding you to success. That's why we're proud to introduce G3PL.com, a Microsoft Access expert.
Whether you're just starting or looking to enhance your access skills, G3PL.com's personalized training will set you on the path to mastery. G3PL will be with you every step of the way, providing hands-on guidance and real-world examples.
But don't just take our word for it. Hear what a satisfied client has to say.
Thanks to G3PL.com, I've become a Microsoft Access Pro. The personalized training was exactly what I needed. I learned to create and optimize databases, run powerful queries, and automate tasks with VBA. Now, I'm confidently handling complex projects with ease.
It doesn't stop there. G3PL.com is your go-to for top-notch support and solutions.
Exactly. If you're struggling with your existing database, G3PL will troubleshoot, optimize, and fine-tune it to perfection.
G3PL.com designed a custom database that transformed our business operations. We needed a streamlined system to manage our services and customer data. Their expertise delivered a tailor-made solution that exceeded our expectations. I can't thank them enough.
G3PL.com understands that every project is unique, and we're here to offer individualized attention to your specific needs.
So, why wait? Take the leap into the world of Microsoft Access Excellence with G3PL.com.
Contact G3PL today and embark on your database journey with an Access expert.
Send an email to db@g3pl.net or call 615-420-2040 and ask for Mark to learn more and get started.